We'd like to welcome you to our February 17, 2022 San Diego Union High School District regular board meeting. This meeting is being conducted virtually and held in accordance with the San Diego Board of Trustees resolution authorizing teleconference meetings pursuant to Assembly Bill 361, Government Code Section 54953. I'm Mo Muir, Board President. Trustees Michael Allman, Julie Bronstein, Melise Mossy, and Katrina Young are participating in person at the 710 Encinitas Boulevard, Encinitas, California. At this time, Trustee Bronstein will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All others in attendance, please ensure mics are muted. Thank you, Trustee Bronstein. I have a motion to approve the agenda of February 17, 2022 regular board meeting of the San Diego Union High School District as presented.
So moved.
Allman, second. Questions or comments?
No.
No, no.
No.
Thanks. Mike, no. Roll call, please, Fabi.
Mr. Allman,
Yes.
Ms. Bronstein,
Yes.
Ms. Mossy,
Yes.
Ms. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Muir.
Yes, thank you. Under the public commenting process pursuant to Assembly Bill 361, Government Code Section 54953, members of the public submitted public comment requests at the beginning of this regular meeting. Members of the public who submit requests for public comment under the closed session will be called and order was received. Public comments will be presented live during this meeting and limited to 2 minutes per speaker for a total of 20 minutes per public comment period. Do we have any public comment requests for closed session?
Yes, there are 3 requests.
Thank you. When your name is called, you'll be unmuted and have 2 minutes to provide your spoken comment. Please call our first speaker.
Our first speaker is Jen Chirot.
Go ahead, Ms. Sherratt.
Thank you. Well, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Since you will once again be discussing the public's business regarding the maps in private, I will exercise my rights to comment on the maps now. Map 1C is the clear choice to avoid petitioning, SDCOE takeover of the process, litigation, and other expensive outcomes. Map 1C is an adjustment of trustee areas, unlike maps 7 and 8, which rearrange the trustee areas. That requires a longer timeline and approval from SDCOE, aka the county committee, prior to starting the process. Sections 5019 and 501.5 of the Ed Code draw this distinction for a reason. Please follow the law as it was presented to you by the lawyers from F3. Maps 7 and 8 appeared identical at the time they were advanced 3-2. Correcting a map after it has been voted on is illegal. Fortunately, map 1C was advanced unanimously and has not been changed after the vote. Maps 7 and 8 dilute true communities of interest, such as school communities, cities, such as Solana Beach, towns, such as Cardiff, which are important and routinely defined by topography, geography, cohesiveness, contiguity, and integrity, all of which are key factors in rebalancing trustee areas. However, Map 1C incorporates the desire expressed by 2 public commenters to create coastal trustee areas, TA1 and TA3, and inland areas, TA2, 4, and 5. Many more voters live inland than live on the ocean. Maps 7 and 8 disenfranchise over 30% of the voters in the district, or around 60,000 people. Maps 7 and 8 make significant changes to racial minority representation, thus diluting their voting representation, which is not allowed under CVRA and not under any other voting rights law. Areas 4, 5, and 1 are particularly diluted in Maps 7 and 8. If you select a map that is deemed to be invalid, which map 7 and 8 will be, then SDCOE will take over the process. We will have to pay for that. It is clear. Map 1C is your only safe harbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Julie Hensy.
Go ahead, Julie. Mute, please.
Unmute, sorry,
Oh, That's
I
okay.
just-
Go ahead.
I apologize. I wanted to say good day to Cheryl James Ward and the board members. And I also wanted it to be known that last week I was waiting to speak. I think I was the only person waiting to speak. And somehow, because of the board docs, there was some disagreement with technical disabilities. But now I'm able to speak. So thank you very much for prompting me to speak right now. My comment was against maps 7 and 8, and my vote was for 1C. I was aghast at the end of your final vote last week because I felt that the final 3 were pushed and voted on without zero public comment. So many of the public was asking how to get on the board docs. Because this is new technology for you, you have limited your amount of public speakers on the very important district mapping CVR8. But I know that you are going to be doing the best that you can. And you probably already know that maps 7 and 8 are not legal and they should not be pushed forward so quickly. But I also want to say my appreciation for Bronstein and your wonderful other board member. They wanted to ask questions of the lawyers to get more information, but the lawyers and whatever happened, they were being pushed through and not regarded as being, their valued comments were not being spoken. And the people who voted for them, they really should be having a voice in what was happening during the session. So I just want to say, I vote for 1C. I think that is the very best that you have at this point right now. And thank you so much. And I appreciate you letting me speak. Bye-bye.
Hi, Julie.
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Robin Sales.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, my name is Robin Sales. I'm a member of the Encinitas Equity Committee, though I'm speaking for myself as a 38-year resident on Oceanic Drive in Encinitas. My children attended Ocean Knoll, Oak Crest, and both SDA and LCC. I am not affiliated with the SDFA, but I do have interest as a resident in the proceedings of your board. As a member of the San Diego County Behavioral Health Advisory Board, I too have to abide by the Brown Act. And it bothers me that a closed-door session occurred at your last meeting without public notice. Your proceedings must be transparent to the public. The president of the board must abide by proper meeting procedures and allow the public to participate. The board also must model consensus decision-making, not voting blocks. My interest in the redrawing of the boundaries has to do not with not disenfranchising minority groups. As you all voted in favor of map 1C, which has the least negative impact and is in line with the CVRA, which does not allow the dilution of voting representation, I have to wonder why the push by trustees Allman, Muir, and Mossy for more egregious changes as found in map 7 and 8, which, as one other speaker said, disenfranchises 60,000 voters, which is 30% of all the voters in the district. If the board selects a map that is deemed to be invalid by the San Diego County Office of Education, then you lose your power as a board by turning it over to them to make the decision. I would prefer to see this board decide together unanimously on map 1C. Thank you.
Thank you. is I just want to make a comment. I was going to speak about this later on, is that everyone in our district has the best interest in our students. And this is going to get really passionate, and I appreciate everyone's passion. But at this time, I've decided that everyone needs to make sure that they maintain their own time. I'm going to let you speak as long as you like, and you let me know when you're done. And then the next person will speak. Is that if you want to be here, people say that I've cut people off, is I'm looking at the time, but if you want to stay, till midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm here for you for that. I'm not going to cut you off. It's up to you to maintain your own time. When you're done speaking, then we'll go to the next person and let them speak. It's that, I'm sorry that it came across in some way that I was controlling the meeting, but I'm looking at the time and I'm thinking, my gosh, we've discussed this for a while, but you know what? I'll let you go as long as you want. Just be respectful. And as far as litigation and closed session, that's why we have closed session, because we don't want to get sued and we're looking out for our district.
President Mo,
Sure.
may I sent to everyone the letter from the San Diego County Office of Ed.
Okay, thank you.
More brief comment on as well.
Okay,
Heard a number of comments about the Brown Act. Our lawyer looked into it and there was no Brown Act violation, we've been told.
okay. At this time, we'll be reconvened at 5 o'clock.
President Mo, we still
Yes.
have a lot of comments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I thought you said there was only 3, Fabi. Please go ahead. By phone.
Kathy Steiger.
Go
Hi.
ahead, Kathy.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I just want to reiterate what the other callers said. And I think, it's obvious that the only clear and legal choice is 1C. But I'm also I just can't say enough how disappointed I am with the way that this whole process has been conducted. And I know that you just said, Mr. Allman, that there was no Brown Act violated, but nevertheless, the process has been had such a lack of transparency and has just been so unfair to the public for you to, discuss with the lawyer the maps in closed session, but then not come out of closed session and share that information with the public on a topic that should be public information, was just, even if it technically didn't violate the Brown Act, was just wrong. And the way that that both you and Ms. Muir speak to Katrina and Julie, I think is just unprofessional. And I just wish that all of you would just remember that your community has voted for you, and you owe us the responsibility to be transparent and to take your time and to do this right. Even just some of the way that you call motions and vote on things, there's often a lot of lack of clarity. Some of you don't know what you're voting on. And it just seems like if you're going to be on a board, you should know how it should run and maybe review Robert's rules. And most of all, just be transparent and be honest. And I'll just finish with a reiteration that you vote for the only one I think that will keep us out of litigation and is the only one that makes sure that everybody in our community gets the most representation possible. Thank you.
I'll comment, Mo, on that. We don't follow Robert's rules.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jason Berry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Jason Berry, Solana Beach resident. Gotta love being in a district with a very strong union-based voice, I guess. And I'm on the, I guess what would be called for the parent side or the kid side. I completely disagree with everything that those prior 3 callers have said. It appears to me that vast changing with the 1C map, it creates a dramatic change in voting districts and overlaps existing trustees from continuing on. In fact, I believe maps 7 and 8 allows groups of socioeconomical and even immigration to maintain their strength and voice. Take, for instance, Rancho Santa Fe and Carmel Valley, two specific groups that under one map 1C become much more divided, and that divides their voice. It doesn't allow them to continue to have a voice. So I think that there's an error in the math of each of those three prior callers. I appreciate all that you're doing, and I see that map 7 and 8 allows for a fair, I guess, establishment of the maps for the trustees for the future. And I appreciate your vote for either map 7 or 8. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please, Fabi.
The next speaker is Evan Sorum, but he is not online at this time, so I'm going to call Beth Hergesheimer.
Go ahead, please. Thank you. Excuse me.
My name's Beth Hergesheimer, and I've served for 16 years as a trustee on the San Diego School Board. If the only three choices on the table for maps are those selected at the special meeting of February 10th, then I speak in favor of 1C. If there's any way to backtrack and consider earlier maps, I would encourage the board to do so, even if it requires another meeting. I was on the board when we created the existing maps in 2017. We worked with our consultants, giving them direction to create maps for us to consider that fulfilled the parameters of the CVRA while making sense for our communities. We did not tell them to preserve all of the sitting board seats, but when a map was presented that would have unseated a trustee, we decided to eliminate that option since other options could better fulfill the letter and intent of the CVRA. We listened to the public input and modified maps to take that into account. We also knew the maps would be revisited in 5 years. I believed that the modifications in future maps would be minimal and only driven by population changes that would shift boundaries by a few streets one way or another. California Ed Code 5019.5 states in effect that adjustments in maps should not unseat trustees unless it's necessary to maintain balanced representation. Maps 7 and 8 create major unnecessary changes as in a violation of Ed Code that will disenfranchise tens of thousands of voters and lead to totally avoidable lawsuits. Appearances matter. This looks wrong. President Muir cut off public hearing discussion by stating that this has already been discussed at length in closed session. Discussion needs to be in open session. Do what is best for our students. Political coastal versus inland areas, rather than considering what is best for our student and school communities, hurts San Diego. Thank you.
Next speaker, please, Fabi.
There's no more speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you. And on the heels of what I said before is I want to make sure everybody knows is that I'm going to let you make the motion when you want to end the discussion. As people have said, I cut you off. As you make the motion, it doesn't matter how long you want to speak. Let you go ahead. Just make sure you maintain your own time. The board will now convene to closed session to discuss closed session agenda items, number 3, A through E, and we'll reconvene the session at 5 o'clock. Thank you. The meeting is now reconvened. During closed session, the governing board unanimously voted to take action pursuant to Education Code Section 44938 to issue a notice of unprofessional conduct to teacher employee certificate ID number 311794. At this time, this is my favorite part of the meeting. We'll now hear from our student board members. Zach Jolson from San Diego.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting for them to come on.
Okay. We can also go to our board members right now if you'd like.
Do you mind doing that? Because I'll check.
Of course, sure. Katrina, you were at the City of Encinitas liaison meeting. What happened there?
Sure. So I was at the City of Encinitas meeting yesterday, and a lot of really important, pertinent topics were talked about. They want to start a campaign called Be Bright, Be Seen. A lot of kids right now are wearing dark clothes, and with all the kids riding e-bikes, we all celebrate and think it's a great thing. We want to make sure that they're safe. So that's a campaign to make sure that our kids are safe when they're out on their e-bikes. And there's more discussion about encouraging kids to lock their bikes. And they're looking into a campaign to address this issue. So just if they're asking all schools to just remind kids if they can lock up their bikes, it is expensive mode of transportation, and we want them to continue that privilege. They're doing a displacement study right now to determine how people lose housing. Of particular importance, they're looking into ways to allow more teachers to live within the city. We talked about the safe parking lot, which just opened up at the community center, and a few board members and council members are setting up a date to visit the sites. Degano circulation issues, the city engineer visited the site on the 15th to determine any needs that they determined where paint improvements were needed. They're going to install a keep intersection clear box. There's a crosswalk recommended, and they're looking into the feasibility of it in relation to how the curb's set up. And they wanted to give special thanks to the assistant principal at Degano because she's been very proactive about safety, especially e-bike safety. So they gave a special shout out to her. We were able to thank the city for fast tracking the SDA parking lot paving. And another big, huge thank you goes out to Trustee Bronstein for her outreach to Mayor Blakespear on that matter. And of particular importance, the Santa Fe improvements. The Planning Commission approved the design review and coastal development permit on the 3rd of this month. 90% of the plans are at the city, including the crosswalk at SDA. Right now, they're just in the finalizing stages. They expect clearance by summer 2022. They're dividing the projects into 2 phases. The western phase will be first, and that will include the pedestrian single, crosswalks, and the bike lanes. They expect the start date is this fall, and they're hoping, basically they're saying that they're going to do the crosswalks as early as it's feasible. They have to do things in kind of a logical order. So they guarantee that will be done as early as possible, as soon as possible. And the expected finish date for the project is mid to late 2023. In addition to that meeting, I visited Sunset a couple of days ago, and it's always great to see how those students learn the facilitated instruction. The students are all very engaged. I was really impressed to see that they have all academic progress plans, and most of them, if not all of them, are way ahead of schedule. So it's a big, huge congratulations to those students for their motivation and their education. I also visited CCA with their CTE program, and we saw some great examples of to me, I think the beauty of CTE is that they're basically combining knowledge and they're applying it to real life situations. And CCA does a great job of really offering a wide range of those opportunities. We visited an engineering class, and we saw the incredible talents of the music department, and as well as a really cool sound mixing class that we saw. And within my visit to Sunset, we also had a brief visit with some of the coast students. It's always one of my favorite places to be. And on a personal note, it was kind of fun because I had just gone the day after my father-in-law had mentioned that he has some of the kids intern at his restaurant. And one of the kids came up and knocked on his door and asked if he could sing him a song. And he did. And he said it rhymed, and it was just beautiful. And he has owned that restaurant for almost 40 years. And he said that's probably one of the nicest displays of thanks he's ever received. And I just thought it was kind of like a nice example of how great this community is and how warm this community is, and how important our partnerships are. We have community members and students and families all working together. And sometimes we get caught up in the harder decisions. And when it really comes down to it, we are an incredible community who really cares about ourselves. And if we can always just put our focus back on the kids, I think that's always going to steer us in the right direction. So
Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to thank Melise. She was the one who alerted me to the crosswalk over at SDA, and we were
yes,
diligently writing emails for close over a year to finally make this come to fruition. So thanks, Melise, letting me know that. I'm glad we got this, make this happen. So I do have some information that we had to wait for legal to get back to me. So I am going to also read out what happened in closed session. The board unanimously voted to agree to settlement agreement with De La Fuente Construction, Inc. to reinstate their contract and resolve other outstanding financial issues. Thank you. And Melise, what have you been up to?
Well, unfortunately, a lot less school site time than I enjoy normally. A lot of time on phone calls and emails, and I'm still not even caught up with those. So if you have emailed me and I haven't personally responded, please know that I did read your email and I hear what you have to say. We've had a lot of board meetings, and I'm looking forward to just being with kids. I'm looking forward to as well meeting with Dr. Ward tomorrow, as we are going to walk together. We have the CT showcase coming up, but it's just been a really just challenging time being a board member. Maybe one of the hardest in recent months, of course, I think, obviously COVID taking precedent over that. But I'm really discouraged by some of the things that have been said personally, not only about myself, but other board members and staff members that are not kind and not close to the truth in many cases. And I am trying to have Teflon skin, like Dr. Ward mentioned she had, and that the skin of a rhino and the heart of an angel. I appreciate that. I think of that often, but I really do care what people say. So if a decision doesn't go your way, I'm sorry. And I know I can't please everyone, but I want you to know that I hear you and I respect every opinion. So just wanted to use my time to share that, and hoping tonight goes really well.
It's heartfelt. I appreciate that, Melise. I know you got a big heart for the children in the community. Julie?
Well, I would first like to say, Melissa, I'm very touched by what you just said. And I really come from the same place of wanting to see consensus and bridges built within our community. And any way that I can help with playing that role, I intend to do. In terms of my opportunity to visit a school, I got to go to Pacific Trails Middle School. Dr. Ward and I dropped by during the Kindness Challenge. And when we arrived on campus, we saw chalk art all over the campus, including hearts and different quotes. And it was quite profound, because it appeared to me that the students really were putting their hearts into kindness. And what I learned while I was there is that there's been a focus not only on kindness to others, but also kindness to self. Excuse me. And it was explained to me by the principal, Mrs. Nuskin, that the first focus in the Kindness Challenge is kindness to self, because as she very well said, first, we must be kind to ourselves and build that foundation. And from that springs forth kindness to others. So I do feel like I am in a very fortunate position to continue learning from our students and also from our esteemed staff. The other thing I did want to mention is there's actually a track meet going on right now at CCA, the first one of the season for CCA. And so I'm sending out positive vibes since I do have a competitor there. So I hope that the meet goes great, and it is between, it's a tri-meet, Cathedral Catholic, Hoya High, and CCA. So we'll all find out this evening how it went. And
Go Ravens.
Yep, go Ravens. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike?
I'm so sorry, Melise. I know you've been that was very heartfelt. I know you've been under intense pressure. I know you care. I know the community knows that you care, and you put our kids' best interest first all the time. That touches my heart. I know people have said terrible things to you in the last week. I'm so sorry. I encourage you, if you can, to understand that's them. That's not you. I know you. That's not you. That's them. Much of my time has been dealing with issues that we have on the agenda tonight. Potential lottery, the CVRA process, more broadly the governance issues, and of course, masks. I'm sure we're going to get an update later about the masks. And I'm glad to see that we have a meeting set for, I think it's the 28th, or we're going to set a meeting for the 28th where we can discuss that. And that's That's how I've been spending my day, way behind in emails and direct messages. And like Melise, we literally got a couple hundred today. So apologies for not being able to respond more timely, but hope to in the future.
Yeah,
Oh.
I know. Thanks, Mike. I know. Thanks for sharing that, Melise. 'Cause I know it's, I don't think people realize we get all these emails. And like Mike said, we're trying to capture them all, but there's too many at this point. And our community is passionate on both sides. Unfortunately, sometimes they do best judgment. Verbiage is, I want to say on another note is I'm going to be speaking with the people at FitMac. They are starting their internal audit. I'll be meeting with them tomorrow at 9:30 to discuss them about the district. Honored to do that, to discuss what's going on there. I was at the counseling yesterday. Greg Kaplan, and I just want to read this because I think people don't understand maybe sometimes what we're doing. And I have to tell you, I have gotten so many emails about our Greg Kaplan's college coaching. It's amazing. And then when I was talking to McQuell, he said a lot of people aren't watching. He said, but it's blown up the second time they've forwarded it out to people. And they said it's made such a difference. I just want to say, when I was talking to counselors yesterday, as I said to them, what's great about what Greg is doing is he's then prepping the families, because guess what? Our counselors are so busy with all their students and with their getting back to school, and the juniors are going to college, is that when they finally do get to the college counselor, they're now aware of what they need to do, and they can then make a more productive time. And so our college prep program description for our board this evening is the district spring college and career prep program is currently in full swing. The program will be developed and being presented by Torrey Pines alum Greg Kaplan, who is the founder of Kaplan Educational Group. So far, there have been 2 district workshops for junior class, 1 workshop for sophomore class, and 1 Spanish language workshop for the Latina community. Over 300 families have attended the workshops thus far. Kaplan Educational Group is providing students with insight for how to navigate college admissions process to stand out and earn admission to colleges that are great fits for their long-term goals. The workshops are designed to supplement the work that is taking place at the school sites with guidance counselors and to guide students prepare in compelling and persuasive college applications. The workshop series is being offered free of charge to all of our students. The Kaplan Educational Group is donating its time to this district for free. We will be having college night, which is amazing. And the number one thing I know is, for me, has always been to get every one of our kids into college of their choice so they can be successful. So I'm so glad this has gone forward. Thank you.
Thank you. You brought it forward.
You know what? It's been a lifelong dream for me. So thank you for it coming to fruition. This board, this, I appreciate that. Dr. Ward.
Thank you. Thank you, President Mo. And I do want to just reiterate the thank you in terms of the college prep. We have gotten a lot of amazing comments from the community regarding the classes that we've just started with them, which will go straight into the summer, and that can be found on our website as well. As you heard, I did visit CCA and Sunset with Trustee Young. She shared that. Pacific Trails, where we also did our talk around town with Trustee Bronstein, and then also visiting the science classes at SDA this last time. So that was wonderful. I do want to start with masks. I know that there's a lot of discussion around masks. We're still wearing masks in this building. We will continue to wear masks in this building until next Monday. And then we, with our kids, that is. But we have to wear masks when we are with kids at least through February 28th. And I know that this is difficult. It's difficult for the community, especially when we saw the Super Bowl with everybody having a great time and no mask. And so people want to know, well, why can't the rest of us unmask at this time? Well, that could have been a super spreader. We don't know, but we will know in 2 weeks. If we don't have, if the numbers continue to come down, we will be in great shape, and we will know that we are entering an endemic instead of a pandemic, right? And so at that time, we're expecting on the 28th, the California Department of Public Health to note that that it will be time for local districts to set policies around mask. That's what we are expecting on the 28th. We're expecting that the CDPH will say that it is highly recommended, but we can't say for sure. But we do have a board meeting on the 28th in the event that, well, in the event that they say whatever they say, so that we can meet that same day and determine what the board would like to do. And I do want to thank Trustee Mossy, who's been keeping up with all the mask information and providing that to us. So thank you, Trustee Mossy. Okay, I'm going to go on. I want to recognize Trustee Young. She has been recognized by the Association of California School Administrators, Region 18, and the San Diego County School Board Association, honoring our own for First Term School Board Members Award. So
We're 17.
pardon me?
We're 17. 17.
Oh, it said 18. Oh, 17?
17.
Oh, okay. President Muir says we're Region 17. Okay, okay. Thank you so much for that correction.
Sure.
Okay, I
Or
want
she could represent both. 17 and 18, okay.
I'm going to go on to enrollment projections. We received something before in terms of enrollment from now through 2021 through 2027. And we are projected to decline by 700 students.
Wow.
However, I went back and looked from February 2020 to February 2021 to February 2022, which is where we are now. So we went from 13,001 in 2020 to nearly 12,800 in 2021 to now 12,600 in 2022. So we are down 400 kids just in the last 2 years. If the projection continues, then we will exceed the 700 projected by 2027. As a basic aid district, that might be a decent thing. But on the other hand, we are also facing something that's called enrollment-based funding. So right now we're ADA funded, average daily attendance. Enrollment-based funding is just based on enrollment. If we go to enrollment-based funding, it doesn't work in our favor. We drop about $500,000 or so. So just watching the enrollment, I know that Ms. Douglas will have a lot more to say on that next month. She was also in a basic aid meeting today, so she'll be providing us with a lot more information in the next 2 weeks. I'm going to go on. The board has so graciously provided me with a coach. That will be Chris Steinhauser. Mr. Steinhauser just retired last year after serving 18 years as superintendent in the Long Beach Unified School District, one of the most well-recognized districts in the nation. And he is one of the most well-recognized superintendents in the nation. He has always been my mentor, but now he will be my confidant and my coach. Olga West and Mark Miller will also have coaches. And Mark already had his coach ready to go, just excited. And so did Olga, Dr. West. Our negotiations attorney, Adam Fisk, has stepped down. He will no longer be working with the district. And so Dr. West will be looking for another attorney for us. I want to give special thanks again to Trustee Bronstein for working with the city of Encinitas, Mayor Blakespear, on getting the permit fast track. It took 4 days. So that has been done. I think we have John Allman, who's going to share a little bit more on that. Trustee Young shared a little bit more about what's happening in front of SDA. They're going to be putting in that crosswalk in the middle of the block. They have a dedicated bike lane coming through from, I think, what street is that? From Cardina, if I'm not mistaken, straight through to the end of SDA. And that's the first part of the project. And that's going to start in the fall and should be done in the spring. John, is John online?
Yes.
Can't tell. All right.
Sure.
Mr. Adelman. Yes, yes. So Mr. Adelman is going to come in for part of my presentation. And let me see here. Before he does, I do want to say that Trustee Mossy had spoken at the last meeting regarding a bus from SDA to LCC. We do have a number of kiddos students who are not able to afford the transportation. Parents can't take them. So Ms. Douglas is looking into starting that transportation as soon as possible. And Mr. Marcus is looking at our new A through G funding, which is really provided for students who are what we call unduplicated, low SES, foster youth, second language learners. So this is perfect. And so we'll look at how we can get that transportation started this year as soon as possible. I'm going to talk.
Word.
Thank you.
Mr. Marcus, thank you, Ms. Douglas, very much.
So I'm going to go on to Innovation 2030. Last week, we had 2 days of strategic planning, and we are also putting together a group of teachers and others who understand 2030 from schools across the district for reimagining education. The meetings have begun one-on-one with individual teachers. We will get the task force going, the 2030 Innovation Task Force. We also met and looked at our SEL and our DEI work and our multi-tiered layers of support, noting that all three of those are well aligned to 2030. Today, I met with Brett from the Chamber of Commerce this morning, and we also talked about those 2030 skills, those soft skills, grit, self-discipline, self-management, the ability to take in feedback, constructive feedback, and the ability to fail and be okay with that. So those are some of the skills that also fall under the SEL Castle Wheel that we've been working on, and we'll continue to do that work. The Parent Guide to Schools Fall 2021 came out in the fall, but on Tuesday, February 22nd, parents will be able to go onto a website for a live conversation with the Voice of San Diego around the schools in the district. Okay, so with that, I would like to turn over the rest of my.
I'm sorry, but we have our students back online.
Oh, you want to go to them
So
and then
why
I'll come back? Do you mind?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Yes.
As they just came online, and so thank you for the update. It'd be great hearing from the kids. Zach Jolson at San Diego.
Thank you. I have one more part.
Madam President, Zach is just finishing basketball practice.
Okay.
He's gonna be joining us at 5:45. So if we could start with our next student.
Olivia?
And then we might be able to go.
Sure. Olivia Pacheco at La Casa Canyon High School.
All right. So academically, seniors are anxiously waiting to hear from what colleges they're going to go to. We should be finding out early March, so it is kind of scary. Everybody's anticipating it. Our peer tutoring center is thriving and stronger than ever. We offer that 3 times a week, and so many teachers use it if kids have to retake tests or make them up. And it really does offer a great way to feel comfortable learning and getting help from your peers. Our juniors, sophomores, and freshmen are working with counselors right now to choose their courses for the next academic year. And I've been getting a lot of questions from all of my friends that are younger than me about what courses they should be taking. So it's really fun to tell them, oh, I took this course and this class is so much good. This is so much better than, online, I bet. And then our anatomy classes have begun cat dissections, and it is really interesting to see how we connect everything we learned in first semester to what we're doing now. So it's definitely very interesting. The first day was a little scary, but now we're all good. It's all fun now. So for arts, theater has begun rehearsing for their spring musical, The Fantastics. And Ian West, the drum major of the Maverick Brigade, was recently highlighted in the local news and San Diego Tribune for his Eagle project. His Eagle project is called Play It Forward, and it is an instrument donation drive. So the instruments that are being donated will be given to students who are underserved across San Diego County, because Ian feels that it is his responsibility as someone who cares about music to give back to the music program and to anybody in San Diego that cares about music. Athletics, girls water polo has won their first girls water polo has won their first league title in school history, competing in the open division. Both boys and girls varsity basketball teams are playing in the playoffs, with girls basketball winning their first playoff game, and boys will be playing against Mission Hills on Saturday. Are just campus news in general. LCC staff and students visited Oakcrest and Degano to connect with middle school students and provide information about electives, as well as just trying to get kids to come to LCC, because even though I am biased, I want everybody to come and become a part of our Maverick family. LCC hosted a successful and wonderful in-person information night, which included an outdoor fair style highlighting student staffs and programs. We had multiple clubs, all the teachers were there. It was a really fun night and we had an amazing turnout. It probably was the biggest one that I've ever been to, which was really exciting. And we are all still offering our campus tours, which are both in English and in Spanish for our Spanish speaking families. We actually started that last year. LCC participated in a No Place for Hate activity this week to support our theme of One Maverick Way. In addition, LCC staff continues to work in partnership with the San Diego County of Education for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And LCC hosted an IB information night on February 9th to 150 families, where IB students and teachers provided details about our amazing IB program to our community. So in ASB and in PALS, on February 5th, we had a very successful formal at SeaWorld. We had over 1,000 students attend and received very positive feedback from our students. We just had our annual heart attack on Monday, which is where ASB cuts out hearts for every single student and staff member on our campus, and we paste them all around. So on Valentine's Day, you can find your heart. And it was really exciting to see all the freshmen and sophomores who had never experienced a heart attack and didn't know what it was to find their heart. They were all so excited, and it's nice to see our traditions coming back this year. We also had our second semester student luncheon, and we have it in for our EL kids as well as just normal English speaking students. So that's really exciting. We can work with our Spanish speaking classes and bring them in. So it's really an inclusive environment. And then on Saturday, March 5th, we will be hosting our first annual Mavs Marketplace, where Mavericks can bring anything they create as a side hustle or a passion project and sell it to our community. I'm really looking forward to our Mavs Marketplace. I just love supporting our students and seeing what's going to be going on then. So yeah, that's all that's going on with LCC.
That was a lot. Peyton Parker from Torrey Pines.
Yes, hello, everyone. I'll wait for the screen to pop up. Okay, great. So to start off my student board report, I wanted to start off strong. We had our formal at Farmer and the Seahorse on January 29th. I unfortunately couldn't go. I was out of town, but I got lots of amazing feedback from my ASB class. It was super, super fun. The theme was Welcome to the Jungle, and it was a very easy theme to dress up with. Apparently a lot of the girls had like leopard print or tiger print shirts and dresses, and the guys had like really funny ties that kind of resembled the jungle. And that's a lot of my fellow members of ASB there. If you want to like take a look at the pictures, I heard it was a blast. So winter sports, we are having our senior nights right now to commemorate the end of a lot of the league games. I know girls soccer just won their game last night. Yeah, they won yesterday. Boys rugby has their senior night tomorrow on Friday. And our athletes of the week last week were Paige Wilson on the girls soccer team and Chris Ann for wrestling. We also do powder puff at Torrey Pines still, which is one of the best and most fun things to do as a junior and senior, and a lot of schools still don't do it. So we're super excited for that. We're getting all of our tryouts, so I will keep everyone updated on that. And we also have a new head football coach, Robbie Collins. So we are welcoming him in. You can read more about him on our homepage at Torrey Pines. That's about it for sports. Extracurriculars, we have an artist of the month. His name is Joey DiLiberto. Some of his work is on the left corner of your screen. He does an amazing job with oil paintings, as well as lead work. We have an arts festival coming up on March 24th and the 25th at 7 p.m. That is also on the Torrey Pines homepage if you want to check out some more information on that.
We are also doing an event called Clubbing It Out, and Clubbing It Out is doing club promotion. It is a friendly competition between club presidents. We recently had one last week, which was the water balloon toss during lunch. And I wanted to do something to shout out two of my favorite clubs right now that I've been seeing really blowing up around school. The Lucky Duck and Period Poverty Club put up these bins all around school to help out girls and get donations to put in the girls' bathrooms to raise awareness about period poverty. And they are donating them to underprivileged women in the San Diego community. And this month is Black History Month. I work very, very closely with Ayanna Johnson, the BSU president. I have for the past 2 years. And when I was clubs commissioner starting sophomore year, I really helped her build BSU up as a prominent club at Torrey Pines. So I work very closely with her, and I think that she's one of the most amazing people at school. She's always on top of this. So on the right-hand side, BSU has been making educational posters around school to highlight influential individuals in Black history. There's lots of examples there. I went around campus taking some pictures, and Ayanna sent me some over of the members of the club making them. Ayanna was also an honorary youth speaker at NAACP MLK event, which is the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, which is a huge honorary award for her. That's in the middle. And BSU is also going to be volunteering for the San Diego Rescue Mission to make hygiene kits and snack bags for the homeless at the end of the month. And also, the California Secretary of State, Shirley Webster, spoke at their club meeting yesterday during lunch, which Ayanna said went great. She congratulated them, a lot of their work.
Nice on fire.
Yeah, I know. She does an amazing job. BSU is great at Torrey Pines. And then I will also be attending their movie night, which is February 25th on the lecture hall. So readying for next school year, ASB applications are dropping very, very soon, which is really exciting. I'm really excited to be on the panel to decide who's coming in next year and everything. And as Olivia also mentioned, course selections just came out. A lot of the students are getting those from their English teachers. Campus tours as well, as Olivia mentioned, same thing kind of going around at all of our schools. We also had info night. Ours was online and it went very smoothly. So that was really exciting. So for CTE pathways, which Torrey Pines has a lot of them, business, marketing, law, accounting, all of these classes are going through their recruitment projects right now. So there's lots of like funny ones around school, thirsty for business on the water fountain. These are just some of the examples. I walked around school taking pictures and they're all really funny and engaging. I just thought it was something fun to add in there. And then lastly, celebrations. ASB and PALS do Valentine's Day celebrations every single year. So we did a huge bake, and that was one of my favorite sophomores. She made like all of these really cute heart cookies. And it was also Counselor Appreciation Week. So I took pictures of all of our counselors' posters that PALS made for them, as well as some of the flowers that we got them. So that's all.
All the sites are doing great. Wow. Nina Bernstein at Sunset.
Nina.
Go Nina, let's hear a little bit about Sunset.
I thought you said Peter, and I was like, oh, that's my dad's name, and I thought that it was Also, my apologies for the plainness of my slideshow compared to everybody else's. Next meeting.
Hey, Nina, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen so you can say hello, because last time the board hasn't officially been able to introduce themselves to you. You took the oath, but they didn't get the chance to see you. So
I got to
Oh,
share
yeah.
the other day. So that was fun.
I'm Nina.
hold on one second.
Trustee Young and I met Nina in person. Was that yesterday or the day before?
I think the day before, yeah.
The day before. It was great chatting with you.
It was fun to see everyone in person.
Yeah, don't worry about your slideshow. You're awesome. We're just glad you're here.
There's a pop of color. just to
I
throw it
love
in.
it.
We needed some yellow, so that's
Oh,
perfect.
there you go.
All right, so the No Place for Hate campaign has begun at Sunset and Coast. So we really wanted to make it more of a joined like collaboration between Sunset and Coast. So originally, a part of the No Place for Hate committee made a poster, and I don't remember what it said, but it only said Sunset. And so we also added Coast. And I actually went around with another kid, Alex, and we walked around and had all of the students and staff. It actually took up almost the whole day to sign it. We got all of the Coast kids to sign it as well. And it was honestly very heartwarming to see, because like we're not the only kids at the campus. Like it's not just Sunset kids. And so I thought it was I actually teared up watching one of the kids, I think his name is Landon, sign it, because it's just like, I think there's so much discrimination, unfortunately, on special ed kids, and they're just like everybody else, human. They just can't sometimes maybe physically express as much as they want to express. So it was really cool, like talking with them and being around them and interacting with them. And then Sunset's WASC, is that WASC? WASC?
WASC.
Report has been completed, and the visiting committee will be on campus through March 7th and March 9th. And then, like we heard before, Dr. Ward and Trustee Young visited Sunset and Coast on February 15th, and they stopped by classrooms and interacted with students and staff. And I was lucky enough to meet them. Super cool chatting. We talked about Evil Eye and Nazar amulets. And then, as well as the yearbook staff is starting to put the yearbook together. I know today they actually had a meeting because I have a couple friends who are in the committee. And then we're also taking pre-orders if students would like to purchase one, but I don't think it's mandatory. And then, as well as like yearbook things, we had a makeup school picture day, which was on Wednesday, which I did not know. So I was not prepared. I got to school and everyone's like, oh my God, it's picture day. And I'm like, what? So, yeah. And then next slide. So we have a representative from MiraCosta. They will be on campus every Thursday to meet with students who want more information and guidance about community college, which I think will be a really cool opportunity because not everyone has the same plan going to a four-year college or maybe not going to college or taking a gap year. So I think MiraCosta is a really cool, like that we have that opportunity. And then also our amazing school counselor, Ms. Valderas, whom I love, is meeting with seniors every Thursday to do scholarship searches and start to like fill out scholarship applications and as well as like financial aids. And they're actually welcoming as well as juniors because some juniors are looking to graduate earlier than the next year. And so then we also have 7 student support groups that are up and running this semester, and they were on hold for just a little bit. And I'm actually in the co-ed one, and I just think it's really amazing that we have like support groups. I think every school should honestly have them, no matter how big they are, because it really just, you could have just a total random soup of people in that 10-person group, and just one person next to you, you could have never thought have been maybe going through the exact same thing that you'd been going through. And I think that it's really cool. As well as like we're trying to make it very kind of like going back to No Place for Hate, trying to make it very like challenge day, because challenge day is a really cool thing. We just don't necessarily have it at Sunset, but trying to tie in some of those activities. Like we might try to do the line activity, which is pretty deep, but we'll see if we can pull it together. And then we also, finally, we have 22 students who have already graduated this year. And yeah, everyone's doing pretty well. I love it there. Every student is awesome.
Great job, Nina. Awesome.
I know, awesome.
Thank you,
Right.
Nina.
Amanda Shen from Kenya Crest, please.
Okay, hi everyone.
Hi, Amanda.
I will wait until my slides come up. All right, so CCA has gotten a lot busier since we last reported. So upcoming, we have our first blood drive since 2019. We're so excited to bring this back. So on March 8th, students who are at least 17 years old can donate blood on campus through the San Diego Blood Bank. And they like bring this truck and you like go in the truck and they draw your blood, and then you leave and like, then we give you free donuts. It's really great, super fun. So yeah, we partnered with the San Diego Blood Bank for years, and this has served as a really great way for students to get involved in their community and save some lives while they're at it. Next, in late March, ASB and PALS are collaborating to put on Staff Appreciation Week to celebrate our staff and to thank them for all that they do. But I'm not going to give any details because I don't want to spoil the surprise. So in the meantime, here is a picture of our principal, Principal Colleen. All right, and then our spring semester senior activities are getting started as well. A fan favorite, Seniored Out, is starting next Wednesday, and I actually just picked up my floaty, and I'm so ready to get started. I'm in it. I'm going to win. It's going to be amazing. All right. Academically, we are about halfway through the third quarter, and exciting things are happening. Our CTE pathways are well underway. Our advanced business classes are starting their business. And on the slides, I pictured some of their Instagram accounts of some of the businesses that are starting up. Speaking of amazing classes that CCA has to offer, our course selection fair is next week during homeroom. Students will be able to explore different courses and electives to help them curate their schedules for next year. And this is going to be our first in-person course fair since March of 2019. And again, so excited to be bringing these traditions back. So fun. But for our students thinking ahead to what's happening after they leave CCA, we had the opportunity to attend the in-person college and career fair last week. While we showcased colleges, we also had a really big emphasis on trade schools, community colleges, and alternative pathways to a variety of careers. Some of our clubs have also been active, especially with competition. Science Olympiad competed at GGSO, which is a highly competitive Northern California invitational, and we'll get the results this weekend. CCA Aluminum Narwhal's robotics team is going to be going to their first competition on March 3rd, so they're preparing for that. All right, the CCA arts community is quite a sleigh as of late. Our theater program is getting back on stage. Tickets are on sale for the 2 spring plays, The Lightning Thief and The Wolves, which will be performed starting March 18th. Those tickets are selling out fast. I was trying to buy my ticket for The Lightning Thief on the closing day, and it's like almost sold out already. So if you're interested, act now. All right. Last Friday, Vocal Conservatory performed The Pirates of Penzance, a comedic operetta conducted and directed by a student in Vocal Conservatory. And I really think projects like this are why our conservatory programs are so special. Students are able to lead projects that they're passionate about with other passionate students as well. For students who aren't in conservatory though, or maybe they are, we're also looking forward to performances during Battle of the Bands in March. Auditions are coming up soon to determine the final bands who will be able to compete. And then our visual arts community on campus has also been super busy with their submissions for the Scholastic Art Awards. Over 20 CCA students were awarded, and one of our students was actually awarded a gold key for their portfolio, which is a huge, huge, huge accomplishment.
Wow.
So big congrats to her. All right, in the athletic world, our winter sports are currently doing amazing in the CIF playoffs. To highlight just a few, our wrestling team has 2 competitors advancing to the CIF Masters meet. Girls basketball won against Montgomery and will advance to play tomorrow night against Oceanside, which is the #1 seed. And women's soccer will advance to the CIF quarterfinals after winning their first CIF game 3-2 against Francis Parker last night. And then tomorrow, our men's soccer playoff season starts with a home game against Helix. So while our winter sports are wrapping up, our spring sports are starting up. Last night, our men's volleyball team started out strong with a defeat. They defeated Bishops 3-1. They were not defeated, they defeated other people. And today is the first CCA track meet, like we heard some of our board members talk about. All right. In terms of wellness, the annual senior and junior community days hosted by PALS are coming up March 1st and 2nd. Community Day is such a wonderful opportunity for students. I've talked about this before, but it's happening again, so I want to talk about it again. This is a great opportunity for students to connect with their grade on a deeper level, not only with people that they already know, but people that they haven't had the chance to meet yet. Community Day is such an integral part of the CCA student experience, and I'm personally so excited to be attending this year's Senior Community Day, and I definitely recommend it to anyone listening who's still thinking about it. And then this month in homeroom, CCA is having Black History Month discussions with the help of our Black Student Union. Our BSU has filmed 3 interviews with local Black women to highlight Black stories and spark various discussions. In fact, the one and only Dr. Ward was the focus of one of the interviews, and you can actually see her in the little screen if you look really closely in the top picture. So congrats, Dr. Ward. Your interview was amazing.
The little screen, the little screen.
Yeah, so overall, CCA is thriving and we're excited for what's next. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Now we're going to hear from Zach Jolson from San Diego. Is Zach done with?
And Zach still might be in, I'm gonna try to multitask,
Okay.
stop sharing my screen, but like, I think Peyton's going to give the report.
Okay, thank you.
I have a speech, so I can just read off of it.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry if I stutter a little bit. I'm just going to read off. So this starts with, hi, everyone. I'm looking forward to updating you all on some upcoming events and discussing what is going around my school at SDA. We are well into our second semester and looking forward to continuing our hard work. To start off, we just had our dodgeball tournament. This is a favorite event around our school, and so many homerooms participate in this and love it. It was a super competitive and fun tournament, and students are already looking forward to doing it again. We also have some super fun upcoming events. To start, we have our winter formal dance coming up on February 26th. We had this postponed, so students are antsy and really excited for the formal. It is at the Carlsbad Flower Fields, and we have a professional DJ, desserts, silent disco, ice cream truck, open air photo booth, and a 360 photo booth. Tickets are currently on sale, and we are on pace to have over 1,100 students attend the event. Next off, we are planning a movie night for next month. This is something we want to start having at SDA and are very excited about it. Students have requested we do an event like this, so we are listening to them and putting it on. We also have our Spirit Week coming up in March. They are still finalizing the themes for these days, but students are always excited about Spirit Week. One of the favorite events for seniors is coming up, called Seniored Out. This is pretty much a large game of tag between all of the seniors, and everyone is talking about it and looking forward to it. We also just hung up our No Place for Hate mural in the gym. It looks awesome, and we are excited to have found such an awesome location for it. This was created by note cards written by every single student at our school, which is super cool. On the sports side of things, playoffs are currently started for our winter sports. We are excited to see what these teams can do, and hopefully we will win some championships. Spring sports are also starting up, so those players are really excited about their seasons. SDA is also a place where we fight for and promote diversity and equity. We are also planning a cultural heritage and pride festival in order to show our efforts to fight for inclusion in all of our students. We have a great start to the second semester here at SDA. We have a lot of super fun events we are looking forward to, and us and ASB are excited to keep connecting the school in the best way possible. Thank you all for allowing me, as Zach's representative, to share what's going on at our school.
Thank you so much. Did it go on to recognitions, or did you want to?
I did want to finish up. Is Mr. Edelman here? Okay, so if we could just hear from the executive director here, and President Mo, this is just about the facilities part of SDA.
Okay.
I know you asked some questions about bringing back bungalows for the SDA campus.
Oh, okay. Did you want to bring that, wait till the, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it was just part of my presentation.
Okay.
So he's going to just finish up that part. Mr. Adelman?
Sure. Yes, good evening. And yeah, I'll start regarding the parking lot conversation first there at San Diego Academy. So yes, again, thank you, Mrs. Bronson and Ms. Young, for your continued assistance in moving forward our parking lot and multi-purpose sports court project there at San Diego Academy. While we're still hoping our substantial conformance review is fully approved tomorrow, we are more importantly looking forward to submitting our grading plans for the project next Wednesday, and would appreciate your continued assistance in helping the city expedite the approval of those plans, as we've been told it may take between 6 months and a year for that approval. We would hope the city would help to expedite the grading permit, as it would be a benefit to the city by helping to further alleviate the neighborhood's offsite parking issues by providing students and staff more parking on site. Once approved, we can place the project out to bid and select a contractor. The overall construction timeline is about 5 months, though obviously once we select a contractor, we can work with them to prioritize the completion of the parking lot first. So that's our end goal there. If they were able to expedite it and do it in 3 months, we would still be able to get it in there by year end. On the question regarding the interim classrooms that were cited there just north of the tennis courts, Dr. Ward asked me to provide a bit of history and as well what might be what it might take to place them back. So the 11 interim classrooms cited there seems like it was just yesterday, but they were placed back in 2015 as conditioned by the City of Encinitas' coastal development permit. They were there to support the first and second phases of the master plan construction. The first phase being the construction of the math and science classroom building, and the second phase being the new arts and humanities classroom building. Currently, we are in phase 3 of the master plan noted in the coastal development permit. So during this phase, as conditioned by the city, the interim classrooms were to be removed, the parking lot restored, and then begin improvements which do not require interim classrooms, such as the multipurpose sports court, as well as improvements to the locker rooms, gym, and ball fields. There was a question about Sunset. So in 2019, Sunset High School was able to make use of those interim classrooms as there was a lull in the SDA construction between phase 2 and phase 3, where we are now, as additional Prop AA funds were needed to be secured to move into phase 3. Back in 2015, the SDA enrollment was 1816, and they were making first use of the interim classrooms as existing classroom buildings were demolished to make way for the math and science classroom building. In the fall of 2019, the phase 2 arts and humanities classroom building was able to be occupied while the building's adjacent new parking lot was being constructed, that being over there on the east side of the campus. The SDA 2019 fall enrollment was 1957. As SDA vacated the interim housing, Sunset occupied it. Sunset's enrollment in the fall of 2019 was 101. So the total site enrollment was 2,058. However, there was some thought about putting Sunset there because there was a little bit of worry regarding what that impact might be. But those impacts were largely mitigated as traffic was mitigated due to their different start and end times. Parking was still mitigated due to keeping a portion of the busing at La Costa Canyon. PE was able to be coordinated at select areas when not in use by SDA. And the overall site circulation, pedestrian congestion was not significantly impacted as the Sunset High School student body was contained to the interim classroom site for classroom instruction. So the permits necessary to bring 11 classrooms back to the campus or add them to the campus, whether they be temporary or in a permanent building, would be the same as what first allowed their placement. So a new coastal development permit would be the first hurdle. In order to start this process, though, we would have to amend our existing environmental document, our mitigated negative declaration for the campus master plan. This would allow us then to essentially increase its capacity. And during this, we'd have to make a determination of whether this is a temporary placement or a permanent one. Either which way, the capacity increase pursuant to the city, though, as they oversee it, they tend to treat any construction as permanent, such that its impacts, whether temporary or permanent, are truly mitigated during the lifetime of the project. So there would be a large review of all the environmentals, traffic, on-site parking, noise, etc. As part of this process, it would also require at least one neighborhood meeting, such that the immediate neighbors have an opportunity to voice their concerns about the project. And having gone through this process before, they will voice concerns about other things regarding the campus. We can expect the overall CDP process to take about a year to year and a half. That's kind of how this sub-C for the parking lot's gone. It just depends on neighborhood comments as well as city, state, and other local agencies and organizations that get to comment on the document. Other permits would include a grading permit for any needed site work. The grading permit process would start just towards the end or just after the CDP process, depending on the city's intake at the time. Concurrently, the Division of State Architect approval could be obtained during the grading permit process. Typically, the grading permit process is longer of the two at, like I was saying, 6 months or more. As such, the overall timeline to start construction for an addition of 11 classrooms could be a year and a half to 2 years. If you're just doing an interim manner, kind of like what we had, we can expect 4 to 5 months for their placement and furnishings for a total duration of 2 to 2.5 years for occupancy. The construction and furnishing, the cost to place these classrooms would be somewhere around $782,000, assuming it was placed where it was, and it would also require an annual lease of approximately $250,000 a year for their duration. If it were to be permanent housing, if we were to construct a new permanent classroom building to expand the capacity, you'd look at a construction duration of around 10 to 12 months, rough estimate, probably around $9.8 million. As you're well aware, the site is pretty constrained, so this construction would likely take one of the few remaining green spaces, probably on the east part of the campus, east of the mosaic and south of the softball field, and could be ready for occupancy in around 2.5 to 3 years. So that concludes my portion of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Did you say the cost? Can you just repeat the cost one more time?
Sure. So for permanent housing, approximately $9.8 million, if not more.
Where would that come from?
9.8 million.
Yeah, so at our last facilities meeting, future dollars were allocated largely to pools. I would assume dollars that were meant for keeping our existing buildings in good health would not be sacrificed. So it would likely come at the cost of one of the two pools that are currently designated.
Thank you, John.
Yep, thank you.
That concludes my report.
Okay. At this time, Ms. Douglas, we'd like you to recognize our Nutrition Services, Maintenance and Operations, Technology, Transportation Department.
Okay, let me share my. Not sure what screen I'm sharing.
Hold on one second.
Yes.
I gotta fix it for it. I'm gonna tell Mike to take off a second.
Okay. So thank you. So this evening, I just wanted to celebrate our classified employees, or at least the bulk of our classified employees, those that are within business services. So this is our transportation department. It actually has our old, I shouldn't say old, our previous transportation director, Dan Love, as well in the picture with our new transportation director. Every year they take a picture as a group to start off the school year. I'm in the back pushing the bus.
I see you.
Let's stick me in the.
Oh, nice fireman thing, huh?
All right. So our transportation department transports students with special needs throughout the school year. They operate from 5:30 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m., including some Saturdays. They provide maintenance and repairs to over 100 district vehicles and many large pieces of mechanical equipment, mowers and things of that nature that we have. They provide athletic transportation to nearly 200 extracurricular events so far this year to date, and then return students from these events as late as 10 p.m. We've got 27 bus drivers, 3 bus attendants, 4 shop staff, 2 dispatchers, a driver trainer, a scheduler, an operations supervisor, and then our director and our administrative assistant. These are our bus drivers. So the faces that our students see first thing in the morning. They have 60 to 70 hours of initial training that's required, of which they do not get paid for because they're not employees at that point in time. This is prior to them actually becoming bus drivers. They are required to go through a background check. They are required to do 10 hours of training every year. They also have to have a medical exam every 2 years. They have to renew their certificate every 5 years. And we have years of service ranging from just 1 month to 36 years in the district. We have a bus driver, several bus drivers that have been here several years with us. And 65% of our staff has 10 or more years of service to the district. Great looking group of folks, right?
All smiling.
They are all smiling. They love their job. Nutrition services. So these are our folks that serve our students. And as you know, with the inception of the Universal Meals for All, there has been a dramatic change in their workload. Whether they're serving grab and go meals curbside during the school closures or serving free meals from our cafeteria windows, they really have done a lot this year to support and feed all of our students, making sure they're nourished and ready to learn. We have the school breakfast program and the lunch program at all of our campuses at no charge to any of our students. They also, which I'm not sure if people know that, but they also manage special meals and diets. So if students have allergies, they have special meals that they prepare based on those allergies and diet needs. We do have 9 operational kitchens, a lot of employees, 59 staff members. We have 10 student workers, and we actually right now have 3 active parent volunteers that have been helping us as well. On average, we serve about 6,000 meals a day. Since the inception of the Universal Meal Program, our participation has increased by 356%. That's a huge, huge increase on our staff. And there's a lot of vacant positions. So it's not even, it's our staff that are here working minus the positions that we have that are still vacant. Just this school year alone, they've served over 590,000 meals. That's our nutrition services director down there in the bottom in the yellow shirt. And these are some of our school lunch heroes and their department picture as well. Maintenance and operations. So maintenance and operations includes our ground staff, our custodial teams, and then our maintenance trades like HVACs, electrician, and also manage the use of our facilities. They work daily from 6 to 11, including Saturdays, and they support all of our events 365 days of the year and respond to all facility-related emergencies. And in fact, a couple of nights ago, one of our alarms was going out at one of our middle school campuses, and we had 3 maintenance employees come in at 12:30 in the morning to move food from one freezer to another, and saved us over $8,000 of food that could have otherwise perished because of it. So just some information about maintenance. We have over 1.65 million square feet of building space that they maintain, over 350 acres of grounds, including our La Costa Valley Sports Park. We have 17 full-time trade positions, 19 full-time grounds positions, and 53 site-based custodial positions. Plus, we also have floaters, and the floaters are the ones that kind of backfill where there might be a vacancy or where there might be someone who's out sick. They've processed over 7,500 work orders this year alone, and over 17,000 hours of facilities use by third-party and community groups so far this year, and nearly 30 hours of school-sponsored events to date. And these are one of our maintenance supervisors and our custodial supervisor. Our technology department. I don't even know where to begin with just the work that they've had to do just this year alone and through the pandemic, transitioning from distance learning to hybrid learning to back in a classroom and supporting all the technology that is being put into our campuses through Prop AA projects. And of course, the successful deployment of our 13,000 Chromebooks this year with our one-to-one devices without adding any additional staff, might I add. 11 staff members, an average of 75 work orders a day, 3,500 PCs they support, 16,000 Chromebooks, 1,000 printers, 750 wireless access points, 300 network switches, 150 servers. They support a lot of our software programs, databases, over 800 phones, 500 security cameras, 1,250 multimedia systems, AV equipment, that type of thing. They also support point of sales for our nutrition department and other online devices like our HVAC and solar and our monitoring on our freezers. That's them unpacking all of the Chromebooks this year. We took up 4 classrooms at our Degano campus and they unpacked all of those and did what they needed to do to get them ready for students, and it pretty much went off without a hitch. And just to kind of highlight the rest of the team, purchasing and finance, although they're not out in the field as many of the other business departments are, they kind of are in the back end supporting the rest of the work that the school district does. Purchasing department processes over 2,300 POs a year, totaling over $61 million annually.
Got it. Good.
And process over 180 bids and contracts and agreements. Our finance department processes over 14,500 payroll checks, totaling over $102 million a year. And then they also process over 4,200 accounts payable checks, totaling more than $147 million a year. You'll see some of our construction projects from our facilities planning and construction team. A lot of, you walk the campuses and you see the work that they do. In the top right corner is the newest, not even complete yet, of our Torrey Pines kitchen. So that's going to be fabulous. They're excited to be there. And our supervisor that works there is a graduate. It'll be cool to see. She was able to help plan the kitchen. So that's a nice little thing. The middle picture there is one of our modernization projects for a special needs class that was just done at Oakcrest. And then the bottom is the Torrey Pines building that they're working on as well with along with the kitchen. And not only do they do the planning and construction, but you just heard from John Adelman. He is a master at school finance, and people throughout the state and throughout our county reach out to him for his expertise. So I just wanted to do a huge shout out and thank you to all the work that they have done for the district.
Thank you for just really your eyes to the incredible work they do, that all of those bullet points were so heartfelt. It really made me truly, I appreciated them before, but I really have a huge sense of appreciation now. So thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank them.
Yeah, we do. We thank them and we realize they've gone the extra mile, especially through the last 2 years and stepping up in ways nobody would have anticipated. And we just thank them for that extra effort, for their flexibility, for meeting the needs of our students and going above and beyond. We see it, it matters, and they do make a difference. They're an integral part of our team.
I know. Thank you, Tina. That was great.
No, thank you guys for letting me highlight them.
Yay.
Okay, moving on to our public comment non-agenda items. Under the public commenting process pursuant to Assembly Bill 361, Government Code Section 54953, members of the public submitted public comment requests for non-agenda items at the beginning of this regular meeting. Members of the public who submit requests for the public comment for non-agenda items will be called in order the request was received. Public comments will be presented live during this meeting and limited 2 minutes per speaker for a total of 20 minutes per public comment period. Do we have any public comment requests for non-agenda items?
Yes.
When your name is called, you'll be unmuted and have 2 minutes to provide your spoken comment. Please call our first speaker.
Our first speaker is Carol.
Carol, go ahead, please.
Hi. First, I'd like to say, Melise, we have had really nice exchanges by email over the years, and I thank you for your service, both during the hard times and joyful times. I'm a parent, and on the parents, students, SDUHSD, and voters side, I would like to first comment on last week's board meeting. The trustees had material deliberations outside of the public view during closed sessions before the vote on semifinalists for the maps. President Muir said last week, right after the public comment, and I quote, "At this time, we'll be hearing from Milton Foster from F Law, who will be providing us with an update on CVRA updated map adjustments. Although, I have to tell you, we already spoke with Mr. Foster in closed session, so I don't know if we really need to do that," end quote. This is a publicly recorded admission of a Brown Act violation by the board president. The community was denied a public hearing before the vote. The trustees were denied an opportunity to review and ask questions, including legal opinion from the lawyer that SDUHSD hired for this specific purpose. Maybe we could hear directly from Ms. Swanson on the Brown Act violation. Next, I'd like to talk about an inappropriate email response from independent trustee Almond to a parent who was concerned about the MAP process. And I quote, "This is the board's decision. It is not up to the people. I think you know that the purpose of the map is only political. The only thing it is used for is to decide who can run for each seat when the elections happen and who gets to vote for candidates for each seat. It is only about elections. It has nothing to do with schools you can attend or what schools get what resources or anything at all to do with the operations of our schools. It is only about elections/politics. You can't draw a map for this purpose without being political because the only reason these maps even exist is for political purposes," end quote. Is this an appropriate response to a concerned parent from a trustee? Are you or are you not an independent trustee? Thank you.
Can I?
Sure.
Brief comment.
Sure.
We continue to hear these Brown Act violations. Somehow we have to stop this. Our attorney looked at this and there was no Brown Act violation. I don't know how many times we have to say that, but they're just going to keep saying that. We got to find some way to get that out to the public.
Okay.
Number two, when I say that I'm independent, what I mean is I didn't accept any funds or support from the teachers union. That's what I mean. That's true. That's
Okay, thanks, Mike. Speaker number 2, please.
Our next speaker is Jen.
Jen, go ahead, please. Unmute, please.
Jen is online, but looks like she's still muted. We can move on to the next speaker and return at the end of this section.
That'd be fine. Go ahead, please.
Oh, she's unmuted.
Oh, she's unmuted. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, everyone. Slow internet connection here. Sorry, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Can't
hear.
Now we can't.
I'm very, very sorry. I'm having trouble with my internet.
We can come back to you.
I would appreciate that, Trustee Muir, if that's an option.
It is. We've got some more speakers, then you can come back online after that. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Janice.
Janice, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Dear members of the board, pursuant to Board Bylaws 9005, 1, the governing board is entrusted to act in the best interest of every student in the district. However, board members repeatedly and consciously make decisions that are not in the best interest of the students and their families they are entrusted to serve. 2, the board is collectively responsible for building unity. However, board members repeatedly and consistently make deliberate and conscious decisions that are divisive and that create disruption and hostility within the community. 3, the board is entrusted to govern in a dignified and professional manner. However, board members are not respectful of other board members and are not civil towards each other. And 4, the board is supposed to ensure that the diverse range of the community's views direct the board's decisions. However, there are board members that do not seem to realize they are public servants who represent the citizens who elected them. And instead, they think the board's decisions do not have to reflect the views of the people. And even though Government Code Section 54950 states that the people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for them to know, and that citizens insist on being informed so that they may retain control, board members repeatedly and consciously withhold information from the public and deliberately and consistently do not provide the stakeholders with the appropriate information. Thus, I request that you, the governing board, act to fulfill your fiduciary duties instead of continuing in this shameful manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You can go ahead and return to Jen if she has a better connection.
Okay, Jen, are you ready to go?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, everyone. The redistricting process has exposed a concerning and problematic liability. There is a board member who is using his district email address, which is public and which our tax dollars pay for, to send unkind emails to constituents and staff and teachers. In these emails, he is castigating parents for whom
We lost you.
is advocating for their children in a language they're less familiar with. That's love and demands our respect, not our belittlement. There's nothing okay about telling constituents whom he has never faced in a board meeting that decisions are not up to the public or up to the people, they're up to the board. As a reminder, this trustee led the way on limiting public comment in meetings, inviting people to email him instead. Is that so he can abuse us from the safety of the district firewall? So he can respond menacingly in a feeble attempt to intimidate us? The comments he made to Trustee Mossy earlier this evening are undercut by the language he himself uses in email responses and in redistricting talking points his wife emailed to try once again to pit parents against teachers. This has to stop. Using district email to invite people to a private, censored Facebook group, which has SDUHSD in the title, and which he is telling people has, quote, good discussion on all things school related and is a good source for breaking news, end quote. President Muir, Superintendent Ward, why is he using a district email address to invite people to join this group, especially when he turns around and removes them when they disagree with him? And if he tries to suggest he's not running the show there, just last month he booted a parent by tagging group admins and telling them to show the parent the door. Also, President Muir and Superintendent Ward, why is a trustee using his private Facebook group to provide breaking news that should come from the board president or the district directly? Beyond the waste of tax dollars, there are multiple violations of board policies. Students are not permitted to bully, abuse, and exclude others. Why is a trustee being allowed to?
Where's that letter?
Oh, I don't have that one.
You, because that would be the charges, because this makes no sense.
Oh, he sent that.
More brief comment. In the hands of the board. It's completely my understanding that the decision is the board. Pretty straightforward. So she's wrong on that.
Because
It's,
okay, but introducing us about the first letter.
you might be picked up here, Mo. We have our live mic.
I talked to him.
I'm just reminding everyone we have a live mic.
And told him that things were in arrears.
Remember, we had some issues.
And so this is response to you. You're thinking we had issues.
Yes,
It's the letter that you sent to him.
this was a conversation.
Okay, well, I'll need the letter first.
There is no letter. It's just a con-
And the second brief comment, we definitely need a lawyer to remind the public about the Facebook group. It just keeps coming up over and over and over again. We just need to have everybody understand it's not my group. It's a private group and people post to it. And that's just what it is. We need Kendall to come in here and tell them to stop wasting the board's time by keep bringing it up.
Okay, okay, thanks, Mike. Any other comments, please?
There are no more comments.
Okay. Under the public commenting process pursuant to Assembly Bill 361, Government Code Section 54953, members of the public submitted public comment requests for agenda items at the beginning of this regular meeting. Members of the public who submit requests for public comment for agenda items will be called in their order the request was received. Public comments will be presented live during this meeting and limited 2 minutes per speaker for a total of 20 minutes per public comment period. Do we have any public comment requests for agenda items?
Yes.
When your name is called, you will be unmuted and have 2 minutes to provide your spoken comment. Please call our first speaker.
Our first speaker is Cynthia.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, I was calling to comment on the maps. I think a change was long needed because we were cut like a birthday cake and we are not cake. We're people who are supposed to have a say in things. And communities do have different interests. Coastal areas have definitely different personalities, interests, and concerns than very much inland areas. So I think all of the maps are a huge improvement over where we were. I particularly think map 7 and 8 are better choices than map, I think it's 1C. 7 and 8 seem to keep like the communities together, seem to keep the coastal parties together without, that coastal area intruding into the inland area in the same way. And Carmel Valley, which is, the area where I understand population growth caused the fact that we need to change, seems to be taken care of in a good way. I particularly like my map 8. I think that should be the choice. But I think second to that, map number 7 is the appropriate choice. I think it is very important that we elect trustees that represent us and not trustees that are paid for and owned by somebody else. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please.
Holly.
Go ahead, Holly.
Hi. I have a prepared comment. I also would like to just say I found that open mic situation very uncomfortable that just happened. So I appreciate when I speak, there's not other people speaking and you're listening to me. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight regarding the enrollment at San Diego Academy. I wanted to encourage you to listen to Superintendent Ward, her executive staff, and the SDA administration when they tell you that they need to reduce the enrollment at SDA. I have a junior at SDA and she has been impacted by this overcrowding. I want to take a minute and share with you some of the email I sent today to Superintendent Ward and the trustees. I'm following up with you today because it was another day without parking for my student at SDA this morning. A week ago, my daughter had called me upset because she couldn't find a parking spot on campus or anywhere in the neighborhood. I contacted Trustee Muir and we spoke at length with some of the challenges I had seen as a parent at SDA. I appreciated her time and the comfort she showed me. We discussed the lack of parking. We also discussed my student's inability to secure a much needed AP Science for her junior year. My student put AP Biology on her course selection last year. When she received her fall schedule, she was assigned Physics, which is not a class she felt comfortable taking. She repeatedly emailed and visited her counselor to secure a spot in either AP Bio or AP Environmental Science, but there weren't any spots available. This spring, we were hopeful the science deficiency would get resolved, but instead she was assigned an anatomy class. There were weekly dissections. This is not a good fit for my student. After lots of consulting with her counselor, there were no openings in AP Environmental Science and AP Bio is not offered in the spring, it was determined that my student will not get the much needed AP Science that she had planned to take. She will have to take her science class in her senior year. She'll need to get a letter from her counselor to explain the deficiency for her college applications. Hopefully, this won't impact her choices for college. I'm really disappointed in the lack of AP Science class for my junior this year. I am troubled by the parking situation. These are real consequences of SDA being over capacity. I don't want this to continue for other students. Please follow administration guidance when you're setting the number of students for SDA next year. I know it's a hard situation, but it's important that every student have access to classes and campus. Thank you.
I have a question about this. I've heard this before too, is that at some of our schools, the kids can't get into these classes that they want. How do we make sure that the kids do get the class they want? How can we adjust that?
I think that we have to look at the balance on the master schedule and what the needs of the students are, and also the credentialing of our teachers. I think we have two different platforms. We have a 4x4 and a traditional comprehensive school. So on the 4x4, the classes are selected in a different manner than they are for the full year at LCC. I think it's very important in this meeting, and I appreciate the comment from the speaker that we will address this. We will take this out of the boardroom and be working with the administration and the counseling department, who are the experts in this, and to make sure that they are following up with the family to make sure the student has a viable 4-year plan and meets all the credentials. So I will take care of this.
I appreciate that, Brian. Holly, Dr. Brian's going to look into this and get back to her. I appreciate that.
Did anybody look into the parking lots across the street from SU to see if they could be temporarily?
I don't know.
Yeah, Cindy Skeever's been trying to schedule an appointment for me to have a conversation with them.
But from what I heard Holly saying, she wasn't so much addressing it as a one-off for her student. I think she was saying that there are challenges for students across the board to get all of their desired classes.
Right. That's why Brian's going to come back to us with a report. And I appreciate that, Brian. Thank you. And it would be great if we could, all the kids get the class they need, and we can maybe look at the structure and how it's done. That'd be great. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Rami.
Go ahead, Rami.
Thank you so much. My name is Romy Neustadt, and I have a 7th grader in our district as well as a high school sophomore. I'm addressing you tonight to talk about the maps that are currently under consideration. You know, I've watched our community become fractured over the past few years, and I fear the maps currently under consideration will further harm our district. Our district desperately needs to come together and show the community that we can work together and have the students' best interests as a priority. So in my best attempt as a parent in the district to support this, I took the maps up for consideration, and I found common ground in a new unity map, which I sent via email to all the board members and to Superintendent Ward earlier today. And tonight I'm asking the board to make a motion to table the redistricting conversation to next week, and to please hold a special board meeting with consideration of this unity map. Look, I understand there is a deadline, and there is no need to recreate the wheel. That's not what I'm suggesting. Demographers have spent enough time on the maps in consideration that combining them should not be so time consuming, nor should the deliberations. Our district desperately needs our board to show a united front, and this could be a win for everyone. This combined map that was proposed to you today keeps the areas where they are, while shifting some boundaries to accommodate the census data. As you recall, it was just 5 years ago that our community took an immense amount of time and energy to go through the process and procedure of transitioning from at-large to by area. And there is no need to stray away from that at this point. What we do need to consider, of course, is population growth, communities of interest, keeping a high school in each area, and contiguity. I believe this combined map is a common sense compromise, which also leaves room for future growth and potential. So as always, I thank you for your tireless service and for your sincere consideration of this much needed compromise.
Thank you, Romy.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Thanks, Romy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can.
I just wanted to comment on the maps. Map 8 was only updated this Tuesday on February 15th, long after the submission due date. This map was not available for the public to view, and therefore map 8 should simply be disqualified for that reason. Furthermore, I did appreciate the previous speaker's compromise. I don't know, we would love to see it. The public has a right to see that map as well. So maybe that is a possibility. But I wanted to speak on map 7 and 8. Map 7 and 8 violate the California Voting Rights Act and should be disqualified. 7 and 8 do not fairly represent racial minorities, diluting their voting power and in clear violation of CVRA. The minority share decreased in area 4 by 7.5%. And in particular, the Asian American share decreased by 8.6% in area 4. 7 and 8 disenfranchises over 30% of the voters in the district at around 60,000 people. 7 and 8 make significant changes to the trustee area that rearranges the boundaries. 7 and 8 split up communities of interest like feeder districts. DMUSD splits into 2. Solana Beach splits into 3 trustee areas. 7 and 8 renumber, permutes, flip-flops the trustee area numbers. And as you know, election years are tied to those numbers. Recall that area 1, 3, and 5 have elections 2018, 2022, etc. And areas labeled 2 and 4 have elections 2020, 2024. Flip-flopping the trustee area numbers maximizes the number of disenfranchised voters. I'm sure that wasn't your intent. Permuting the trustee area numbers means a large number of constituents won't have another vote for 6 years between election cycles, and others will have a vote 2 years after their last election. If you don't like a representative, campaign hard and vote them out. Do not change the maps, permute the numbers, and block the ability for certain sitting trustees to run for a consecutive term. Please do the right thing and vote in the map that was unanimously agreed on, map 1C. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Janice.
Janice, please speak.
Hi, can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Dear members of the board, regarding the agenda item 12A, adoption of the final board trustee area map. The Board of Trustees is required to act in a manner that keeps the public informed. However, the selection of the final trustee maps 1C, 7, and 8 were the culmination of discussions that occurred in closed session, when there were no valid reasons for these discussions to take place in closed session rather than during the public hearing. And the public's understanding of the map options were further restricted as the trustees were not allowed to publicly discuss them, and the F3 CVRA attorney was not allowed to respond to the public's questions and comments that were submitted beforehand. In addition, and most importantly, regarding the selected final 3 maps, 1C, 7, and 8, map 1C is the only legitimate choice, as map 7 and 8 are complete redraws of the trustee areas. And as the board knows or should know, only a rebalancing is permitted under this process. Redrawing the maps require a longer timeline and approval from the San Diego County Office of Education. In other words, the board cannot arbitrarily adopt such radical changes without the county's approval. Further, map 7 and 8 seem to have been chosen as 2 of the 3 final map choices to intentionally and deliberately create disruption within the SDUHSD community and to direct focus, blame, and culpability at the teachers union, as there's no valid reason as to why map 1C would be gerrymandered in favor of the San Diego Faculty Association interest, which is just wrong and shameful. Therefore, I request that you, the governing board, choose map 1C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our final speaker is Shane.
And go ahead, Shane.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Hi, trustees, Dr. Ward, and district leadership. My name is Shane, and I'm a student in the district. I'm here tonight to comment on agenda item 12A, adoption of final board trustee area map. Just for a point of clarification, my opinions and views are my own, and I've done my own independent research not only on the SDHSD area map, but also on congressional redistricting following the 2020 census. I would like to express my concern for the consideration of approval of scenarios 7 and 8 for the final board trustee area maps. Scenarios 7 and 8 do not represent racial minorities well. They make significant changes to racial minority representation, thus weakening their voting representation. Areas 4, 5, and 1 have minority share decreases of 7.5%, 3.4%, and 2.5%. The Asian population in areas 4 and 2 have decreases of 8.6% and 2.7%. The Hispanic populations in area 3 and 1 have decreases of 5.4% and 2.8%. Secondly, scenarios 7 and 8 negatively impact nearly 1/3 of the constituents in SDHSD. Map 7 and 8 take large areas of current maps that had trustees elected in 2018 midterms and are scheduled to vote in the 2022 midterms, and moves them to areas that won't vote until the 2024 general election. In other words, approximately 58,000 constituents will not have a trustee that they voted for representing them, and will have to wait next 2 years until the 2024 general election to vote in the board elections. In comparison, scenario 1C disenfranchises a lesser 12,300 people of the district population. Overall, scenario 7 and 8 significantly decrease minority representation, split up communities of interest to a much greater extent, and disenfranchise about 1/3 of the district population, and make other dramatic changes, including rearranging the positions of area 1, 2, and moving area 3 south and north. I urge the board to vote against the vote of scenario 7 and 8, as it would be a dereliction of the board's duty. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 9A through 9H as presented.
So moved. Young.
I
think Mossy said first.
Mossy, second Young. Comments or discussion?
Just as always, a huge appreciation for all our donations and just a lot of excitement and pride for all those incredible field trips and opportunities our kids are participating in.
Okay, thank you. Roll call, please, Fabi.
Zach Jolson,
Yes.
Olivia Pacheco,
Yes.
Peyton Parker,
Yes.
Nina Bernstein, Amanda Chen,
Yes.
Mr. Allman,
Yes.
Ms. Bronstein,
Yes.
Ms. Mossy,
Yes.
Ms. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Muir.
Yes, thank you. At this time, I will be pulling consent agenda item 10A. We had a readjustment on an area. We'll bring that back March 3rd. At this time, we're continuing on with our information items and presentations. We'll begin with Erin Combs, a sophomore at CCA. Erin will be presenting today on the topic of neurodivergent students and mental health. Erin, is Erin on? Brian?
I'm looking for Aaron. I don't.
Okay.
Or President, he's in the upper right.
Hi, Erin.
I'm sorry. Is he ready? Otherwise.
I'm not.
There's some
Is he ready?
trustees that would like to just take a break, a bathroom break now for 5 minutes if possible.
Let me see if he's ready or not. Brian, is Erin ready to speak?
Hello.
Yes, he's ready.
Okay, why don't we let him, go ahead, Aaron, we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Hi, sorry, there was a quick tech issue and I was unable to unmute for some reason. I'm so sorry about that.
That's okay, go ahead, please.
So I think there's a slideshow associated with what I'm talking about. So, okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm going to get started now. First of all, I want to thank everyone for to be here. Sorry, here it is. There's just been some tech issues. I'm so sorry. Okay, we are ready. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Aaron Combs. I'm a sophomore at Canyon Crest Academy. I'm also the chairman of CCA School Site Council and the founder and executive director of Students for Attention, a student-led nonprofit dedicated to redesign our systems to be neurodivergent friendly. Today, I'm so excited to talk about a grant proposal to support student mental health and the need for neurodivergent student support systems at SDUHSD. It's a common fact that student mental health has taken a nosedive due to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Even though the direct impacts from the pandemic are waning, student mental health will continue to be a bigger and bigger issue if no action is taken. I have interviewed CCA school psychologist, Ms. Armenta, CCA social worker, Ms. Chapo, and have met many teachers and students to figure out more about this trend. What I discovered is that there is a lack of resources to support the current state of students' mental well-being. Many students who qualify for special education through 504 IEPs or individualized learning plans are unable to receive them due to the sheer number of students who now need and require them. Inadequate funding means that only select few students can be supported at the special education level, consisting of general support from counselors and teachers. Yet, once again, the number of students is overwhelming the system, and students now find themselves unsupported. This spillover effect means that more and more students are being left high and dry. Furthermore, student mental health is commonly measured by academic performance. If a student's grades are steady, they are assumed to have good mental health. The use of academic performance as the primary gauge of a student's mental health is currently inadequate. Good grades don't equal good mental health. These problems can be solved through mental health grants that will provide schools with extra funding to combat this mental health crisis. These grants will support initiatives such as hiring qualified staff to provide on-demand individual therapy for students. I have been working with the offices of Assembly members Tasha Boner-Hovarth and Brian Menshine, as well as Trustee Bronstein and Superintendent Ward to draft these grants for the State Board of Education. Assembly members Hovarth and Menshine, whose offices have expressed strong support for our initiative, will help us meet with the Superintendent of Education and work with him to implement these grants. I'm here tonight to ask for the active working support of the board in drafting and improving these mental health grants. I'd like to now transition to talking about neurodiversity in SDUHSD. For those of you who don't know what neurodiversity is, it's the umbrella term for differences in how people perceive and respond to the world, including ADHD, autism, dyslexia, and many other expressions. Historically, neurodivergent people have faced harassment and bullying at many schools, including within SDUHSD. This is primarily because of an acute lack of awareness about neurodiversity that in turn fuels ignorance, bias, and even hate. These adverse situations result in further rapid deterioration of neurodivergent student performance and well-being. Another parallel problem is the neglect of high-performing neurodivergent students. Relatively high grades doesn't necessarily mean neurodivergent students aren't struggling. On the contrary, many have the additional burden of masking or hiding their neurodivergence that exacerbates their stress levels, stopping them from reaching their full potential. Finally, neurodivergent students often have comorbid or simultaneously present mental health struggles. Students with ADHD, autism, and other neurodivergent expressions are many more times likely to have anxiety and depression, further damaging their mental health. As a neurodivergent individual, my own journey to today has not been easy. I grew up in New Jersey, and throughout elementary and middle school, I was socially isolated, labeled weird, a pariah, and shunned from student activities. But because I performed well in academics, my teachers simply labeled me as problematic, an immature child, and treated me as such. 9 years of report card comments from kindergarten through 8th grade reflect this. However, I was lucky. I was diagnosed with ADHD in middle school and started to immediately receive help. Yet, I came to realize that many kids may not even be aware that they are neurodivergent, and much less are receiving help, and that the world they live in is not empowering them to succeed. Students for Attention, SFA for short, has developed guides for building neurodivergent-friendly classrooms, recruited more than 30 students from all over the world to support our initiatives from nations like Canada and Indonesia, and we have reached over 4,000 students through social media. We hope to gain the working support of the board to help us achieve the 3 following goals, and I'd like to thank the board in advance for any support in achieving these goals at SDUHSD. 1, to implement our teacher guides supporting neurodivergent-friendly classrooms across district sites. 2, to host annual neurodivergent celebration weeks at each of our district sites in order to raise awareness about neurodiversity within the SDUHSD community. And 3, to put the SFA in connection with the administration and student leaders at district sites to establish neurodivergent student unions. Next slide, please. Here we have an example teacher guide that demonstrates how our teacher guides could be used in SDUHSD classrooms. On behalf of all the students involved with SFA, I'd like to thank everybody here tonight so much for listening. My contact information is here, and I'd also like to personally thank my mentors, Ms. Armenta, Ms. Farragon, Mr. Stiven, and Prof. Crow for always being there to guide me and help me. Thank you. Also, I'm also available to questions right now.
Thank you, Mr. Combs.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you so much.
Erin.
Erin, I admire how you took your own personal story and you're trying to make the world a better place for other students. So I admire your courage and your vision. It's very admirable.
Thank you. Thank you.
I also like how you took something negative in your life, how you said you felt like a pariah, and you're using that to better other people's lives. So your empathy, compassion, and hard work says a lot about your life.
I'd like to compliment you for your entrepreneurial spirit of coming up with this whole concept that is not just about you, Erin, but it speaks to a lot of other students who are in a similar situation, who are looking for a support network. And so in particular, I wanted to call out your concept about putting together some neurodiversity groups at each of the campuses. I think it's a fabulous idea. I'm not sure how that could be implemented with what kind of support. But I think it's a great idea. And in addition to that, I think you had mentioned an annual neurodiversity conference, which I think is excellent as well. And all of this is just part of normalizing neurodiversity, which will help, as you mentioned in the beginning, address some of the mental health challenges that our students are facing. So thank you so much.
Thank
do
you.
appreciate
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, a lot of times people, like you said, don't realize what's going on. And it's great that you're out there because it lets people know, hey, this is okay, and here's a group for you. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Excellent job, your presentation.
Thank you for having me tonight.
Thank
I
you
really
so
appreciate
much.
the opportunity.
Thank you. I didn't know anything about this. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye, and have a great night. And so you said you wanted to take a 10-minute break?
5 minutes, or 5 minutes due?
How about we say 5 after?
5 after?
5 after, so we'll be taking a break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you.
We're back into our meeting this evening. I'll have an update from Associate Superintendent Brian Marcus, who will provide an update on the approval of A2G. Brian?
Thank you, Madam President. So tonight, for an information item, we have another grant. Our Ed Services Department, along with Admin Services, Business Services, HR, something on top of our day-to-day operation has been a slew of grants that have come down that we've been populating. So thank you to all of the team members for this. Tonight, the A through G grant is just got adjusted. So right now in the backup documents that you're going to see is about a $1.6 million. We are waiting for the revision of that number. We kind of think that it'll be right around $1.3 million. As mentioned by Dr. Ward earlier today, the A through G Completion Improvement Grant is really targeting students in California high schools, particularly unduplicated, who are not on track for graduation, the A through G requirements. So what we did is build out this program to kind of make sure that we're looking at certain programs, certain expenditures, certain interventions to track our A through G students, looking at our progress reports, our DF data, using 5Lab, also working with our school sites to identify program expansions and ways that we can kind of help and guide our students so that all students can have success. And so tonight you're looking and providing feedback as an information item. This will come back to the board again in March. This has to be board approved by March, and then it will be submitted by April 1st so that we are guaranteed to make this day by making sure that it's approved and back to us so we get all of the funding for it.
So Brian, a lot of these kids are at risk. Is that, and that's really concerning. And I know we have a dropout rate. It seems like it's gotten higher at one of our schools. What do you say about that? How will that help them?
Yeah, so I think one of the things, if you look at the planned expenditures, is really to look at tracking and intervening. I think those are things that we're looking at. We've got a lot of feedback from meeting with Dr. Ward was meeting with me, looking at something like a bilingual community liaison to help out because sometimes there's a language issue, and it's really looking out to those families, meeting with those families and them to understand what's going on. I think program expansion during our summer school, if we kind of build out a more robust summer school program where kids can have more access to classes, then they can get on track without sacrificing electives or certain other courses during the year, and they can get back on the track they need to graduate. And I think to answer your question a little bit more, Board President, it's really kind of looking at the data in the middle school and trying to figure out a better way to transition from middle school to high school. So kids that are at the middle school level that are below grade level in math, that we're doing everything we can to kind of help them bridge to get on track for graduation earlier and create those 6-year plans that our counselors do a really nice job with, and our 4-year plans at the high school to continue to reinforce support both behaviorally, academically, and social emotionally.
What about a 7-year plan? Because we already know who those kids are coming from, and we got a DLAC. Are we involved with the DLAC?
So we will continue to work with our DLAC and our ELAC groups. We are also doing a really nice job reaching out to the feeder schools and trying to get a little bit, our feeder districts, I should say, not feeder schools, but our feeder districts, and getting a little bit more of data sharing with them. So we know exactly what we're getting earlier, and so we can provide supports. Those are things that I think are unique to this district being 7 through 12 and not K through 12. Is that we need to continue to build that relationship, which we have a very strong relationship with all of our feeder districts, to figure out the students coming in, figure out how we can personalize that learning, how we can push in, how we can pull out, how we can continue to build classes so that kids are engaged.
You're working with the community, right? Some community groups as well that are very engaged.
$1.6 million is a lot of money, and I know it took a lot of work to secure those grants. So thank you.
Good.
These are some of the students that need it most, and I know that it's going to make a difference. So appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you. And there's been a lot of feedback, and I appreciate the opportunity just to kind of meet along the way. And a lot of this can be not just A through G. You can strengthen access to advanced placement courses as well. Not all kids have access to that. And so looking at doing some summer school enrichment courses around advanced placement to give kids a little bit more of an idea of what an advanced placement course may look like. And then it's a little bit more equitable, more opportunities are there. And so we're really trying to figure out ways that we can provide some extra support for all students, but especially students who are not on track for graduation or maybe had a tough semester. And instead of going to summer school or instead of doing this, there's online options, summer school options. There's just an opportunity for us coming through this year of how we can expand and support.
I think what I see most is the disconnect in the math. If you were to reach down to the 6th grade level of the math, if the teachers really understood that we had a lot more options, that would be helpful.
Okay, that's a great suggestion.
Thanks.
And let me just say, this whole A through G grant is because throughout the pandemic, the kids who suffered the most, the data are our low SES and kids of color. And so trying to figure out how to get them back on track is what this grant is all about. When you have money, you have lots of options, lots of support. You can travel, you can still study, you can get tutors. You have all these other things that kids who don't have those funds are not able to access. So the data is very clear, and that's why the grant exists.
Thanks, Brian. So you want to give us a little update on the LCAP, Brian?
Yes, so thank you for allowing us. Each year we do a mid-year. As you know, I want to say thank you to Deputy Superintendent Mark Miller for the work in admin services with the LCAP. This is transitioned over to Ed Services. Tonight, we're joined by Julie Goldberg, who will be going out on maternity leave and will not be able to help us out with our delivery of LCAP in June. So since we are doing a mid-year report, I thought it was only fitting to have an individual who spends a lot of time and energy in our accountability and assessment. So Ms. Goldberg, I just would like you to kind of give an update.
The queen of data.
That's right.
What an introduction. Thank you very much. Yes, we are expecting baby boy number 3, so I will be going out on maternity leave shortly.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So we don't typically get a chance to talk about the LCAP at this time of year, but there is a new one-time requirement this year to provide a supplemental LCAP report update to our board and to our educational partners. Excuse me. And that really came out of things like the A through G grant. There has been a lot of one-time funding, and there was adjustments to the governor's budget after budget development. And this is an opportunity for the district to provide transparency to our community of how we're spending those one-time funds, as well as a mid-year report on the implementation of the LCAP. So there are several documents provided to the board this evening. One is the LCAP supplement template. That includes an update on the one-time grants that were provided through the Budget Act of 2021. There's also the annual update on the the budget overview for parents, and then a mid-year report on all available outcome data, expenditure data, and implementation data on the 2021 LCAP. This is meant to be a point-in-time report. You will get the more summative report like we usually do in June that shows progress on all 47 LCAP metrics, as well as all of the expenditures in the LCAP, and then how implementation has gone, as well as progress on goals. So this is just, like I said, a mid-year update on how things are going at this point, as well as what additional funds were provided to the district and how those funds are being spent. So one of those buckets of funding was the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant, which we talked about in December, and the board adopted that plan. Another bucket of the funding is that A through G grant that Brian just talked about, and the board is going to review this evening. It's also an update on the ESSER 3 expenditure plan, which we talked about back in October. And at this point, all of those plans have been implemented as planned. This year, we used the ESSER 3 funds to hire an additional 6 custodians, as well as cover existing salaries through last year and this year to be able to provide continuity of services for our students and our staff. And in the out years of the ESSER 3 plan, we are still planning to continue the increased PPS support, reduce counseling ratios, increase school psychologists, and speech and language pathologists through the end of the ESSER 3 grant term, which is 3 years out. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, but this is, like I said, just a point in time report to get everybody up to speed on implementation of the LCAP and these one-time funds.
The only thing I would add to that amazing presentation is I want the board to understand that there is an amazing working partnership with business services, as well as when we're looking at these one-time funds, we're carefully monitoring it. And I want to say thank you to Julie, who sits on that committee with Tina and kind of goes through and makes sure that our expenditures are not only we're projected, but we're also funded, but we're also understand that with these grant funds won't be there forever, that there's the sustainability of some of these programs.
Right, just for the benefit of people at home, just really quickly, would you just read the 4 goals that are the large print that's highlighted, just so people know what we're working on in case they haven't seen it for
So
themselves.
our LCAP goals?
Yeah,
Okay.
just 1 through 4.
Yeah, so our first goal is around equity and access, and a lot of updates kind of come out of admin services and some extensive work with the County Office of Education that Deputy Superintendent Mr. Miller has led. So I don't know if you need to add anything to that. Goal number 2 is around teaching and learning, providing inclusive teaching and learning programs that are data-driven. So we're really focused in on that. We're also providing graduation goals and professional learning and development. Goal number 3 is around mental health, wellness, and student engagement. That was a goal that was very highly sought after by feedback from our teachers, counselors, students, and community. And then goal number 4, not only just because we're navigating a pandemic, but it was before the pandemic as well, is around staff wellness and support. And I will say to this, and again, giving a lot of credit where credit is deserved, these goals represent all divisions of our district, and I think all stakeholders and all of our community members. There's a goal for every one of our admin services, ed services, HR, business services, and I feel like it's a very holistic way of looking at our district.
Thank you.
And I just want to add, Julie, publicly, because this lady is phenomenal. She looks at the data, she sees and identifies what's needed with our students. She looks holistically at the budgets we have within our district, and we talk about where it fits best and how we can sustain them for longer periods of time. Incredible skill that she has. So thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you very much. That was very kind. It is my pleasure to serve our district, our community, and our students. So thank you for letting me join you this evening.
Okay, thank you, Julie. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Good luck with your next son. Wow, that's great. Okay, we have 11D California Voting Rights Act presentation from the committee, but I thought Mike and Julie had disbanded that committee.
No, the committee was not disbanded. The 2 trustees came off the committee, but the committee continued. And so the committee continued to do the work. That was Tina and I, making sure all the maps were done, following up with F3, with the demographer. So we did not, and I think there's a record of that at one of our meetings, that we were continuing. We were just, the trustees were coming off.
But we always have our superintendent and Tina working for us all the time. It doesn't have to be a committee.
True.
Yeah,
Well, the
so
committee
that's-
did continue though.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Yes.
Okay. So I thought you were just doing our work for the district. Okay.
Well, I mean, the committee still continued, and we talked about it here, that they were coming off, but the committee did continue.
Great.
So for the CDRA presentation, that's going to be presented by Mr. Milton Foster. Is that correct?
Milton Foster, and I have something from the.
Okay, I would like
Office
to
of Ed.
make, I'd like to make a motion, please, to waive attorney-client privilege with Mr. Milton Foster regarding what he discussed with us about maps 7 and 8 during closed session last week on February 10th, please.
I second that motion.
Open for
Call for the
discussion.
vote or discussions.
We'll have a discussion.
Just a point of order on this. Are we on an action item or is this a?
This is not an action item. I don't know exactly how you can have an action item. on
It can kind of
Where's our
under here.
parliamentarian?
So I spoke to Kendall about it, and she said it could come under here. I also spoke to Milton, and he said it could come under here as well.
Okay.
Mike?
So could you repeat what you want to do? What's the motion?
Sure, happy to. I would like to make a motion to waive attorney-client privilege with Mr. Milton Foster regarding what he discussed with us about map 7 and 8 during closed session last week on February 10th.
So that was done in private
It was in
closed
closed
session.
session.
Yeah, it's confidential. It's attorney-client privileged. It sets a bad precedent for our district to reveal anything done in confidential session.
Well,
Will increase the liability potentially of our district. And I am not at all in favor of releasing confidential information. That's just bad practice.
we've never done that in this district. And we've just.
I would say that was noticed under,
I'm speaking.
oh, sorry.
Second place. Is that, and that's why I've asked earlier, is that let someone finish speaking and then you can jump in. We've never done that in this district ever. So I did check into that. is that you're opening us up to liability for lawsuit. That's why it's in closed session. Is that as long as you're aware of that, we could be sued over that. And that's why I said no, because I don't want to be sued. If you're saying it's okay for us to be sued, then but I don't think that's a good idea for us.
So let me just say that trustee Bronson. Oh, I'm
We're having a
sorry.
discussion on the board.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I would like to hear what Cheryl has to say, but if I can speak, or unless, are you
I
finished?
haven't gone all the way around the board members, and then we can ask for additional information, but this time it's just the board members discussing it. Melise?
Well, I definitely 100% believe in a transparent conversation, but I also don't want to put the district in a position of liability.
That is certainly not my intent here. My intent is to increase transparency with the public. As everyone has acknowledged, we've received many, many emails asking for more information about our map selection process.
Right.
And so this would allow that to occur.
I think you can tell for myself, I'm always wanting more information for the board, always asking for more information. So that when you get here, you're ready to go and you have all of your questions answered. I have been emailing the attorney to make sure that you knew everything. And then when you came here, we could have a knowledgeable and educational discussion about every item. Go ahead.
What I was say is that last week's meeting under closed session was agendized as potential. So I don't see it as a risk that we are liable for anything that by how it was noticed, it was that we were talking about ways that we could avoid it. So if we were to share with our public what we plan to do to make sure that we don't get ourselves into a state of legal jeopardy, I think that is transparent and that is what our public deserves to know. And that's something that we as a board should be talking about, but we don't, if there was something that we needed to talk about that to protect the district, that would be a different thing, but we're just talking about hypothetical,
Our attorney made that decision to do it in closed session because he didn't want us to get sued. He made that decision. Is that when we pay someone to give us their legal advice, we should probably take it, but that's up to you. Is that more, Mike, you want to say something?
Yes,
Voice,
thanks,
okay.
Mayor Mo. And I do want to thank you for trying to keep order here. This is going to get
Right.
contentious.
I know.
I'll remind everyone that you control who's recognized, and I'd appreciate it if we try to keep order in that way. And when you recognize people, I appreciate that you'll hopefully attempt to keep the order and let them talk until they're finished. This is a very dangerous path we're about to go under. If we were to speak in public about confidential legal things hypothetically, I mean, I almost don't even want to give the hypotheticals because it's going to expose us to risk. But some things could come out here that will be a very big risk for us. And again, the hypotheticals are coming to my mind, but I can't even give you the hypotheticals. What if it's revealed that this that we talked about? Well, then there's a problem. And I don't know what we're going to reveal. We shouldn't be talking about confidential information in public session. I'm finished. Thank you for giving me the floor. I yield the floor. Would you like to recognize?
I think Katrina wanted
to. Okay, go ahead.
Could we at least talk about if we are following legal advice?
Okay, we're having a discussion now. Julia's asked, do we want to disclose what happened in closed session? Is that we're just discussing that? We can discuss your topic after we're done, if you want to do that. Is that if we're done discussing, I can call for the vote, but like I said, I'm not gonna.
I yield mine to.
Okay, so I said, that's why I said, I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. I don't want to cut anybody off. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to please yield my time to Dr. Ward.
Mo, would you like to recognize Dr. Ward to speak?
Sure, as long as we're having this discussion on legalities of letting something out of closed session.
So trustee Bronstein asked me about this. And so I spoke to both Kendall and Milton. And they said if the board took a vote that could be done, there could be a motion for such. And if the board so voted, that Milton would be able to discuss what was said in closed session.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Oh, I'd like to be recognized.
About map 7 and 8.
Okay, Mike? Oh. Go ahead.
One thing I'd appreciate as we work through this one and the next topic as well, because there's a lot of emotion here.
I know.
We got a lot of information and people, public comments and emails, et cetera. I just suggest as a matter of, again, procedure, that we take a vote on when to end the debate and call the question before we actually call it. So I'll just ask you to do that, please, to follow good procedure. So again, I would rather not expose the district to liability. I think it sets a bad precedent and I wouldn't do it. And I would move that we end debate and vote on the motion, whether we want to have Trustee Bronstein's motion about this.
Okay, is that I'm gonna let everybody talk until we're done. As I've already said, I don't want this to come across that I haven't let everybody speak. And I'm not gonna look at the time. You let me know when you're ready, but you have to be in charge of your own time.
I really appreciate that.
Okay.
President Muir, and because as Trustee Almond said, this is an emotional and very important topic, so we want to make sure we do this right. Could we ask then to waive our attorney-client privilege and have the attorney talk about things that, in their professional opinion, are
We're just talking about this.
I know it's related. If I can finish it, I think it pertains to it, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. But to use their professional opinion to share items that they believe are pertinent to the discussion, but not waive anything that they think that would put us in legal jeopardy. That is their job, to protect us. So can we ask them to have that professional distinction?
At this time on the floor is Board Member Bronstein has asked that we release closed session information. That's what's on the floor now.
I guess what I'm asking is amendment to hers to kind of make sure that, but I'm trying to make what she's saying less scary for the people who seem to be concerned that we put ourselves in legal jeopardy. I fully believe in what she said. I'm just trying to make a small compromise to make sure that we are also protected.
Melise, what do you have to say?
Well, I guess I'm concerned that our attorney isn't here tonight because I would.
That's a problem.
Defer to her. Last week we had 2 attorneys and they said that we couldn't. So I'm nervous. I know that deviating from any past norm creates a ripple effect.
Right.
That was, but I also want to have as robust of a conversation as possible to make sure that everyone understands what we're talking about, to the fullest extent possible.
I think it's difficult, even we have discussions about anything, even employee relations, we can never release and people are like, well, what happened there? And we can't say anything.
For students.
I'd like, excuse me, I'm sorry. Are you still speaking? I'll wait till you're.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. So this is where I'm coming from. Last week, everything was so rushed that we, the board, didn't have any opportunity to ask about the maps. There was an immediate motion put onto the floor, number one. Number two, the public is interested in having the information, as am I, about the pros and cons of each map that we are considering. And I think in this instance, it is appropriate for that information to be shared with the public in order to be transparent and not appear as if we're trying to hide anything. And that is why I have made this motion and I'm sticking with my motion. And I don't see it as giving us additional liability. I think that we have liability regardless of whether the attorney speaks openly with us or not.
Okay, and I'll just stand by that. A lot of times our public does want to know everything. So like I said, if we have employee issues, we were to release that, we can't. And people are like, why did you do that? We can't release that because we're always mindful that we could be sued and it could go into some sort of a monetary situation. And every dollar here counts. Is that that's how I feel. I wish I could give everybody all of our information, but we can't sometimes because in closed session, we got to make sure that we're protecting our district.
I agree. But this.
That's my opinion, and that's my opinion.
Yes.
On that. And so, like I said, I don't want this to be rushed. And I want to say this is that maybe someone did make the motion, but at that point, when we go through it, then it's time for discussion. And I do have to tell you, I thought we did discuss it for a long time. I looked at my watch. We were discussing it for over an hour. And that's a lot for one item. But that's okay. I'll be here as long as you need. You okay, Julie?
Hot.
It's very, do you want to sit up? Do you want to stand up, open the door, Julie, if you're going to be?
I'm fine.
Sure. Your face is a little bit flushed.
I'm very warm. I just need some water.
Want to go outside for a second?
Do I take a recess?
So do you need to take?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. What I would say is that this is not a personnel issue by any means. This is an issue about how the lines are drawn on a map, which is not comparable to a personnel issue. I would never in a million years, President Muir, say, let's talk about, personnel issues from a closed session from a week or two ago. I just wouldn't even dream of it.
I don't think, I
This
just
is
meant,
a different,
that's an example.
to be a public hearing.
Yeah.
I don't think that occurred.
I just meant it's an example. We discuss a lot of things like property and we discuss a lot of financial things. And I just use that as just an example. Go ahead, Katrina.
I would just like to add to it, like in this case, I agree with what I understand where you're coming from and it is important. But I think in this case, I think what Trustee Bronstein might be saying, or at least how I interpret what she's saying, is that in this case, have this discussion theoretically might be able to prevent us from a lawsuit. So I would imagine that a robust conversation and a transparent conversation would be, in this case, it's in the district's best interest versus where other conversations about, confidential information about employee would not be in the district's best interest.
Well, I think is you could say that about anything. You could say, and if we did this now, what about if you asked it for something else and then something else? And we got into that, like Melise said, and Melise is right, it sets a precedent. I don't ever set the precedent that we're putting the district at risk at all. Is Mike?
So, yes, thank you, Mo. Alicia talked about and Katrina both wanting to have a robust discussion. There's no doubt.
As transparent as possible, yeah.
Yeah, it's impossible not to on this. So, and it's also not about hiding any information. Again, I can't go through hypotheticals, but one that's orthogonal is when you have a discussion with your attorney in court and you're a defendant in a lawsuit or what have you. Those are completely privileged. And the conversation we had with our attorney is attorney-client privileged. It's there for a reason. And when you open that door, listen, I've got 40 years of business experience here. That is a big problem. When you breach that confidentiality, we don't know where it'll go. And it is a huge risk. We will have a robust discussion. Nobody's going to hide anything. I think we're going to talk about this for 90 minutes at some point.
Yeah.
Plenty to talk about, but we should not be revealing confidential information. I'll yield my time.
Is that I just want to let you know the next item on here is the adoption of the maps. As you brought up, is that we're going to have another discussion. It's the next agenda item. It's not like we're not going to discuss this. And like Melise said, she's right. We're going to have it. Is that a lot of people have talked to her and sent emails. They've sent emails to me. We've talked to people. It's not like we're not going to discuss this. We are. And so we have a motion on the floor. Do you still want to discuss this or do you want to go to vote?
I would like to point out one other fact, please, which is the California Voting Rights Act is meant to be a public process. And when I think about that, that means making sure that not only we, the board trustees, but also the public that we serve is aware of, like I said before, the pros and cons, potential liabilities, benefits of each of the maps. So, and that is really the bottom line why I'm requesting this.
Okay.
Well,
sure, go ahead.
Thank you. And you can absolutely, all of the trustees, Trustee Bronstein, can give their opinion. You can say whatever you may want to say. You may say, I talked to someone, not a closed session, but and here's what I think. I think we should say this. No one is stifling any debate whatsoever. The only question before us is, are we going to allow our attorney who through many years of law, and it is what it is for a reason, is under an obligation to not reveal confidential information that was spoken in closed session.
I understand though from Dr. Ward.
I didn't yield my time, I'm sorry, but now I will. Mo, who would you like to recognize?
Katrina.
I would say like one distinction I was thinking of as you were talking, Trustee Almond, is that usually our attorney is in the room to protect the Board of Trustees who is representing the district. In this case, the CVRA process really is not for just the trustees, it's for the district. So I would imagine there's an argument to be made that our attorney is in the room to represent the district. And in that sense, they have the right to know what that information. So whereas in other cases, it's really just a trustee specific conversation. This is a public matter. It's the California Voting Rights Act. That our attorneys aren't representing us. They're really representing our entire district. So all constituents.
Go ahead, Mike.
The board is the district. We've
Yeah.
heard that from our attorney Kendall in public many, many times. When we
Yeah.
talk about the district, it's this board.
But we're also talking, but there's a specific difference between.
I had the-
Katrina, can Mike finish, please? He's not done yet.
He interrupted me when I was talking.
Okay, I didn't think he did. I'm sorry if I didn't.
So.
Thought you recognized me. I'm sorry. I thought you recognized me.
Okay. Go to Mike and then go to Katrina.
Yeah, I'm done.
You done? Okay.
I would just say that there's a big distinction. I would say that our attorney here is representing the entire district. And yes, we are the district for most matters, but in the CDR process, this is a district-wide process. This is a democracy issue, a constituent issue. This is the entire district. So our attorney should be speaking on behalf of our entire district. This is the one case. This is a very different process. We're not voting on student discipline. We're not voting on teacher negotiations. We're voting on something that is district-wide. So our public deserves to have the knowledge that we have.
I think everything we do is we try to be transparent with our district and we represent everybody all the time, especially like the lottery. Go ahead.
I have an idea. What about if we were to ask Mr. Foster his opinion of this and then take the vote on the motion? He feels that this is an untoward approach and somehow opens us up to unexpected liability, then I would defer to him. But I'd like to ask him directly. Can we do that? Is he in the waiting room?
Not done yet, Mike.
I do not think that's a good idea at all. It's our board's decision what we're going to do. He was in the room. He's going to say it's up to the board.
That's exactly what he said. It's up to the board.
He'd risk losing his legal license if he said anything other than this is a board decision. So we just need to decide, are we going to break precedent many years for lots of good reasons? Hang on.
Sorry.
Of attorney-client privilege in closed session is what's before us. I intend to vote no, and I think it's terrible that we're even thinking we might consider it. I'm done.
Mike, okay, Melise.
Again, I think it's entirely necessary and required that we have a robust conversation. The only thing I'm coming back to is last week, it was agendized under closed session out of protection from the district. And now to completely flip that, like without our attorney here, makes me just concerned. I don't feel like that is in the best interest of the district, but I think that there's a way for us to have a very transparent, robust conversation.
Okay, is that it?
Just Milton is here. He is the board
Okay.
as well. So I just wanted
This is a board decision. Is that, okay, Mike?
And I think again, though, the proper way to do this, because there are groups out there who have it in for this district, and they are watching every single move we make right now.
I know.
So let's follow procedure. Before we end the debate, let's vote on whether we're done. I personally think we're starting to get to the flat end of the curve. So I move that we vote on the motion of whether we're going to allow whatever, or Trustee Bronstein articulated, to allow piercing confidential veil.
There's
Done.
Okay.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that. Let's vote.
But I have one more question.
Well, then you can vote no on whether we continue, Mo. I'm sorry. When in this instance, when parliamentary procedure, when someone motions and there's a second to end the debate, that's an immediate vote. If we don't want to end the debate, we don't have to. So I'd ask you to have a roll call, and if we want to keep talking, we can. But if three of us say we've heard enough, then let's move on. So please call the vote.
The vote to continue.
To continue talking, yeah.
Oh,
So Mo, if you'd call a vote to continue talking, and if people want to continue talking, let's keep talking.
Mike?
I want to end the debate.
Okay. No to talking, me, I think we've talked enough, no here.
I'd like to hear what trustee Bronstein has to say, so I vote to continue the debate.
Okay, Melise?
I'd also like to hear what trustee Bronstein has to say.
Okay, go ahead.
No, we vote first.
Oh, yes,
Make the formal.
yes, I voted.
Okay, let's keep debating.
Obvious, but anyway, the thing is this, we're not the first location that's going through redistricting, as we all know. So one of the questions, I guess, that's running through my mind right now is if we could, what do other school districts do? Do they not allow the attorney to discuss the maps in public? I would imagine that they do allow it. And maybe a generic question like that, because if best practice is public gets to hear about all the maps, the pros and cons, he should be adhering to best practice.
Okay, Melise? Opinion, any other?
I was just under the opinion we could still have a robust conversation. We just want to disclose what was said in closed session that could.
I think so.
Because we weren't supposed to.
I think the robust conversation.
Recognizing who has the floor.
Katrina, I'm sorry, I'll call you next, just a second.
Am I allowed to have the floor?
Sure.
Thank you. I would say the robust conversation would include transparencies about all positives and all negatives. We and the public deserve to know all that. So I think that's an important part of a robust conversation is the transparency.
Okay, Mike?
Thank you, Madam President. I agree. Let's have a robust conversation. It's not going to be difficult in this subject for sure.
No, we've got.
What I don't want to have happen is have our attorney reveal attorney-client privileged information that was done in confidence to the board in a closed session. That is bad practice, and I don't think we should do it. And I think it's a mistake.
Okay, is there any other comments? Because we can go to the vote if you're all done. Okay,
I'll
roll
move
call.
that we end the debate, please.
Okay,
We need a second.
second.
Let's have an immediate vote then, please.
Okay, Ballman,
Yes.
and that is to not release closed session.
No, sorry. This is to end the debate.
And a
I vote
debate.
we end the debate and then vote. Go around the room.
Okay, Bronstein, and a debate.
No,
No, Melise?
I thought everyone had finished, so I'm going to say yes.
Yes. Katrina?
I think we're still made, but I always hold out for more. So I say no.
And I think we're done. Yes, and now we'll call for the vote.
Right.
So this is the vote to not release closed session information.
Sorry, I think the motion was to.
I could repeat the motion.
I'm sorry, repeat it, please.
I would like to make a motion to waive attorney-client privilege with Mr. Milton Foster regarding what he discussed with us about map 7 and 8 during closed session last week on February 10th.
Okay, so this is to release closed session information. Mike?
I vote no.
No.
Someone need to second it though?
I
It already was.
Oh, I didn't
second it.
Okay.
I seconded it earlier. Sorry.
Okay, so Mike,
No,
no.
I'm releasing it. Yes.
I'm voting no too. I think it's a wrong practice. I think putting our district at risk is always not the right thing to do. Bronstein?
Yes.
Melise?
I don't want to break the precedent, but again, I'm hopeful that the public will be satisfied with our conversation.
So no, you don't want to release closed session
No.
information? No. Okay,
That clear?
Katrina?
I vote yes.
Okay, we will not be releasing closed session information.
Okay, we'll go on to the presentation. To start the presentation, I would like to read something from the County Office of Ed. The county superintendent gave me permission to read this. I also checked with Milton. He says that there are no legal issues with
So,
this
excuse
document.
me, so why don't you tell why you where this came from.
Oh, so this came from me having a conversation with the county superintendent. And then the county superintendent sending me to the legal person that deals with the CBRA.
And so what did you ask them?
So I asked them specifically questions around what is the purpose of the redistricting and what is the purpose of the California Voting Rights Act.
Okay,
And so
you just are asking the purpose of the California Rights. I'm sorry, to the purpose.
What else?
of-
Yes, please. Thanks.
the purpose of the California Voting Rights Act and the purpose of the CVRA rebalancing.
Okay, so you're just asking, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mike.
For purpose of the California Voting Rights Act and for the purpose of, what was the second one?
Rebalancing.
Balancing.
So-
If I could have the floor, please.
Sure, Mike.
Thank you. How did you ask that, Cheryl? Was
I
that
just
in an email or
I spoke to
voice?
him on the phone.
And why wouldn't you ask our attorney? Just curious.
Because the county superintendent is the person that superintendents in the district go to for advice, and he is a confidant for superintendents.
Is he a lawyer?
That's why he sent me to his attorney on the CBRA.
Mo, could I have the floor? I'm just wondering why our superintendent, when we have a lawyer that we're paying. Well, let me ask a question. Cheryl,
Just kind of,
did you think about asking the board whether it'd be appropriate to ask the Department of Education of the county to ask their attorney the opinion rather than attorney?
So I spoke to Attorney Milton as well, but as a superintendent, I have the obligation to ensure that the district to make the best decisions on the behalf of the district. And so that is what I was doing, Mr. Allman.
May I have the floor?
sure.
My question, Cheryl, is when you're looking for what I understand to be a legal opinion, why you wouldn't talk with our lawyer, or if you felt we had to go to another lawyer, why you wouldn't come back to the board with the suggestion that we get a second opinion?
So I think I just answered that question for you, Mr. Allman. So I spoke to the superintendent, the county superintendent, because he is the county superintendent, and I wanted direction from a confidant who could help me out to understand what was the purpose of the California Voting Rights Act.
Couldn't you just ask Milton? I guess Mike is, I gotta ask.
I asked Milton as well, but I wanted to check with the county superintendent about this as well.
Okay, we just had Milton discuss that today. Okay, go ahead.
Question or actually comment about this whole process. SDCOE is involved.
I'm sorry, Jude, do we have to make a motion to get into this discussion? Because we went on to the discussion, I think for us.
This is the presentation. I'm just trying to start the
I don't think
presentation.
we need to, Mo.
That's all.
Okay, I
trying
just want to
start
make
the
sure I'm doing it correctly, Julie. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Thank you.
So when school districts go through this process, the SDCOE does play a role in recognizing if maps are meeting the CVRA, the California Voting Rights Act. And so indeed, it would make sense for our superintendent to be working in partnership with San Diego County when it comes to redistricting. That's happening with school districts throughout the state, each working with their various
I think what Mike's saying is
county offices of education.
we're employing two attorneys. And so I get where his point's coming from.
I do, I'm not sure I understand. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm not sure I understood trustee Bronstein. And please correct me, I'm not sure, it perked my ears up what you said, that the county has a say or something like that. Could you repeat what you said about we should go to the county because why? I yield.
What I said was that the county can have a role in maps vis-a-vis the California Voting Rights Act.
I'll continue with my presentation.
No, I'd like the floor, please, Mo.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
So that is a legal question that I think we could ask our attorney right now. I don't think that violates any closed session or anything.
Right.
Does the county have a role in this redistricting process under.
If I could read the letter,
19.5.
we could know.
I think we need to have our attorney. If that, why don't we ask Milton's here now? And if you have questions, why don't we have him answer your questions? Is,
I would, not to interrupt, but I think we're interrupting Dr. Ward. I think she said a couple times that she was in the middle of a presentation and.
well, I think at this point, we've got all these questions because we're gonna, why don't we, is it you've asked questions, you've asked questions. Want your questions answered from Milton.
But I also want to hear what Dr. Ward has to say.
Why don't we answer the questions and then. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think it would be excellent practice for us in this discussion to answer questions in bite-sized things. Yes, we can come back to this, but an immediate question is Trustee Bronstein was asserting that the county plays a role
That's what I
in
meant.
5019.5. I think it'd be useful to try to run that to ground before we move to
Right.
something else.
That's exactly what I
If I
meant.
could respond to this, then I would be able to answer that question. Because that's part of the letter.
The thing is that this is our attorney, and I want to make sure we're clear on this, because that's one thing you said you want to make clear for our legalities. And if you've got a question, he's here, and we're paying this gentleman.
With all due respect, our attorney also works for our superintendent too.
I agree with that, but at this point, we're having this discussion. You wanted more transparency, you want to know everything legally, and I want to make sure I get to that.
I asked the.
Could it be recognized? Who has the floor?
Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. This is why I think we need to go in bite-sized increments here. So, and sometimes it gets nested, so it can get a little complicated. Trustee Young said that the lawyer works for the superintendent as well. I'd like to ask the attorney if he works for the board or the superintendent.
Ask him now, Mike.
Milton, are you engaged by the district or by the superintendent, please?
Engaged by the district.
Who is the district?
I'm counsel to the board of the district.
When one second, I have the floor, please.
Go ahead.
When the superintendent says that you work for her, was she correct?
I didn't say that.
I think I said that the attorney works.
Excuse me, I had, no, excuse me, Mo, I had the floor.
Okay, let Mike.
Cheryl said,
Go back
somebody
around.
said that.
It was.
Sorry, Katrina Young, I'm sorry.
Just to make sure I was quoted correctly, I said that the attorney works also for the superintendent. So.
Okay, do you work for the superintendent or for the district, Milton?
I am counsel for the board. I work with the superintendent.
You work for?
I'm sorry, I missed it, Mr.
Who
Alderman.
do you work for? The board?
I am
Or the-
counsel
the
for the
district?
board.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So we cleared that up. Now let's go back to the other one. My suggestion, Mo, and then I'll yield, is that we ask can I just ask our attorney? I think one of the questions is, what role does the county play
That's good.
in 5019.5 when you go through the redistricting process as part of the census aspect of this law, not the other part of the law, but regarding the census, what role do they play by law?
Under 5019.5. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, under 5019.5, like, for example, do they approve the map under 5019.5?
Under 5019.5, the county's role is in the event that the district does not complete a map prior to the March 1st, 2020 deadline, 2022 in this instance, that the county can come in and engage in their own process. And then they can go ahead and engage in their own process and select a map. And then pursuant to the statute, they can charge the district for the costs and fees, and the county can select the map for the board.
So I want to get this.
I still have the floor, may please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll let everyone know when I'm done. Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Foster. That was my understanding too, that the county's role is if we don't meet the statutory deadline,
Thank you.
February 28th,
Thank you so much.
then the county will draw the map. And my understanding is they have a month to draw the map because the election's coming up and the maps have to be done. And that's a role they play, right? That's what you said. If we don't deliver the map, they will draw it for us.
Yes, that's what the statute says.
Okay. Does it say that they approve our map?
In this particular process under
19.5.
0.5, in terms of an adjustment of the map, no, they do not approve that process unless you go beyond, or they don't get involved necessarily unless you go beyond the March 1st deadline.
Okay, thank you very much. I yield.
That's good, Milton. Thank you for clarifying all that. That makes a lot of sense.
I have a question.
Yes, and please ask if you have any questions. Milton is here to answer your questions. You want to have a very robust conversation. Now we can with this great information. And thank you, Milton. This was very helpful because I didn't understand the role of the county and you've made it crystal clear. Thank you.
I realize actually now it's a comment, not a question, which is that I think it's very disrespectful to our superintendent to shut her down like this, to not allow her to make her report as she wishes. I don't understand why we are so, and I shouldn't say we, why you're both being so opposed to Dr. Ward proceeding. I don't get it.
I don't think we've been disrespectful, so I'm not really sure is that if it came across like that. What I wanted to do is talk to our attorney because, as you said, is that he's the one who knows the law. Is that Dr. Ward is a great advisor, but he's not our attorney.
But Mo,
I realize that, and we're going to get to that. But all the questions you've had, I want to make sure to answer them first.
Okay,
robust conversation.
So I asked to ask him a question prior to voting on our motion, and I was not allowed to do so. When it was convenient to you and Mr. Allman, then we're allowed to bring out the attorney. It's a double standard.
It's not a double standard. You asked, he had said it's up to the board to make that decision. Now I'm asking him to clarify what the county's job is. As he even said before, it's up to board to make that decision. As when you asked me, he said the board must decide that to go into open session, as I think you when you asked him at the last board meeting. As I'm not picking and choosing, I'm telling you what he said. I'm going on what he said when he was at the last meeting. It's up to the board to decide. And that was the decision that you asked to open it up to open session. And I'm like, then let's, as you're always saying, let's have a robust conversation. The board members did. Did I not let you speak as much as you wanted to or talk about it as much as you wanted to? Because I was hoping that would be, go ahead, that I was doing that.
Simply in defense of what Trustee Bronstein's saying, she was simply saying she wanted to ask the question, just like you're for the question. You're saying what you thought he would say, but we didn't.
No. I didn't say what I thought you said. He said at the last meeting,
But she asked to ask the question. He still could repeat what he said at the last meeting. You didn't give her the opportunity, just as we're not giving Dr. Ward the opportunity.
I haven't
answered questions. So I do agree that there seems to be different rules for different people in this room.
I'm just saying is our attorney is that as Mike asked for a discussion about the process, is that you've all asked for a robust conversation. I haven't said no to Dr. Ward. I'm answering the questions you've asked, and then we'll get back. I'm not saying no to her presentation. I'm just trying to answer all your questions, get them answered. Go ahead, Mike.
I think we're actually making progress here, and I think this is a good process we're going through. If we can find ways that we can agree, then we can check that off the list and then we can move forward. I would propose that we agree that the county's role is not to approve the map under this process, and that the county's role is to draw the map if we don't meet the statutory deadline. Can we agree on that as a board?
Can I ask a follow-up question to make sure that
Finish, I'll yield.
Before then.
Recognize somebody, Mo.
Katrina.
Okay, Katrina, go ahead.
So,
okay, never mind.
Mr. Foster, we talked about one specific way that the County of Education may or may not have authority over it. Is there any other instance where the County of Education would have authority over our map process? Like if we didn't, like in addition to not making a deadline, is there anything else that we could do that would make the county come in and assert their authority over us?
Potentially, yes. It could be in the event that there was, giving legal advice here, in the event that there was any event that the board's map was challenged, whatever the eventual map was successfully, And then that would potentially put things squarely back within the county's ability and authority to come.
She's done. 1 second, Mike had his hand up first, and then I'll go back around. Mike?
I actually had it up before him.
Yeah, recognize one of us.
I saw Mike first, and then I'll get to you. Go ahead, Mike.
So just so I understand, and again, I think this is an excellent process. Maybe we can agree on a third point that I have here. Just to repeat the first two, and I'm very specific under 5019.5, that one county role is, or one rule is the county doesn't approve our map. That's one we agreed on. Second one, the county's role is to draw the map if we don't know it by the statutory deadline. And I think I heard you assert that another role that could happen is if for some reason we don't have an approved map by the deadline, or if some map is thrown out, it could be tossed maybe by a court or who knows where, could be tossed to the county and say, you need to draw it. That could be a third one way they could get involved.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
I actually thought Melissa was first. I'm sorry.
I yield.
Okay. And then we'll go to you. Sorry about that.
Marcy. Yes, I'd like to make a motion that Superintendent Ward proceed with her report. Can you please call for the vote?
Don't have a second.
I have a second.
Second?
And we can't just call for the vote. We need to have a discussion about it.
Yeah, then we go to a discussion about it.
Can I be recognized?
Sure.
And it might take a minute or two. I'll let you know when I'm done. Okay, I'll yield the floor back. And it goes to a comment that one of the members of the public made. I think it was Ms. Carol Moon, or during the public session, that this is not a board decision, or it's a public decision, or things of that matter. And one area that they attempted, I believe, in my view, to paint me in a negative light, I replied to an email from a constituent that this is a political process. And I described what that meant. And what it means is that this map has absolutely nothing to do with district business. It doesn't impact our school funding, doesn't impact what school you go to, it doesn't impact what classes you take, it doesn't impact the curriculum, it doesn't impact anything. It only has one purpose, and that is to decide if you live within the big border of our district and you wanted to run for trustee, what number do you have to apply for? And then who can, that you want to run, and who can vote for you? That's all it is. So it is political. So an issue I have, Mo, is why someone other than the board, because this is a political item, opinion really matters. I don't want to hear from Duncan Brown about this. He's the teachers union representative. This is a political question. This is about that question. If you want to run, where do I run? So I live in Forest Ranch. I wanted to, near Forest Ranch in Crosby Estates. I wanted to run. And someone said, oh, if you want to, you must run in Area 4. You can't run in a different one. And then who can vote for me? These people. So it is only political. It doesn't have anything. So I question whether the opinion of our superintendent or Mr. Marcus or Mr. Brown, Mr. Miller, anyone in this room matters. This is a political question about elections. I'll yield.
I would say.
Have you been recognized, please? I'm sorry, Mo.
Oh, sorry.
I don't want to upset anybody. If whoever's next, your call as president.
Okay, Melissa.
I would say this should not be a political conversation. It's a voting conversation.
You're right.
Yeah, I am not naive. I understand that a lot of the people who have contacted us have a political agenda, but that's not my role. I don't even remember what I was going to ask Mr. Foster. I yield.
My thing is, I think, Julie, you calling for a vote is I feel that is in a way disingenuous. I was going to get to Cheryl, but I thought everyone here has said to me, I want a robust conversation. I'm trying to make that happen. Is I'm not saying no, I'm saying I want to hear from you. People want to hear what you have to say. And that's what I'm hoping to participate with this, is we're not saying no, I'm saying speak to our attorney and then have knowledge to have a better conversation. Go ahead, Melissa.
I remember my question.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Foster, I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. So if we pick one of these maps and it's challenged, any of them could be challenged, correct? Because I have had people on both sides claiming they're going to challenge whatever we pick. So does it sound like?
Can he hear us? Can Milton thought?
Is that what you were saying could happen?
Mr. Foster, can you hear
Yes.
us?
Yes, I'm here. That's one of the instances, I believe you're referring to the question about when the county may then potentially get involved. That is one of the instances in the event that a map was chosen and was successfully challenged, then that would put the matter back within the county's authority. And I guess I'll mention that just as a copy, we are discussing the boundary adjustment process. There is under 5019.c a mention of other processes that do require county committee authority. Rearrangement and other processes that are discussed in that very same statute would require county committee authority. But at this juncture, the adjustment process would not, unless one of those other factors I mentioned came into play.
Just I want to make clear, Melissa's question is answered. Any of the maps could be challenged, not just one map, but any that could be done at any district, any map could be challenged. Is that correct, Mr. Milton?
Well, sure. Yeah, that's.
I'm sorry, Melissa, was that your question and was it answered?
Yeah, I just have that concern because I know we're going to make a lot of people unhappy. And we could continue this process and pick another amount, but I don't think that's going to make everybody happy.
No, I don't think so. Mike had his hand up first and I'll go back around. Okay. Mike,
So I'm keeping.
While Melissa speaking.
Yep, and then we can go to another one. I'll take the floor, but then when I'm done, and whoever's next, you control it, Mo. So I'm keeping a list of agreements here, and I am going to add another one to Melissa's question. We live in America. Anybody can sue anybody for anything. So any map can be challenged, of course. Whether you win or not is a whole nother story, but any map can be done. So I had another question. Hopefully I can add it to the list of agreements here. And this also goes back to, I mean, some of the stuff is just fundamental, Milton. May I call you Milton?
Sure.
Okay. Fundamental stuff, really. And it goes back again to the public comments. And I think there's so much misinformation out there. So I'd like to see if we can get one more nugget that we can agree on. And that's whose decision is the map. So my understanding is that it's the board. We had a public session, for example, during public comment, that some people claiming it's the decision, it's the people.
It's a 2-minute recess.
Okay, we're going to have to take a recess. We have a.
I'm sorry, we'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you for continuing with us tonight. We've just had to take a short break. As I also want to thank all the student board reps. As I understand you have a lot of homework tonight, and this conversation is going to be robust and maybe go on for an hour or two. And so if you'd like to get off and do your homework, I know it's already 8:30. I appreciate you so much for coming here tonight and telling us all the wonderful things at all the schools. We're so lucky to have you and to tell us everything that's going on and keeping us informed. Have a good night. Thank you. Okay, Mike, why don't you rephrase your question and get it answered, and then we'll go back around and then we'll have the presentation from our superintendent.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just as a quick review, I think we've agreed on this, but if any of the trustees feel there's still any debate about this, then we should talk about it. But when it comes to legal representation, are we on? Yeah, can you hear me? We're live? Okay. When it comes to legal representation, the attorney works for the board, not the superintendent. When it comes to the county's role under 5019.5, there's 3 things. The county's role does not involve improving the map. The county's role is to draw the map if we don't meet the statutory deadline. And the county may also play a role of drawing the map if our map is thrown out by a court. Regarding challenges, we live in America. Anyone can sue anyone for any map, and that's where we live. And then the impact that I had said, this is only a political process, meaning that it's about the elections, not Democrat versus Republican politics, but the politics of being elected. I like Melissa's word better, so I'll use that going forward. It's about the election process, who can run, who votes for whom, et cetera. Milton, in the public comments, one of the commenters seemed to imply that this was a public decision, that the people get to decide, that, we should have them vote, or they have the right to vote. Isn't it the case that if this is a board decision, and if the public has an issue with the board, that their recourse really, I guess, is two things: challenge it on a legal ground, or get a new representative through an election process? Is that the public's role, or do they have a more formal role in any way of approving this map?
Well, for this process, yes, this is the board's decision of which map to select.
Okay, and just on that a little bit, I've done some research, and not in any way asking you to give any confidential information in closed session or anything like that. But in how,
if I can just make sure that when I say this process, I mean not all of 5019.5, because of course Section C talks about a myriad of processes that have oversight by the county committee. So when we say this process, I'm referring to the boundary adjustment process after the census.
So that's a very important point. And as long as you brought that up, let's poke on it, and hopefully I can add this to the list of agreements if the rest of my trustees agree here. That 5019.5 is primarily around the map redraw because of the census. And the first section talks about you must do it if you're out of balance, and you got to do equal proportion and stuff like that. And I think you're referring to the very end of that statute where, I could read it if you want, but you know, and this, if you're doing other stuff other than the adjustment process due to the census, there's another part of the statute that says the proper process to follow. And that's, for example, a classic case in that would be if we decided midstream, not at the end of the census, but 5 years in, that we wanted to change the internal boundaries. We could do that, but then you have to go through that other process. That's, I think, what you're saying, right?
Yes, there's other processes mentioned in 5019.5 Section C.
Right. Okay. So it's the board's role. It's not a public vote or anything like that. So I think maybe the public commenters might have had that wrong, but I'll yield the floor there, Mo.
Yeah, we're going to start here, and then I have a comment too. Okay, so go ahead, Katrina.
I have two things, if I may. Mr. Foster, what you talked about challenges, what would be typical reason? Obviously, like I agree with Trustee Almond that, that anything can be challenged, but what are typical ways a school board can run awry and put themselves in the instance where they can be challenged?
Well, in the event that you, of course, the statute has specific language that discusses the process, the boundary adjustment process. And then it has separate language that adjusts different processes, rearrangement, the initial institution of trustee areas. So in the event that you are operating outside of the authority that's afforded to you by statute, then of course, that may raise an issue that may be of some concern.
And operate outside the authority given to us, that would be the readjustment process, the rebalancing that we've been charged to do, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then my only other comment would be just to kind of circle back to when we're talking about political versus voting, that I agree that it is the board's decision, but I think the voting part and the community part that we talk about is their input. And I just want to say kind of just more back to allowing Dr. Ward to speak, is that the two specific people were mentioned is that aren't part of the board and that not pertinent to this conversation. I would argue that everyone in this room has a role here, and the specific people mentioned, which is Mr. Marcus and Dr. Ward, actually live in district boundaries and are voters. So they are part of that public input process. So I just, more of a correction than anything, I just want to make sure that we do have people in here that are constituents that are voters and a part of this district.
This is
Other ways besides employees.
Go this way and then you can come back around. Okay, go this way and then we'll get to everybody. I want to make sure everybody knows that.
I just, I do understand that it is the board's role to vote, but I do think it's very important to sincerely listen to and consider our constituents. Those are the people who elected us. And also, other people that maybe aren't constituents that have an opinion, but I don't feel like I can make this decision without that feedback at all. I don't feel like I'm qualified to. I'm not an expert in this. And I really care what our constituents and our community think. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, Julie.
Yes, Milton, I was wondering, you mentioned about sort of a distinction between rearranging boundaries versus readjustment. I think is what I heard you say for the language. In your opinion, do any of the maps we're considering rearrange boundaries?
Hey, I can't go into the closed session mode. That would absolutely be confidential.
Yeah.
Closed session question?
Absolutely.
Oh, I didn't think so.
Oh, absolutely.
Does Milton think that, I don't know. I didn't.
But ask him. He's right here, Julie.
Yeah, do you think it's a closed session question, Milton?
Well, it discusses information that was discussed in closed session, but you're asking it now in open session.
We decided we're not going to you asked for the vote I don't want to put our district at risk for a lawsuit. Is that I know sometimes it's hard to remember when we have a lot of these discussions.
And well, may I have the floor?
Okay, but I don't know if.
Oh, I don't know who is.
Second.
Yeah, if you're done- only if you're done, Julie.
Yeah, I don't know if Julie's done or not.
I think I'm done.
To your point, Mo, not only the risk of the district, but the risk to our attorney as well.
Yeah, that is true.
If he accidentally
Well, then
violates.
Mike, then ask him. He's right here. You're not an attorney.
Question, I'm making a statement.
Okay,
I have the floor. My statement is, unless somebody can disagree with me if they'd like. The statement is, when we talk about liabilities, the district's not the only one with liability. If Mr. Foster were to accidentally, without approval of the board, reveal something that was confidential in our closed session, he would be violating the law.
Okay. So Milton, I have a question for you maybe I misunderstood what you said at the last board meeting. I just want to make sure it's clear. Is that at the last board meeting, Julie, I think asked for to disclose information. And you said that would go to a vote. And you said that it was up to the board. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Closed session information.
Yes.
Okay, Julie, does that answer your question? Because you were asking about closed session.
Well, actually, I am confused at this point because I was not intending to ask any type of question related to closed session. My question was prompted because I heard Milton talk about when boundaries are being rearranged, then it could end up with the county. So then I said to myself, gee whiz, I wonder if that could apply in this instance. So I thought, well, maybe I should definitely ask him here in open session. And he just indicated, since I'm asking it in open session, that it's okay, is what I think I heard him say.
No, not to disclose closed session. That's what.
No, I'm not asking to disclose closed session. I'm asking a fresh question.
Okay, but the question you asked before, because you said I cut you off and I didn't, or I was controlling this and I wasn't, and you said you wanted information.
I didn't say you cut me off.
He finished speaking. Is that you said to me that let's get Milton's opinion, and he said last meeting that it would be a board vote on disclosing closed session. So I want to make sure we got that nailed down. I want to ask you something, Milton. Are you an expert on this? Because we've had other people look to other people and people have said things. Do you consider yourself being expert on this topic, Milton? Is that why we hired you?
Yes, I have expertise when it comes to CVRA matters.
Okay. And so anyone else we're talking to, because I know you said like a lot of people in the public are saying this or this or this. Milton is our expert and that's why we pay him.
Except that we can't ask him questions.
You can ask him right now. Any question you want, Julie.
No, I just did and it was shot down.
I interpreted hers as a follow-up for my question.
Second, Mike has his hand up. Why don't you speak and then we'll get back around.
I think we might be dancing around something, and I think this, I'll ask you, Mr. Foster, if, be very careful about disclosing closed session stuff, but I think something we're dancing around is 5019.5. I brought it up here, section A. I'll read it in section A before you get to one in its entirety. Following each decennial federal census and using population figures as validated by the Demographic Research Unit of the Department of Finance as a basis, the governing board of each school district or community college district in which trustee areas have been established and in which the trustee is elected by residents of the area of the trustees shall adjust the boundaries of any or all of the trustee areas of the district so that one or both of the following conditions is satisfied. And then it goes on from there. I think what we're kind of dancing around here is that if we're out of balance, we've got to look, and they shall adjust the boundaries if necessary, so that we're back in the balance here. And I think the issue is around adjust, and people might read into what that word adjust means. Some people in the public have told me through email that adjustment does not mean redraw. No, adjustment means adjustment. I looked it up. Here's what adjust means from dictionary.com. To change so that, this is the number one definition, to change so that it fits, corresponds, or conforms. To adapt. So that's a definition of adjust. So we don't conform now because we're out of balance. So we have to adjust our maps so we do conform. And I think the debate is over what does adjustment mean? And someone might say that a movement beyond the minimum of a line goes beyond an adjustment. That if you start moving a line in our map, and then once you get the map moved to where the population is within a tolerance of equal within a tolerance, that if you go any further, that would cease at some point to become an adjustment and become something else, a redraw, a something else. So they're debating around the words of adjustment. That's the way I read this. When does an adjustment become something else? Are you aware of any cases where the term adjustment has been adjudicated?
No, I am not aware of any cases. That's because of the recency of.
Right, but no court has ever ruled on what adjustment means, right?
It's
In
not
this
that
case.
I'm aware. It's been 20 years.
Please.
Yeah, okay.
I have the floor. Thank
Okay,
you.
Mike.
And are you aware of any lawsuits where a map in this process, 5019.5, was thrown out by a court because it was deemed that they didn't adjust it, they did something more or different, like redraw or what have you?
I am unaware of any instances where that occurred.
Are you aware of anybody ever challenging on that basis, whether adjudicated or not? They took it, they even challenged and said, hey, you did more than an adjustment. Anybody ever challenged that in court?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not aware of any as I sit here today.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'll yield for now.
Okay, Katrina, we'll go back around this way again.
So I have a visual aid. So we're talking about adjustments and the definition, which I think is a very important one because it is a gray area term. What is adjustment? What is a redraw? This is map 7, and this is all the hash marks are areas that would put people from one trustee area into another. So we can kind of look to see if that's an adjustment or a redraw. This is map 8. So all the hash marks are where someone would go from one trustee area to another trustee area. And then this is 1C. So all the hash marks are from someone who'd be put from one trustee area to the other area. So I think the question at hand maybe is not necessarily what has been happened before, but when I look at these hash marks, there does look like there is more than just a gray area of an adjustment and this to me looks more like a redraw. And so I think that's the topic at hand. Do we think that we have exceeded an adjustment and that we're in the more dangerous territory of a redraw.
Thank you, pass it.
Attorney has said, no. Go ahead, Melissa.
Well, no, were you asking the attorney?
With all due respect, she can have a view too. She may say to me, this looks like a redraw, not an adjustment. That's illegal.
I missed something. Did someone ask me a question?
Out of respect to their attorney, I'm not going to ask him his opinion, but as trustee Almond said, this is a board decision. So as Melise is looking, she's asked for them to be passed around. So
I thought that you'd ask a question. Sorry.
No, sorry.
I get that. That's your opinion. Okay. Sorry about that. Thought there was a question there. Okay, please.
I don't have anything at this time. I'm just gonna check these out if you don't mind.
Julie, we're gonna go back around again.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, or I guess we're still in discussion, but I still wanted to go back. I suppose I want to call for the vote because I did make a motion that the superintendent had the opportunity to give her presentation. I believe Katrina seconded it. So at some point, it seems like we should go to a vote.
Well, I said I would let the discussion go on as long as you want, because I don't want anyone to think that I haven't let the discussion go on long enough.
I'm good now.
Okay, so let me go back around one more time and make sure I got everybody's discussion in. Okay, Mike.
Nothing for now, Mo.
Okay, Katrina.
I'm good for now.
And Melise.
I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay, now I am so sorry. As the motion is just for have her just, and I want to tell you something, I am getting to that. You don't need to make a motion. It's just, I want to make sure people seem to think that we had not had a discussion. That's what people from home said. I had heard enough of the board members and I wanted to make sure tonight that everybody knew where we were at. So I do appreciate you. I just want to make sure we're being in transparency. All right, Dr. Ward.
All right, thank you. There are several parts to this presentation this evening. The first part, I just want to read sections of the Superintendent Gotholz's letter. And then I have asked Mr. Foster if he would please provide the definition of redistricting, rebalancing, and the intention of the law, and then to also answer Trustee Young's questions. So that's part of our presentation, but I'll start with the county superintendent's letter. And this is failure to adopt a proper redistricting plan. The county committee establishes boundaries and trustee areas of a school district under California Education Code Section 5019. Specifically, it provides 5019A1. In any school district or community college district, the county committee on school district organization may establish trustee areas, rearranging the boundaries of trustee areas. Clearly, the legislature intended for school district boundaries to be adjusted by the county committee of school district organizations. However, under California Education Code 5019.5, each school district has an independent obligation to approve maps that are consistent with the intent and purpose of the California Voting Rights Act. This section envisions that there will be adjustment to trustee areas by a district and not be the wholesale rewriting of boundaries. The California Voting Rights Act Election Code, Section 14025 through 14032, is designed to operate within the California constitutional guarantees of the right to vote and the Federal Civil Rights Act of 1964. Consequently, the act creates a private right of action for members of the community where a redistricting plan impairs the ability of a protected class to elect candidates of its choice or its ability to influence the outcome of an election. As indicated above, although we support a district's obligation to make changes to trustee areas consistent with the CVRA, that is the California Voting Rights Act, under California Education Code Section 5019.5, We do not support the creation of trustee areas that serve to disenfranchise voters, are contrary to the basic provisions and purpose of the California Voting Rights Act, or undermine the authority of the county committee to establish boundaries pursuant to the California Education Code 5019. Should a map attract litigation, San Diego Union High School District could be liable for attorney fees should it fail to justify its redistricting plan. More likely, a proposed plan faces challenge under the California Voting Rights Act would face a temporary restraining order or other injunctive relief, preventing such a plan from emerging from the district within the statutory required time frame. In the event that San Diego Union High School District approved plan encounters injunctive relief or is otherwise delayed being provided to the county office or before the mandated deadline, the county committee shall fulfill its statutory imposed obligation and approve a CVRA compliant plan on its own accord and shall seek reimbursement from San Diego Union High School District for all costs incurred in the process. In addition, the San Diego County Office of Ed would explore all available options under the law to further support its obligations under the CVRA and law. Should the district fail to provide a redistricting map, the county committee will impose a map compliant with the requirements of the California Voting Rights Act. As you may know, the California Voting Rights Act is designed to promote political representation of diverse communities. Compliance with the California Voting Rights Act often requires a district to reform at-large elections in favor of by trustee areas elections to subdivided municipalities, school districts, or counties into trustee areas, giving minority voters a better chance of electing candidates of their choice. The requirement of the California Voting Rights Act are stringent, and non-compliance renders a district subject to lawsuits with the possibility of the imposition of penalties and attorney fees. Required decennial redistricting is covered by the California Education Code, Section 5019.5. This section requires the use of census data, demographics, considerations of the population, proportionality of the total population, and a consideration of the diversity of the population and resulting representation. California Ed Code 5019B directs the boundaries of the trustee areas shall be adjusted by the governing board of each school district in accordance with the subdivision A before the first day of March of the following year, in which the results of each decennial census are released. Therefore, should the San Diego County Office of Ed not receive a qualified plan with the statutorily imposed time period, the county committee shall proceed to fashion and adopt a redistricting plan and map compliant with the parameters of the CVRA prior to April 30th, 2022. In that event, the San Diego Union High School District will be required to reimburse all reasonable costs incurred by a county committee in adjusting the boundaries. Please be advised that in such an eventuality, the San Diego County Office of Ed will seek all costs, including demographers, attorney fees, as well as costs for special sessions or other services required to timely produce a redistricting plan and map that complies with the state law. The San Diego County Office of Ed stands ready to support your district in establishing and approving maps that are consistent with the intent and purpose of the California Voting Rights Act. Please let us know if we can be of further assistance.
So I have a question. You said that Milton was going to answer Katrina's questions. What about Mike's questions? Are you ready to answer Mike's questions too?
Pardon me, can you say that again?
That's okay, Mom. If you give me the floor, I can ask a question.
Okay, is that I know that Cheryl said that Milton was going to answer Katrina's questions. I want to make sure your questions are also.
Everybody gets the questions answered.
I didn't get the questions from Mike. That's why I gave Milton the questions.
I thought that, okay, then we can ask them now. Go ahead.
Can we finish the presentation and then? ask-
I'd like to, I think it's better. May I have the floor, Mo?
Sure.
Thank you. Didn't mean to interrupt, but let's follow our process and please recognize people and we'll tell you when you're done. Let's do
We'll answer
that.
Questions as they go. Anyone have a question? I want to make sure they get answered at the time, most timely. 1 second, Mike's got the floor and then we'll go to Julie.
Again, I think it's very helpful to piece these out and to form agreements. I've got 10 agreements now that I think we could review at any time. But I think we can chop off some and agree of and modify to get further agreement based on what Cheryl says. Just read from this letter, at least I think we can. And I think it's very consistent and Mr. Foster can weigh in. But I had asked the county's role under 5019.5. I think we had three things we talked about: not to approve the map, draw the map if we don't do it by the statutory deadline, and if it's thrown out by a court, draw it as well. And what I hear from the letter that Superintendent Ward just read, that a big part of that section in the middle was that if this gets thrown out, we'll take it over. But a new piece was if they have to expend resources to hire a demographer and redo it because a court throws it out and now it's a problem. Or I'll ask you as a question though, because I didn't see it in here. If we're late and we don't make the deadline and they have to draw it, that they're going to bill us their expenses. That was something I had. So here's a question. If the county ends up drawing a map, either because we didn't meet the deadline or a court threw it out or injunctive relief and they threw it out and they have to redraw it, they get to bill us and we have to pay them for their expenses of drawing that map. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
In either case, the district will be responsible for the county's expenses that were incurred in them having to take over the process and do what they need to do to prepare and draft a map and designate a map for the district.
Okay, I'll yield that back.
Okay, Julie, I saw your hand up.
Oh, sure. Yeah. My question was if Dr. Ward could please complete her presentation.
I just want to say, if anybody has a question anytime, I want to make sure we get our questions answered. Go ahead, Melise.
Did the county actually look at our maps at all?
I did not ask the county to look at the maps because if I had asked the county to look at the maps, I'm going to stop there. I can't say anything else. I'm just going to stop there.
Okay, Mike.
I respect Trustee Bronstein's request to continue with the presentation, but again, I think it's very useful. We just have this paper. There's a whole bunch here. If we can get some agreement on this or find where we're disagreeing, I think we can really make progress. So before I yield, I'm going to record that if the county ends up drawing a map, we have to pay for it. That's something I think we can agree. Now, that was the big part of Dr. Ward's reading of the letter from the county education, but I think we can maybe pick a couple others and let's see if we can either agree or agree to disagree. The very first part of it, that there's two big sections in the letter. It says 1, on page 2, it says 2, and there's some A, Bs and underneath it, et cetera. The first one is 1, and it says failure to adopt a proper redistricting plan. And I won't read back what it says, but I'll try to interpret it in plain English and see if we can come to an understanding. The one part says that when you're outside the 5019.5 area, so in other words, when you're not in the census adjustment process, the district can petition to change the maps anyway. And if it does want to do that, it doesn't follow 5019.5. 5019.5 is about the decennial process that we have to do what we're going through now. But 5 years ago, I guess we drew the trustee areas a few years ago. But last year, before the census, this board could have said, you know what, we don't like the lines. We'd like to redraw it. And if we wanted to do that, then that follows parts of Cal 5019, and it says that any school district may establish the trustee areas, et cetera. And that's where it's a different role. So that I think is part of it, and we can agree on that. That if we were asking for, I'll ask Mr. Foster a straightforward question, I guess. If outside of the 5019.5 decennial census process, if we wanted to redraw the map, we have to go through a different process, and the county has different roles in that process. If you agree with that, would you describe generally what the role of the county is if we wanted to change the map midstream?
So yes, if depending on what process you're going through, if you're establishing trustee areas or rearranging boundaries, then you are going back underneath the county's supervision to some extent, where the board has a process that is oversaw by the county committee, which is separate from the process of adjusting the boundaries, which if done within a time frame, the proper time frame, can remain within the board's jurisdiction.
So just so I'm clear, I think I heard you say that there might be two processes. Hold the decennial 5019.5 aside. I'm talking about 2019, and we want to change things. Did you make a distinction between whether the ask, if you will, of the board or something is to create trustee areas, because we were one big at-large before. So if you want to break an at-large into trustees, the county has a role. Similarly, the opposite. Right now, we have trustee areas. If we wanted to go back and just make it all at-large, the county has a role. It seemed like you were making a distinction between that, or if we have our areas now and we just want to change the internal boundaries. Is there a distinction between those two and the role the county plays?
Yes, I guess that is another instance where the county would have oversight as distinguished from the adjustment process.
Okay, so let me pick one of those. I'm sorry, I need 3 or 4 minutes. I'll let you know when I'm done with the floor. If we wanted to remove our trustee boundaries and go back to at-large, what's the process there and what does the county play?
Well, the process there is you'd have to go back and submit a petition or request back to the county committee, and then you'd have to get their authorization and approval in order to complete that process.
Thank you. And is that a discretionary approval?
Is what a discretionary approval? What do you mean?
What I heard was if we wanted to, let's take our existing case where we have trustee areas and we wanted to remove them and go back to an at-large, you said the county has to approve that, right?
Yes.
Is that discretionary? Can they say no for any reason, or is there a reason that we could make it happen?
Well, you're asking me now to get into the mind of the county committee, but they have oversight. And so depending on the factors, some factors that may come out, they can impact the decision. In all of those instances, in the establishment of trustees and the rearrangement, in the disposing of trustees, they have sort of the final say, the same as they did when you all established the trustees in 2017.
They have the final say. What I'm trying to get at is that whether it's their discretion. So when I go, example in my business career, some permits when you're building something are discretionary and some are not, right? So they have rules, what have you, where a regulatory agency in a discretionary permit can say, no, and I don't have to tell you why. It's at our discretion. Can the county say, I just don't want to let you go back to at large, or do they have to follow, if we gave them valid maps and everything else, can they go, I don't have a choice, I have to approve this? They could say, no, we just don't like at large. Is it discretionary?
Yes, to some extent.
And a second.
Okay, that's good enough because that's not really us. But then go to the other one where we want to change our internal maps. We're still going to have 5 trustee areas. I'm not getting rid of the trustee areas, but I want to change the boundaries, not as part of the census process, but in 2019, just off cycle. What role does the county play? We might pass a resolution, say, here's some new maps. We send it to the county. Do they need to approve that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll yield for now, Mo.
Okay, I have to make a motion to extend our meeting is I think this is going to go longer than 10 o'clock, and I'm going to make the motion till 2.
I'll second that.
I don't think you could.
And the only reason I'm doing
Yeah.
that,
I don't know if you could do that. Let me check your.
Go that late.
I know, but the only thing is
Let
if
me
we,
check.
I said I wouldn't stop your discussions. And so if I can only make this motion once. And I'm not saying we're staying till then, but if you've got it as.
That's right.
saying-
She's correct that that happened our very first meeting.
Okay.
So hopefully we don't go that long, but we can't,
I can't make.
we can't,
A hard stop, like if we said at 11.
we can only change the time once. We can't change.
And so if we go to 12:30, fine. So I need a second.
Second,
Almond, or
it doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter.
Call for a vote?
Call for vote, Almond.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, Melissa.
Yes.
Yes, Julie, yes.
Yes.
And Muir, yes. Okay, then we will go till 2. We'll discuss this until you're ready. Mike, now we're gonna go.
The floor, do I still have the floor or
I heard you.
can't remember?
I heard you.
I thought you.
Yield, okay.
Okay, let's go this way and then we'll come back around again.
Just to go back to the more pertinent issues that we were discussing in the letter, to me, the most important part and what we should probably be talking about tonight versus other more nuancy stuff is at the very last part of the very first paragraph. And this is the SDCOE has been informed that SDHSD may be considering plans and maps that are not compliant with and potentially violate the California Voters' Right Act. So I think that's the question at hand. I think that was the gist of Dr. Ward taking the time and attention and protection to us to read this whole letter, that they have been informed by community members, it sounds like, or that we may be in violation. And so to me, this is not much, this is kind of deja vu of that other letter we received from the County Board of Education, when they said, you know, basically it's a yellow light saying proceed with caution.
The only thing I have to say to that, and I'll agree with Melissa, we've had so many emails. We're not gonna make everybody happy.
I agree with that.
And they're gonna send letters.
But we've got a lot of angry emails before and it's never prompted a letter from the County Board of Education.
This,
All I'm
this
saying,
didn't come from the county. This is Cheryl sent an email.
Oh, so there are two parts to this. Part of this is mine. Part of it is that there were several members of the community who asked the county superintendent to step in. So I skipped the part from the community, and the part from the community is what Trustee Young just mentioned.
Right.
That came from the community.
We have to remember, we have a very participatory community. And we've gotten many, many emails, many phone calls. You have to remember, this is our expert here. If you have questions, please ask Milton. He is our attorney, that's who we pay. Go ahead, Melissa.
I think this letter is very helpful. I think it outlines our job and in steps, and it's pertinent that we follow it. Or there could be repercussions. So I think whatever decision we make, we need to make sure we're in alignment with the guidance we've been given.
you can put that on your list, Trustee Almond. I think that's something we all agree upon.
But I think to say to this is, Milton, thank you for the information tonight. I think this has been the best discussion, is you've given us some great information and that we know we're on, the right track and we are following the law, and I appreciate that. Go ahead. Wait a minute, Mike. Let's go back to Julie and then we'll come back around.
Fine.
I agree with what you just said, Melissa. I'm a big fan of adhering to the process, and this really spells it out very well for us. And also, I'm aware of several emails, I think that lots of us were copied on, that went to the county. So when we see at the beginning of this letter, it said they've been informed that SDUHSD may be considering plans and maps that are not compliant with and potentially violative of the California Voters' Rights Act. They're not just pulling that from the air. It's because people have forwarded them or they've gone on our website. It's not like this is hidden information. So
no, we've got a great.
It doesn't surprise me that we've heard from them, actually.
Right, as our community is very active, and I appreciate that. They want to give us their opinion in that, and you know what? That's great. Okay, Mike, go back around again.
Let's look at that sentence. I think that's interesting. San Diego County's been informed that you may be considering plans and maps that are not compliant. Were they informed of that? A member of the community sent them an email and said, hey, SDUHSD may be adopting a map that's not compliant.
Right.
I said, well, okay, I'll write you a letter. I've been told by a member of the community that you might be considering a map that might be compliant. I want to remind you, your map's got to be compliant.
I don't think.
Anybody can send an email that says, I think it's, you're out of
Go back.
compliance. Hey, I have the floor. Excuse me.
I know.
That was, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Ask a question. I'm not going to yield the floor, but go ahead and ask.
Go ahead,
When
Melissa.
I asked Dr. Ward if they had seen the map, she said, no, they haven't.
No, right. That's my point, Elise, that they haven't assessed, excuse me, Julie, I have the floor. They didn't assess our maps. They didn't say, we've looked at it and it's our opinion that it's not compliant. They said, we became aware, we've been informed that someone essentially is complaining. I mean, the teachers union reps sent us and their followers.
Let's not do that.
Excuse me, I have the floor.
That is wrong, and let's stick with facts.
No, but we'll go here and we'll go back around, but please.
So we need to have decorum.
Okay, Mike's speaking, then we'll go back around again and you can give a rebuttal.
Okay,
Go ahead,
I'm
Mike.
gonna calm down. I'm gonna make a statement, okay? Map 1C is the union backed map. That's my statement, okay? And I'm gonna continue. I'm not done yet. So somebody complained that to the county or asked a question, hey, I think they're gonna adopt a map that's illegal. And the county says, well, I'm gonna ignore it until I think Superintendent Ward says, well, Paul, members of the community are complaining that maybe some of our maps may be illegal that we're considering. Would you tell us what the ramifications are? And they wrote the letter that says, it's my understanding that I've been informed that you might be considering maps that are illegal. And let me tell you what the deal is here, that if you don't adopt a proper plan, then we'll do it for you and you have to pay for it. And that's kind of the main gist of that. So I don't doubt that that's a proper letter. Hey, it's come to my attention. Don't violate the law. It doesn't say in any way that any of our maps might violate the law or anything like that. It says that we've been aware you might do it. Don't do it. Let me pause there. Yep.
Are we ready to go back around? Okay, thanks, Mike. Katrina?
I give my time to Dr. Ward.
Okay.
I had a robust conversation with the person that the superintendent of the county office of ed had me discuss this with, a very robust discussion. Obviously, I couldn't specifically point them to the 3 maps without some issues. So I specifically had as much a hypothetical without getting into the very specifics. At the same time, there was a member of the community that wrote a very detailed letter to the County Office of Education. And I believe that part of this is responding to her detailed letter. And that's all I have to say. So it was not just a hypothetical situation. I mean, it was not just, well, whatever Mr. Almond is alluding to. That's all I have to say
Okay,
there. And may I also say, before the members of the community go to bed, I would certainly like to finish the presentation. Last week, we never even got to it. Now this week, it looks like again, we're not going to get to it, and I'm not sure why. Why can't we finish it and then you can continue to ask the questions? The people, I just want to give the presentation and then we can continue to ask the questions. Please, I did not get to do that last week. Here we are again, and I'm just asking for us to please finish our presentation. That's all I'm asking.
I'm not saying no, is that it seems, I just want to say, like Malia said, we've got a lot of emails saying they didn't hear from the board members last time. And I would just want to make sure that everyone is clear where all the board members are and I let them speak. Is that I don't want to get those emails again saying that I didn't let anyone speak. And I think Julie said it earlier or Katrina said earlier. And I think I'm trying to make that happen, to let everyone speak and everybody get their points in. Go ahead.
May I please correct that? I didn't say that we didn't get to speak. What I said was, I thought it was disrespectful that our superintendent didn't get to finish her report, which is what she's attempting to do right now as we speak.
I know, but there's been, whenever we have a report, we let everybody answer questions as it goes. You don't forget your questions and it's pertinent at that time and it's answered. And so that's what I'm hoping for. Everybody gets their questions answered. Go ahead, Katrina.
Two items. I just want to make a rebuttal just to make sure that we are saying factual things in the boardroom. We did get an email that in two separate times from a community member so that she is the author of map 1C. So it is not a teachers union map. So I just want to make sure that we go on the record with that. We don't put out false facts. And I would like to make a motion that we let Dr. Ward finish her presentation so to allow our public to hear. I also would like to hear.
We are going to get to her presentation, but I want to make sure that we're hearing from every board member too. I don't want to leave here and people say, no one got a chance to speak or no one got to hear you. Because I'm hoping tonight that anyone listening to this and you seconded it, we'll get to that. I want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak. Mike, let's go to discussion. Okay, go ahead.
About the motion to allow her, or can I ask a question about the map?
We're in a discussion still. Is that they want a motion?
You know, I want to ask some questions if you can recognize me. I mean, we'll get to
And
Superintendent
we
Ward.
are still, now we're in discussion on that motion. So go ahead.
No, not yet. I have some questions here. So no, is my vote. Can I go ahead?
5 votes in the room, right?
Okay, as I agree, if you have more questions, I want to answer them. No, we're not saying no, we're saying answer more questions and then we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Okay, just a second.
We need a 5th vote.
Okay, Mike, you're saying no at this time, but we'll get to it in a few minutes.
Right.
Katrina, you're
Oh, I made the motion, so I vote yes to allow Dr. Ward.
cutting off discussion. You're cutting off.
Not cutting off discussion. I'm just saying my motion, just to be clear, was to pause discussion at this juncture and let Dr. Ward finish her presentation. That's the motion.
Clear, so you want to stop questions at this time?
At this time, and there'll be a resumption of questions, but at this time, I would like, without us interrupting Dr. Ward's presentation with our questions, I would like her to talk uninterrupted.
Okay, Mike?
Well, I have a question about what Dr. Ward just said, so we kind of lose the track if I can't just.
I know, that's the only thing is that if you.
I write down questions as they come.
I know,
So
but I
do
want,
I. But it's relevant right now.
okay, Mike, we're still in discussion. If you want to, what's the question you want to ask her?
Do you know who wrote that letter to the county, Dr. Ward?
I believe that you received the same emails that I did, and if you go back in your emails, you would find that.
Do you know who it is?
I believe it's in the emails.
Do you know who it is?
You shouldn't be saying private people's names in a public meeting. I don't think
Is
that's.
it a public record that's email?
Then they can do a public record
I'm
request.
asking if it's a public record.
Then ask Milton, Mike, our attorney.
Milton, if there's a letter to, generally speaking, a letter to the board from a member of the community that comes in via email, is that a public record?
Yes.
If someone were in the public were to ask for that record, would they get it?
Subject to certain restrictions depending on what's in the letter.
Right? It might be redacted for certain information. Would we be able to know the author of the letter, generally speaking?
Yes.
If the superintendent knows it and I ask
I
who
don't.
it is she required to tell me?
Well, I can't get into whether or not you can, as an individual board member, direct the superintendent.
Okay, if the board were, all right, was it Robin Reuterbush?
Okay, so you want to have a vote
Don't know.
on pausing questions and getting to the report, Mike? Yes or no?
No.
No. Katrina?
Yes.
Elise, do you want to have
Yes.
questions?
I'd like to hear the report.
Okay, let's hear the report.
Milton, would you please go on to the presentation, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a second. All right. All right, just as a recap, the district is presently in by trustee area election system. One of the benefits, of course, is the safe harbor from any sort of CVRA claim for the transition. And by trustee areas, of course, is where the district's jurisdiction is divided up into the same number of trustee areas, which in this instance is 5. And only the members of the community that reside within that trustee area can vote for the board members from that area. And the district completed this transition back in 2015. So that's the present system that the district is under. when we talk about by trustee area election system, and you went through this during your transition, there's several discussions that need to be had because there's different processes depending on what the district is intending to do. The establishment of trustee areas, of course, is born out of Elections Code 100.10 and 14.027. We've already had some discussion about that. That's the initiation process to go from at-large election system to by trustee areas. The end result with the map that is chosen in the by trustee area election system is that there has to be a population variance amongst the different trustee areas. And that population variance means that the population between the largest trustee area and the smallest trustee area needs to be beneath 10%. So then we come to the process that we've been discussing now, which is under the Education Code 5019.5, and we go into the adjustment of trustee areas after the census. This is your current trustee area map that was adopted back in 2017. Here is your demographics of your present map that was adopted back in 2017. You're now undergoing this process contemplated by 5019.5. We've had much discussion about it. The process specifically comes out of 5019.5, Section A, and it discusses the adjustment of boundaries in the event that the population is no longer in compliance. In this instance, and we've had earlier presentations go over this, the district had the demographer, Cooperative Strategies, go through and look at its existing map with the new 2020 census numbers, and the demographer determined with the new numbers using the old map that the district is out of compliance, and thus the adjustment of boundaries is required. This statute, you can see here the language discusses following each census, the governing board of each district in which trustee areas have been established and in which each trustee area is elected by the residents of the area the trustee represents shall adjust the boundaries or any and all of the trustee areas of the district so that the population essentially is roughly equal or nearly equal. So that talks about the adjustment process. 5019.5C, down at the bottom of the section, discusses that there is a different process for other protocols, other actions. 5019.5C says, except to the extent that the adjustment of trustee area boundaries is necessary for the purposes set forth in this section. That means the boundary variance, the variance of the population, excuse me. Then there's a number of other areas which are subject to other processes. That's established, that's the creation of trustee areas, abolish trustee areas, rearrange the boundaries of trustee areas, increase or decrease the number of board members, or adopt any method of election of governing board members, excuse me. That's otherwise, as we discussed, under a separate process, many of which require the county committee's oversight and approval. Okay, so like I said, we had in this instance the demographer go through and complete the process. The demographer, the process requires that that a map be drawn by March 1st, 2022. And in this instance, we did have the demographer conclude that the district's existing map with the new population numbers was out of compliance. So here is a slide here indicating that the population growth within the district grew 10.6%. You look right in the middle of your screen. There was a population growth of 17,530. As a result of the population growth, it pushed the variance, the total variance population-wise, to 27.9% based upon the new census numbers, which pushed the district's existing map out of compliance. And so now the boundaries must be adjusted to bring the district back into compliance. This is the new census data here, gives a rundown by ethnicity and breakdown by total population and voting age population of the Hispanic, the white, the African American, American Indian, Alaskan Native, Asian, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, and other and 2 or more races. This is data that was prepared by the demographer for the district's consideration using the new 2020 census data. Here, this map is a map that focuses in on the Hispanic Latino community, in particular, the voting bloc group, and gives gradations of color based upon the concentration of Hispanic Latino communities throughout the district. And so we pay attention to this, and the next slide you'll see is the Asian community, same thing, because one of the things that you are mindful of in the California Voting Rights Act is making sure not to unnecessarily decrease the voting power of these protected groups. So here is the map, same map indicating the citizen voting age population for the Asian population. You'll see that there's a large concentration primarily in the southern section of the district. So here's your current trustee areas, again, another map. And then these are your populations. Again, you'll see that if you look at the total total number in the upper right-hand corner, it says total variance is 27.9%. So this is how the population lays, and these are the numbers before the boundaries are adjusted with the potential maps, which we'll review in the next upcoming slides. All right, so in this particular presentation, we focused in on the 3 maps from which the board selected amongst the other alternatives last week. And so scenario 1C, map 7, and then map 8. Just by way of explanation, looking at this map, you will see here that it's color coded, and then you will see various different lines as well through the map, which I will explain. If you look at the purple lines there, the purple lines identify where the trustee area boundary lines are in the existing map. So if you look at the purple lines on each of these different proposed scenarios, you will see what the trustee areas currently look like. So you can compare them to what the proposed trustee areas would look like. The new trustee areas are broken up by color. So the yellow is trustee area 1, and then you have the green is 2, the red is 3, and the blue is 4, and then the purple is 5. So this is, you also see here a request by the board that was indicated to be on the maps. Consideration of the elementary school districts to be overlaid, just to kind of give a view to see whether or not that played a factor. You also will see the stars there, which identify the specific board members and also identify the terms that their seats are coming up for election. So you'll see areas 1 is 2022, areas 2, 2024, areas 3, 2022, areas 4, 24, and areas 5, 2022. So this is a map that was proposed by a community member that was per the board's direction and guidance given to the demographer, who then rendered it electronically, and that's how we obtained this map here. So by way of comparison here, you will see that this map, as compared to the existing map, you look in the upper right-hand corner, has a total variance of 7.4%. You will see, if you pay attention to the Hispanic Latino community, that you'll see that the citizen voting age population in trustee area 1 is 10.7, 8.3 in area 2, 9.2 in area 3, 6.9 in area 4, and 8.4 in area 5. If you look at the Asian community, because that's the other ethnic group that we have to pay attention to based upon your demographics in your districts, you'll see that the citizen voting age population in trustee area 1 is 4.5, in area 2, 5.4, area 3, 4.3, area 4, 15.8, and area 5, 24.8%. So that's the demographics for scenario 1C. Okay, this is scenario 7 here, the other scenario that the board identified as one of the 3 maps for its consideration of a final map. You will see this map has a different configuration. Again, this map was presented by a member of the public, and based upon the board's direction, the demographer went through and prepared this map and attempted to prepare it in terms of ensuring population balance. That was their direction. And ultimately, the population variance was less than 10%. Some distinctions about this particular map, of course, is that you'll notice that its configuration looks different than the underlying map. And you can see that by way of the purple lines. In trustee area 1, you'll see that there is now 3 areas, the green, the yellow, and the blue that made up where solely the yellow was. In area 2 now is primarily yellow, and that's a switch between the prior map, or at least version 1C, where trustee area 1 was on the coast and trustee area 2 were actually 1 and 2 were flip-flop in this version of the map. And so you also see that there, it's just a drastically different map in terms of the way it looks. And it's still population balanced, but it doesn't, it's certainly different than the initial underlying map. And so if you look at the numbers on this map here, the demographic numbers, one of the other things I guess to point out on this map is that you do have multiple trustees in one specific area. In area, specifically area 2, you have 2 trustees, which leaves the green area open. And then in area 3, you have 2 trustees as well, which leaves the purple area open. And then you have 1 trustee in the blue area is area 4. So in the blue area, you have 2 trustees. In the red area, you have 1 trustee.
Mr. Foster,
Yes.
just since I am in that blue area, that was also the case in 1C, just to point that out. Yes,
Both of them have that there are multiple areas in that blue area. This map is the distinction being that there's the same concept that happens in trustee area 2. You have 2 board members. In terms of moving forward, of course, the impact is that in any time that happens, the area is designated according to the present schedule of elections. And so in the one map, you would have it so that the schedule of elections would come open for area 1 in 2022. And then in this map, and then in area 3 there, or in the blue area, the schedule of elections would come open in 2024. Okay, so here are the numbers population-wise and balance-wise. You see the variance for this map is 9.11%. The Hispanic Latino citizen voting age population in area 1 is 6.8. In area 2, 12. In area 3, 8.9. In area 4, 8.8. And in area 5, 7.2. And if we pay attention to the Asian population across the board from areas 1 through 5, we have 6.2 citizen voting age population, 3.6, 13.1, 5.5, and 24.8 are the numbers for scenario 7. Okay, here is scenario 8, which again was also a map that was submitted by a community member, which again was adopted by the demographer and placed in and had the population variance balanced. It's pretty similar to scenario 7 in terms of its construction and its look. And once again, you'll see that it does have 2 trustees in the yellow area and 2 in the blue area. Again, with none in the purple, none in the green, and 1 in the red area.
Mr. Foster, can I also add that just as a point of a clarification that 2 different trustees would be placed in totally different trustee areas? I know that because I would go from trustee area 2 to trustee area 1, and trustee Bronstein would go from trustee area 5 to trustee area 3. Just so we have a full-fledged understanding of the maps.
That's correct.
And I wanted to also mention 2 other things that I noticed that were different. In 7 and 8, area 3 no longer has a high school, but every other area does. Whereas I believe in 1C, every single area does have a high school associated with it.
That is correct. Area 3 does not have a school there.
Then one other thing was we heard a student speak earlier. His name was Shane. I think he said he went to LCC, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, he was talking about the number of disenfranchised voters between basically the 2 different map options. Can you comment on that, please?
Yes, in maps 7 and 8, you do have a larger portion of the community that who would have been scheduled to vote in 2022, who now would not vote until 2024 by way of the switching of the trustee areas.
Just real quick, Milton, on that. Is that disenfranchisement?
Is that disenfranchisement? Well, that's not I have to ask for a clarification because I'm here to give legal opinions, but.
Right. So I heard trustee Bronstein say, and apparently we got a bunch of emails too, that say if a group of voters were scheduled to vote in 2022 under the current map, but we adopted a new map where some of those voters would not be able to vote until 2024 due to our staggered system, that would be disenfranchisement. Would you say that's accurate? Is that disenfranchisement?
I can't comment on the way someone may generically use the term. I will say, aside from the term disenfranchisement, it is impeding, it is affecting their cycle of when they would be able to vote for a governing board member. And
Would that be illegal? Is that illegal?
Is what illegal?
To change the map so that someone who was scheduled to vote in 2022 now is scheduled to vote in 2024.
That prospect in and of itself is not, because that inadvertently happens sometimes when you're changing this over. That's a different matter as to whether or not someone might raise it because that happens sort of unnecessarily or more than is necessary, if that makes sense.
Okay, go ahead, Molly.
Mr. Foster, this was something that really concerned me greatly. Is it possible to even come up with a map that wouldn't happen for anyone? I don't think it is it?
That wouldn't happen for anyone?
I mean, if you have to adjust your map, because we have to adjust it, it's going to have to happen, right?
You're going
1, 2, and 3, but it's varying degrees.
Yeah, you're right. And typically you're going to get some of that that happens simply because when you have to shift population, when you're rebalancing, which is what the adjustment of the boundary is rebalancing or redistricting, you're going to have to exchange population depending on which areas need to give up and which areas need to gain population. In your instance, for example, the growth grew disproportionately down in area 5. And so you're going to necessarily have area 5 shrink and have to give off population to the neighboring areas. And so when that happens, you do have some change over there, though, we try and minimize that.
Just a really question, follow-up question on that. I understand, I think I understand why CVRA was enacted, but I think this is one of the major flaws in it. Is there any chance this is ever going to be overturned? I mean, this is such an imperfect process, and I feel like this is, I mean, is there any pending litigation to overturn CVRA or any possibility it will be overturned?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Okay.
There's been legal challenges in the past that have been unsuccessful. In overturning CVRA.
Mike, you had a-
Melissa, I can't answer that question for you because it's a mathematical certainty. Because it's a combination of you move the map and because of our staggered system where we're doing 2 1-term and then 3 2 years later, that it's necessarily that it goes both directions. Some who weren't scheduled to vote let me start the other way. Some who were scheduled to vote in 2020 will be delayed until 2024. And some who were scheduled in 2024 will now be able to vote in 2022. That's a necessity.
So unless we change the year of voting.
Unless you put them all together, right? If you not that wouldn't be true. If we always voted on 4-year terms, but together, like 2020, 2024, 2028, then if you change it, everybody's going to vote on the schedule.
And then that's
when you have staggered that causes.
the county, then you have to go through the county to do that, right?
No, that's state law that we stagger.
I would agree that there's no way, anytime you make an adjustment, like even a small adjustment, that small sliver will possibly could not be able to vote. But would you say, Mr. Foster, that it would be prudent and responsible for us to try to limit that as much as possible? Should that be a consideration?
That can certainly be a consideration by the board in terms of limiting the number of people who have their opportunity to vote extended.
Okay,
Is there more to the presentation?
I don't think he's finished yet with the variance yet.
Okay, great.
You want to hear the rest of the?
Yeah, I do.
You made the motion, you want to hear the whole thing. Okay, go ahead, Milton.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Mike, did you want a question?
No,
We could ask-
let's finish it.
Okay, let's finish it, Milton.
Yeah, we don't have too many slides left. So this is the demographics, the data for scenario 8. Again, if you look at Hispanic Latino group, the CVAP is 6.8, 12.0, 8.7, 8.8, and 7.5. And for the Asian group, voting block group, 6.2, 3.6, 12.2, 5.6, and 26.3. And if you look at the variance there at the top of this map, it is 5.9%.
Well, this is the least amount of change on this one, the variance.
When you say the least amount of change, what this is the least amount of difference between the size of the populations in each trustee area.
So it's the minimal variance. Okay. Thank you.
Is that it?
I think is that it, Milton?
Yes, that's the end of this PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, so now I'm going to go around the room. We'll start with Mike and we'll go back around for questions. And if you could just wait until it's your turn, and I appreciate it. Mike, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll let you know when I'm done. I appreciate you running a very tight meeting. This is a very important subject.
It is important.
Milton, just help me understand. It's tough. When is too much, I think is what I'm kind of hearing here, that we have to adjust the maps because you must be in compliance within our tolerance of 10% population. But go too far and someone may sue you. That's what I'm hearing. Although no one has ever sued, no one's ever won. As far as we know, no one's ever won for sure. And as far as you know, no one's ever sued over that. But let me come to a couple of points.
I can respond. I'm not sure are you asking me to?
I thought you said that you're aware of correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that was part of one of our agreed areas up here, but no one has ever sued successfully to have a court overturn a redraw, an adjustment process like this under 5019.5 and won because the judge said, this is an adjustment process. In my view, you went too far and I'm going to call it a redraw or something other than adjustment. So this map is out. We agreed that, right?
I guess by way of explanation, CVRA came about in 2002, 2003, and you didn't have many districts initiating transitions such as yourself until well after 2010. Most districts on balance began the transition after the last census. So effectively, I guess what I'm saying is this, now that everyone has previously transitioned, this is the first census when the majority of districts have now transitioned. So, you know, there's argument made that this is kind of the first real opportunity people have had to go in and seek a suit of which you're describing just because of the newness of the law.
Right, okay, so it's kind of new, and I mean, it's not, there's others, but it's more now than it was before, but it's never been adjudicated. No one's even charged yet. No one's even, as far as you know, you're pretty sure that no one's ever won. I think that's for sure, but or no one's ever won. Let's call that for sure. But no one's even charged that we know of. And your point is fair taken that, you know, there wasn't a lot of these until within the last 20 years. So, yeah.
And this 5019 only applies after the census comes out.
Right,
So you
right. That's why it only comes around every 10 years. That's right.
Yeah, looking at an extended look because this is the recent time that people would have to challenge.
Right. Okay. So, and if it were challenged, you know, a judge would have to say, I wonder what a just means. Okay. So, if after you do the 5019.5, what we're talking about, and you apply the current census data to the existing map, and suppose you're within tolerance, 7% or 9%, something below 10, are you required to change or can you stay where you are?
You are not required to change if you are within tolerance. If you're within population.
Right, got it. If you are within tolerance, but you want to change, can you do that?
Yes, you can.
So there's nothing that, no, in the theory that the adjustment means kind of make the minimum when you're in compliance, you know, you're at 7% or something like that. How would that square with, no, you can change if you want when you're in compliance? Wouldn't a minimal move to go be in compliance is do nothing?
Well, if your goal was to say, hey, we're in compliance, but we want to have a better map, because of course the 5019.5, the ideal is to basically get to zero variance. The 10% is an allowance for the fact that that's very difficult, you know, to reach. The zero variance amongst 5 areas is difficult. So there is a buffer there that says, hey, if you get within 10%, we're going to say, we're going to say that you are within compliance. But you're certainly able, if you want to get closer to having zero variance, different zero population variance, because that's the point, then you certainly are allowed to.
I wanted some clarification. So we're trying to get to zero variance. Is that not correct? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's one of the, I guess, when you say try.
Requirements.
Yeah, that's not a requirement to get to zero variance, but that's kind of the point that the statute starts from, that you want equal balance.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So if we're at 7, we don't have to change. But if we adopted a map that took us to 5, that would not be illegal, you don't think?
Well, no, if you, depending on what the map looked like.
Provided it didn't do any disadvantage or whatever the law says about, you know, making minorities inappropriately out of the map. Hold that aside. Assume the racial aspect, protected class aspect is good. Just from a population relevance. If we went from 7 to 5, that's okay.
Yes.
If we went from 7 to 8, is that okay?
If you went up from 7 to 8, if you wanted to go up, well, when you're saying it's okay, the standard is you're beneath 10%, you're fine. If you had some justification for making the change that increased the variance that made sense, then you're probably not in potential violation.
Okay. So if you wanted it up, for example, Mo, I got the floor for 2 more minutes. If you wanted to adjust your map for a different sort of objective, if you looked at a couple maps, we're at 7, you don't have to adjust. But you say, you know what, I can make a map that we feel reflects communities of interest better. And it goes from 7 to 8. That might be okay if the board's assessment was that that was a better map and that's the map they wanted to adopt, perhaps because it better reflects communities of interest. And the fact that it went up from 7 to 8, you're below the 10 safe harbor kind of, what the courts have said is reasonable. So that's probably okay. Yeah.
That would be accurate, assuming again, the map did not go beyond what's allowable under the statute.
As far as like racial things, protected classes.
Well, not racial, but we're kind of getting into a legal discussion, but there is a distinction, of course, between adjusting the boundaries and rearranging the boundaries and redrawing and complete redrawing of the map.
When does just for population, when does an adjustment become a redraw?
There's not been any cases identifying what that is, but the language in the statute says adjust as necessary to bring the population into compliance. So, if we're playing out scenarios, there's an argument that a significant, change or overhauling of the maps would transition you away from potentially the adjustment process and maybe into something else.
And that depends on what the judge ultimately, who's never ruled, would determine what adjustment means. At some point, he's got to have some standard that this is an adjustment, but that's more than adjustment, something like that. One last question. If the result was, because I think talked about that it's a mathematical certainty because of the staggered that you end up with some people who were scheduled to vote in 2020 will now be deferred to 2022. And some who were scheduled to vote in 2022 now can vote in 2020 because we redrew the lines. If a map were to draw an entire community, a big community, lots of people who were in 2020, but now they're in 2022. We talked about that's not disenfranchisement, but do you think that would that be a problem? Would that be illegal in any way?
Well, the term disenfranchisement, I won't comment on that, but could it raise some concerns? Sure, because again, there would be some discussion in terms of what the word adjust the boundaries so much as necessary would mean. And so if in that instance, if you are, for example, doing a change that is unnecessary, a complete overhaul or a complete switch, then I could see, someone raising those issues as to whether or not it would be successful in court. That would have to be decided by a judge. But
it'd have to be decided by a judge.
Raising that issue.
Right. And one last question. Never mind, I'll come back. I'll yield more.
Okay, let's go back around. Katrina?
So, Mr. Foster, from my interpretation from what you have said before and what I've tried to educate myself in what this letter from the county says, that the real main purpose, the variance of populations is one requirement, but the main purpose behind the law, the reason we have this law in the first place is in the, I think like the third paragraph, where it says that we have to make sure that we don't approve a plan that impairs the ability of a protected class to elect candidates of its choice or its ability to influence the outcome of election. So you did a nice job of going through all of our protected populations, but the main purpose, I think what we need to consider also is to make sure that from trustee area 1 to the proposed trustee area 1, that we don't dilute that voice of underrepresented population. So for us specifically, we'd be looking from like the numbers, the Asian population and the Hispanic population. Do we have any, I kind of did some rudimentary comparisons, but I'm not a mathematician, but from my perspective, 1C has an increase in the Asian population, trustee area 4, and a decrease in trustee area 5. Scenario 7 has a decrease in Hispanic in area 1, increase in areas 2 and 3. And then for the Asian population, it kind of goes up and down with all the areas. And 8, because the numbers are very much the same. So at what point does that increase or decrease justify that we have not followed the true intent of the CVRA Act, which is to make sure we don't dilute underrepresented populations.
Well, it is certainly something to pay attention to, because like you said, that is one of the underlying principles of the California Voting Rights Act. And it's something that the board needs to be mindful of as it's adjusting the boundaries, is not to unnecessarily decrease the voting power of certain groups across the board and overall. And so that's the reason why we do have those numbers there for the board's consideration, to be able to go through and compare the pluses and minuses and the voting power between the Hispanic and Latino group amongst the 3 maps, as well as the Asian group amongst the 3 maps. So that is one of the staples and one of the principles that the board should be mindful of.
Thank you.
Oh, let's go this way and then I'll get you. Melissa, did you have your hand up?
I'm absorbing everything.
Okay.
I'm very grateful for the questions.
Okay. Okay, Julie.
Just to piggyback on what Katrina was addressing related to racial minority representation, I do have some more specific information. Map 7 and 8 make significant changes to racial minority representation, thus diluting their voting representation, which is actually not permitted under CVRA and other voting rights laws. And just to use map 7 as an example, the minority share decreased in area 4 by 7.5% from 31.9% to 24.4%. In area 5, the minority share decreased by 3.4% from 50.7% to 47.3%. In area 1, the decrease goes from 27% to 24.6%. And the Asian population share decreases by 8%, more than 8%.
It can't all go down, Julie. Where did it go up? We're just moving people. I hear down, 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 and our young man did the same. I'm sorry for interrupting, but where did it go up?
Well, by comparison, in map 1C, the minority share only decreased slightly in area 5 by 1.4% from 50.7% to 49.3%. The Asian population share decreased by 2.3% in area 5. So it's much less decrease of the minority block in map 1C when compared with map 7 and 8. And the only other thing I wanted to mention is related to the fact that when we voted last week, we voted on the same map. We saw the same map twice. So that also throws us a bit of a curveball, I think.
I'm confused about the map here, and we heard the young man too say it went down, down, down. Isn't it the case that it has, for every, pick one, Asian you have on here, for every voter that went down one, it went up one in another area? Nobody moved in or out of our area. Right, Milton? It's got a balance. We're just reassigning.
That premise is correct, that you are reassigning people from one area to the next.
Right, so it can't go down everywhere. I'm not sure what, and I think Trustee Bronstein is incorrect when she said the law says you can't dilute, was her word. What you have here is something different. It was impair. Where do you have it here? Where is that?
Impairs the ability of a protected class to elect candidates of its choice in it.
Yeah, that.
Outcome.
What does that mean? How do you impair the ability? What has the courts ruled? What does that mean? How do you measure whether we impaired the ability? I've heard the term majority minority district, for example, where if pick a protected class, blacks maybe have a majority minority. So they've got a district where they're 52% or something like that, it might be illegal with the various laws to draw a map where it takes them down to 48 because you've impaired the ability from them to elect. Is that what it is? Are you moving somebody from a majority to a minority, or a plurality to less than the plurality?
That's correct. Majority minority, but not just majority minority. It is the concept of vote dilution meaning if a particular minority community has voting power, you want to draw a map in a way that doesn't significantly decrease that voting power by the way you've constructed the map. It is not just for majority minority districts, but many districts have, even your own, don't have majority minority districts. You still are required to pay attention to the voting power within the certain minority block groups as it exists, and make sure not to unnecessarily decrease or dilute the voting power.
So that, just let me poke on that.
Mike, Melissa had a question first, and then we'll go back to you. Go ahead, Melissa.
Thank you. I did receive emails on both sides of this issue from the same minority group, actually Asian. And one of the emails that stood out was that they were offended that we would think that all Asians would vote the same. And I don't want to stereotype any group or minimalize any group, but I think it's important to make that distinction because obviously everyone has individual preferences in any demographic. And I see the intent of the law, but I also want to acknowledge that comment that was given to me because I want to be sensitive.
Thanks, Mike. You're right. Not everyone's going to vote the same. Mike, go ahead.
I'm still having trouble. I can get my head around, Milton, the majority minority concept that, you can't spread a protected class across several areas so that you take away a majority or something like that. But I'm having trouble about the dilution. Any map change is going to dilute as an example, the Asian population somewhere and increase it somewhere. When does it become too much? Is there any standard where the courts say, foul?
No, there hasn't been any specific standard where using numbers where the court says this is too much or this is not enough or this is significant or it is not. But the concepts have been discussed. And essentially what you do is you look at the voting block of the particular group and you, depending on the way the map is drawn, if in one map they had, for example, voting power of 35% or so, and then you take a different map and the next map you have dropped that down from 35 to 25%. And so the argument could be made that there was some vote dilution there. Now, of course, in your scenario, those people are going to get reassigned to other instances, but the emphasis is on when there's a significant concentration, you'd rather, or not rather, the emphasis is on trying to support power structure or voting block groups that are, that consist of substantial populations and not minimize those to minimal populations so that you have, 5% across the 5 areas. But what you did, you took away the one area where they had 35%. There is a difference in those two different scenarios.
I thought you were done speaking.
So here's my struggle. I want to be very sensitive to minority populations. I do not want to adversely affect any population of people. But in this discussion, it's almost like we're talking about politics. I mean, we're talking about party, and we're not allowed to talk about party. So, I mean, in order to know if we're disenfranchising a certain group, then wouldn't you have to identify those minority groups by their political affiliation? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it's so wrong to say all people of this color are that, or all people of this color are that. Like, I feel like it's offensive. I mean, I don't have a right to say that because I'm not a person of color, but I know we're not supposed to look at political party, but I feel like we're alluding to it.
Well, that's the way the law is constructed, that's imputed, that those groups would vote as a consensus, even if, realistically, practically speaking, that's not the case. The way the law was constructed was with that understanding.
But there are no statistics to say how these certain populations are voting, and we're not even allowed to consider it, right?
Well, what do you mean you're not? The law says that, the law constructs it and says you're not to break up the voting power of certain groups. It does not say you have to have evidence that all of those groups vote exactly the same way in every election or every issue. It stops at frankly, the ethnicity, and it sort of imputes, some common agreement in terms of the particular voting block group.
This is a good
point, Melissa.
Well, the way I look at it is that I don't think anyone's assuming that minority groups would vote a certain way, and certainly that they wouldn't be affiliated with one political party over the other. I think the intent of the law, or at least the way I interpreted it, was that it's to make sure that issues that are important to them, to make sure that especially when we're talking about DEI and making sure that all voices are heard and properly represented. It's not really a political party thing, but it's an issue thing. It's to make sure that their voices as a minority group aren't diluted by the majority. They have enough people say, this is important to us as an Asian population, or this issue is important to us as a Black population. It's to make sure that voice doesn't get diluted amongst other groups. So not political, but issue-based.
So not to get off track, but okay. So I'm just trying to help, please, I'm just trying to be educated on this. So if I was in a minority group and the majority of the people of my same minority group were in trustee area 4, that would give us one point of contact to represent us. If half of us were in trustee area 4 and half of us were in trustee area 5, wouldn't that give us areas of contact? I mean, realistically, anyone has access to any of us all the time. Right. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, the way this map divides people,
I think this is everybody votes on everything.
Messed up.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we're gonna go back around with Mike. And like I said, I'm not gonna call for the vote. You have to call for the vote. I'm gonna let the discussion go on until you're ready.
So
Mike?
I'll pass right now, but I would like to come back. So
Want to come back?
Refer to my other trustees.
Okay, Katrina, we're gonna go start there, go back around. Mike said he wants to come back around.
For questions for Mr. Foster?
More questions, Milton?
Right now, I'm still absorbing all that we just were.
Okay, Melissa?
Just appreciate the answers to my questions, and this issue is very deep.
I'm not gonna let him go until you guys feel like you've had.
I don't have any more questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Julie.
Yeah, I do have a question. My impression is that in the current map in area 5, there is a majority minority among the AAPI community. Is that not the case?
In the current map. See, in area 5, you said?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at this is the demographics from your current map here. In area 5, you see, which is this column here. And what was your question again?
The Asian American, it's really AAPI community. What percentage do they show up there?
It's 26% citizen voting age population. Voting age population is 27%, total population 28%.
Okay, so when we compare that with the 3 proposed options.
Yeah. What is that same number in 1C, 7, and 8?
Okay. Just a second. And one.
The base case was 28, right?
Yeah, in 1C, that number is 25.9 for area 5 and wait, hold on, sorry. 1C, that area is 24.8, sorry, in scenario 1C. In scenario 7, it is 24.8. In scenario 8, 26.3.
And the base case was 28.
Right, so closest is 8.
Yeah, closest is 8.
Yeah.
All right, that's helpful.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Yes, I think that's,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question.
yes.
That was a great question.
So
And
just a second, the base is 26
Uh,
for citizen voting age population.
26 and the map right now.
What do we care about? Do we care about citizen voting age or do we care about population?
Well, you're looking at both of them, right? Because total population is what you measure the variance by. Citizen voting age population, the reason why it's on here is because this is the metric of the people who could register and vote. And so the voting block of this particular group is measured by the citizen voting age population. So you're looking at both terms.
So Milton, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm sorry, as we'll be back on, and please hold, and I really appreciate you being there, as we'll take a restroom break until 10 after 10. Thank you. We are reconvening our meeting, and we're back into our CRA. Okay, Mike, we'll start with you, and then we'll work our way back around.
I missed one number, if you would, please, Milton. The voting age for Asians, Area 5 in the current map. Percentage.
Okay, you're asking me what that number is?
Yeah, current map.
It is 26% in Area 5.
Okay, so I'm just going to make a point here. It's 26% now. Map 1C is 24.8, a reduction. Map 7 is 24.8, a reduction. And map 8 is 26.3, an increase. Would you be able to confirm those? I can read them again if you'd like.
Let's see, I believe I read off earlier. Let me take a look here. Let's see, map trustee area 5 in scenario 8 is 26.3.
Yep.
And then in 7, it is 24.8.
Yep.
And what
1C?
And 1C, we have 24.8 as well.
Same, yep, and the current's 26, okay. I'll pass for now and come back, Mo.
Which population was that again?
Asians,
Asian
Area 5.
population is, he said, currently it's 26% in Area 5. Is it if 1C is 24.8, map 7 is 24.8, and number 8 is 26.3, which is almost the same, a little bit higher. Thanks. Okay, Katrina, we're going to start over with you.
So Milton, thank you for that. Can we do that same analysis for the Hispanic populations? Because I know Asian and Hispanic are probably our two largest majority. So I just want to make sure that we're in compliance with.
Just a point, we don't have any majority minority.
Okay, sorry. I use that term less.
I think it's 48%.
We do have a Hispanic population. We translate things in Spanish. So out of respect to them, can we do that same analysis for the Hispanic population for areas?
So
I'm kind of confused if we do 1 or 2, because 7 and 8, 7 to 8, Area 1 is inland and Area 1C is coastal. So can we maybe just do both then?
Okay, so you want me to go through scenarios 1C and scenario 7 and scenarios 8 and read off the citizen voting age population for the Hispanic Latino community, correct?
Yes, please.
Which area?
And which area?
Well, I'm confused because are we still, because of the flip of the 2 areas? I just want to make sure that I want to do it for Area 1, I believe.
Area 1?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so for Area 1 in scenario 1C, the citizen voting age population is 10.7. And then in scenario 7, the citizen voting age population of trustee area 1 is 6.8. And for scenario 8, the citizen voting age population for trustee area 1 is also 6.8.
And what is it currently?
The current amount for area 1 citizen voting age population is 9%.
Thank you.
Would you, if we're gonna be playing a numbers game, would you mind doing area 2, 3, 4, and 5 Hispanic, same numbers?
Yeah, 2.
Okay. So if I could, if you don't mind, I will start, I should say, from the existing map, or would you all rather I go?
Anyway.
Okay.
We'll
So
write 'em
the
down.
existing map, Hispanic, Latino, citizen voting age population in trustee area 2 is 7%. And then it is, in trustee area 3 is 8%. Trustee area 4 is 8%. Trustee area 5 is 7%. Okay. Let's see.
That's a current map.
That's a
Yeah, that's the current map with the 2010 numbers. The one scenario 1C.
Sorry. Did you say 2010 or 2020?
2010 numbers.
Oh, we want 2020 numbers.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, 2010.
Have to do them all over again?
Yeah, 2010 now, Becky.
Before we proceed, may I ask a point of clarification, please? Because when we speak about minority groups, we don't have necessarily a monolith in different areas. In some areas, of course, we have Latino and Asian and African American population. And it seems to me we should also take that into account. So like, for example, when you look at map 7 and 8, they both take the total share of all minorities in area 4 from 32% to 24%. And so I want to ask you, Milton, if that's something that we take into account, this concept of not just one demographic group, but multiple demographic groups within an area.
Yes, the board can certainly take into account what we call pluralities, where if you combine multiple minority groups together, what their voting power would be. That's something that the board can take under consideration.
Okay, more questions for Milton. We'll start with you, Mike, and then we'll work back around.
So the Hispanic population in areas 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, using the 2020 census data, current 1C, 7, and 8, in whatever order you want to list them, we'll write them down.
Did Milton, when he did area 1, was that 2010 too?
Yeah, it was 10.
Oh, so
Yes,
it
that was
okay,
2010.
All the information we've gotten so far, 2010, with the exception of.
When he was doing the Hispanic population, that was 2010. So he's going to now review 2020. Okay, go ahead, Milton. Let's, we got to start over with that.
Okay. With the current existing map, which of course, with the caveat that the existing map with the new numbers is out of compliance, right? So we have to determine whatever value you believe you're getting from using the numbers in the trustee areas when that map is out of compliance, the variance is off. But I will give you, we do have those numbers, and I'll give them to you. So Hispanic Latino group in trustee area 1 with the existing map with the 2020 census numbers that's out of compliance. 10.9 in trustee area 1. Trustee area 2, 8.3. This is Hispanic Latino citizen voting age population. Trustee area 3, 9.7. Trustee area 4, 6.9. And trustee area 5, 8.1. Again, I just want to reiterate, of course, that the existing map with the new numbers is not a viable map.
Not compliant, yep.
Not compliant, so.
All
right, so, and then you want me to go and give the Hispanic Latino numbers for the other scenarios, which of course are already 2020. Here we go. Scenario 1C, Hispanic Latino Community Trustee Area 1, 10.7. Trustee Area 2, 8.3. Trustee Area 3, 9.2. Trustee Area 4, 6.9. Excuse me, Trustee Area 5, 8.4. Okay, that's scenario 1C. For scenario 7, Hispanic Latino Community Citizen Voting Age Population, Trustee Area 1, 6.8. Trustee Area 2, 12.0. Trustee Area 3, 8.9. Trustee Area 4, 8.8. Trustee Area 5, 7.2.
Okay.
Scenario 7. And then we get to scenario 8, Hispanic Latino Community Citizen Voting Age Population, Trustee Area 1, 6.8. Trustee Area 2, 12.0. Trustee Area 3, 8.7. Trustee Area 4, 8.8. Trustee Area 5, 7.5.
Okay. And these are all non-compliant. Okay,
The first one's not compliant, yeah.
right. Okay. Oh, Melissa, do you have a question? Do you have your hand up or no?
I don't, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the numbers.
Okay, Mike, we'll start.
So I'll just make a
No, I'll
note.
start Joy next.
Yeah, an observation. I think I wrote the numbers down right. For the Hispanic community, we recognize that the current map's out of compliance. But between 1C, 7, and 8, that the highest concentration of Hispanic voting age population is in map 1C is area 1 at 10.7. But in area 7 and 8, the highest concentration is 12, which is in area 2.
Okay.
So I would just make an observation.
Well, we have to compare like things to like things, right? We have
I'm just going to make an observation.
Let Mike
And you
finish,
can
and then we'll go
compare
back
like to
around.
like. It's just an observation. I mean, this is, I cannot believe here we are in 2022.
Okay.
Spreading people around like this by race, but we are. We increase the impact of the Hispanic voters and give them the greatest say by moving to area 7 and 8, which tie at 12% and give them a say in area 2, where the best we can get out of area 1C is 10.7. I'll yield there.
Hey, Julie, I saw your hand up. Just a second, Katrina. I saw Julie's hand up first. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Julie.
So what I'm trying to understand, Milton, is how much the numbers change in the maps when you look at 7 and 8 versus 1C, how much the demographics are impacted in each of the areas. I would think that's something to take into consideration.
Yes.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to mention, President Muir, is that I do have a statement that I'd like to give before we go to a vote, but I don't want to give it prematurely. Is it your thought that we're going to do these questions of Milton and then move right over to a vote? Because if so, then I'd like to provide my statement.
I'm going to let you speak. And I told you earlier, every board member has time management, and I'll let you
all right
and have a discussion.
Okay, well,
this topic, I'm not going to call the vote until everyone has had their say.
So I would like to proceed then, please, with my statement. As a mom with 2 students currently enrolled in our district, I decided to run for school board because of my commitment to the success of our students and our district. While serving on our board, it is my goal to work on bringing our community together and to do what I can to facilitate consensus, both within the boardroom and in the community. My number one focus is on our students, and I know we all feel that way, and ensuring that they are able to thrive at our schools academically, emotionally, and athletically. It pains me to see the division that is currently occurring within our community. Rather than focus on any particular map, I would like to share my thoughts on the process we have undertaken thus far with redistricting. I recognize that the CVRA redistricting issue has become heated and divisive in our community. It is our obligation to conduct the map selection process in an objective manner as possible. Our meeting on Thursday, February 10th was intended to be a public hearing. Unfortunately, the meeting fell far short of being a public hearing, which according to the Cambridge Dictionary is an official meeting where members of the public hear the facts about planned road building, etc., and give their opinions about it. While we did have the opportunity to hear public comment from a few people, I also heard from at least one constituent that they were on hold in board docs, our new system, and didn't have the opportunity to speak since they were not called upon. Based on the language of the agenda, from last week, I was under the impression that the board and the public would be receiving comprehensive information about each of the maps during open session, and that I would have an opportunity to ask questions about the maps and engage in discussion, which I realize we are engaging in right now. However, this unfortunately did not occur last Thursday. Rather, Mr. Allman immediately put forth a motion on 3 maps, including Community Map A, Map 7, and 8. Community Map A was disqualified since it was the same as either Map 7 or 8, which I'm not sure about. We also learned just a few days ago that Map 7 and 8 that we voted on last Thursday were indeed identical. This means that we only voted on 2 unique maps rather than 3, as was mandated by the process. If you look on the district website, you will see a map marked corrected, which was posted just 2 days ago. I personally did not vote on that map, nor did any of the trustees. Further, the public did not have the opportunity to review the new corrected map. I point this out because it speaks loudly to the issue of flawed process. We have trustees voting on the identical map twice, and we have the public not having access to all of the maps being considered posted on the website by the promised date. Even to this day, I do not see noticeable differences between maps 7 and 8. Since last Thursday, I've received numerous emails in support of 1C, as well as numerous emails in support of maps 7 and 8. There have been accusations made that 1C is, quote, the teachers union map, and that 7 and 8 are trustee Allman's maps. In reality, I have no idea as to who submitted any of the maps. I would like to add that I greatly appreciate the sentiment expressed by Romy earlier this evening, a parent speaker who recommended what she termed a unity map. And that really does speak to my heart. At the beginning of this process, we were told by our law firm, F3, that this is not a clean redraw from scratch. This is going to be taking the current map and moving it a little bit to get into balance. What we have now before us for consideration is 1C and maps 7/8, which are a wholesale redrawing of the current Cranberry map. If we wish to go down the road of doing a complete redraw, that is another process which involves consulting with the county and would not allow us to meet our March 1st deadline. At this point, given the contentiousness of the issue and the accusation of politics clouding the process, I would like to make a motion that we hit the pause button and remove all the current maps from consideration and go back to the original 3 that were prepared by the demographer, with a focus on selecting the map with the least amount of variance. I recognize there's no perfect map, but certainly it is our obligation to land on a map that has the consensus of the board and is respected by the majority of the community. Thank you.
Well, I just want to remind you, you were on the subcommittee. It was up to you to bring something back for us and to be in charge of this process. As you and Mike were on this subcommittee, is I put that in your hands to make sure that this process went well. Is that it's.
I resigned from that subcommittee.
But before that happened, it was you and Mike who were supposed to be watching this process. We made a subcommittee so this wouldn't happen. Just a second, Katrina. It's
apolitical. It feels like you're chiding me.
I'm not, honey.
What I'm
not chiding you.
Unity, but like Romy talked about.
Anytime anybody disagrees with you, all of a sudden you lash out and you say they're after you. No one's after you. I'm just saying is that we, the board agreed, and you and Mike said you would do this subcommittee and you would bring this forward. Is that we entrusted you and Mike to this.
My involvement on the subcommittee was only to set timeline for the process. And now that we're at a place where we see that there's tremendous animosity and tension within the community over the really more like 2 options that we're choosing between, I think it makes a lot more sense to kind of just clean the slate, go back to the drawing board and adhere to something that is not just a complete reconfiguration and dramatic redrawing of everything. I think we've heard the message loud and clear in this letter from the county. And I'm not saying we have to go with 1C. I didn't even prefer 1C. I preferred 1D, but I never even had a chance to promote that last week. And I'm not crying sour grapes. It's okay. I just think it would be great if we could just clean the slate and go back to the original 3. That way we know there's no interference from the union or people from Mr. Almond's Facebook group or from my friend down the street or my neighbor or whatever. That's what I'm looking for.
I appreciate that. We did have you guys in the subcommittee, whatever you want to do on that. 1 second, Katrina. And I entrusted that, and I'd hope that you guys, whatever you did, that was your business. And I thought you were following that. Is that we're now in a position where we have to vote on a map, because if not, March 1st is coming. Is that, I agree, I understand what you're saying, is that there was certain things put into place to make sure this would happen. So thank you for that. Okay, Katrina.
I would just like to say that, just as a clarification, I think the process that I understood that Trustee Almond and Trustee Bronstein were under was also the timeline. I think the process went well up until last week. And I think that's when we got the bulk of the emails, and that's when our community got divided. I agree 110% with Trustee Bronstein that, my inbox is, I don't know, the split. There's a lot for 1C and there's a lot for 7, 8. And I do like the idea of unity, to be honest, so I can clarify. 1C, I brought 4 because it simply was my favorite map going into it. I had organized my notes according to each map. I wrote the pros and cons to each map. So 1C was my preferred map because I felt it kept the feeder districts better together. And that was a priority of mine because I do believe in that, but it did have flaws. It puts Trustee Mossy and Trustee Almond in the same area. And that was something I did not like about it. I had to pick one objective, and that's what I went with. I am not married to 1C. I would happily take 1C off the table if it would take people, it would allow people to feel that they can trust our judgment and have us all go back to a neutral stance. But then I would also ask that we take the other contentious maps off. That the beauty of what Trustee Bronstein just said is if we go to the original maps, those are demographer created maps by a neutral party, not community input. There can't be any hints of foul play. So if nothing else, I really appreciate your sentiment of unity. I think that it's up to us because we could vote on any of the 3 maps, but we will have a very divided community if we do it, unless we can convey to our community why we voted on that map. But right now I've been accused of horrible things, because I supported one map. Trustee Mossy has indicated the same thing. I'm sure all of you have experienced the same things, and that's not how it should be. This is how our community is divided up so that we can create a stronger voice. And instead, we're just yelling so loud that we don't have a strong voice. We're just screaming to the wind right now.
Well, the thing is, you're saying get rid of the map. We had people vote and tell us we had half saying, so you're saying to 7 and 8, sorry, we don't want to hear what you have to say. Because that's what you're saying.
I'm not saying that.
No, that is kind of what you are saying, is I don't want to listen to what they're saying. Is that we've had people say there's 7, 8 or 1C, is that you're saying you can't hear what the community has said. They have said that. Is that, and so I don't want to
just don't put words in my
what
mouth.
I'm saying is you're saying start from scratch, but there's people that have spoken. So I just want to say thank you to the parents and to the community who has.
And just to be very clear, I'm not saying I'm disregarding any voices. I have read to the best of my ability all the emails. I do understand the people's perspectives of all the maps, and I respect them all. So I'm not discounting anything. And I certainly am not trying to be disrespectful by agreeing with Trustee Bronstein and what she just said and what the community member said earlier in public comments, that I'm not saying let's throw it out just to be disrespectful. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that it has become so contentious that it might be the most respectful thing to start over. And that's my stance. So please don't misconstrue it. It's meant out of pure respect.
I'm not misconstruing. I'm just saying is they have spoken. You're saying, I don't want to listen to that, but that's fine. Okay, go ahead, Lois.
My biggest issue and disappointment with map 1, 2, and 3 was the lack of continuity between areas. And I asked the demographer, do you live here? Do you know anything about our communities, our micro communities? Or is this just a math problem? And he said it's a math problem.
You're right.
So that's why I have a hard time with going back to 1, 2, and 3. And then I'm like, well, do we submit maps to the community again and start over with that? I'm like, how on earth are we going to do that by the 1st?
Right.
We'll be in a situation where the county is going to take it over. You know, I knew this might be difficult, but I had no idea it would be this difficult. And I just echo what Katrina said. I just really hope that whatever happens, that people will stop the hate and the really disrespectful and nasty emails and comments. You know, I don't go on social media, but sometimes things get back to me and it's just hurtful. And that is not what I want to model for our students. So there's a good chance a lot of people won't be happy tonight with whatever happens, but we don't want to be targets, please. We're doing the best we can. We've extended our meeting till 2 a.m. This is our, how many meetings have we had? I mean, we've had so many. We're putting our whole heart into this. And I don't see, you know, any perfect way out of it, but that is why I didn't support 1, 2, and 3. I just thought we could do a better job. I hope we can.
Hey, Mike.
Okay, let me comment on what I heard. First, a point of order, Mo. I believe officially we're in agenda item discussion. Can we close that and move to an action item, which is
Just a
next
second.
on the agenda?
I had thought we'd gone into our.
We haven't, but that's okay. We were,
Okay, so I'm going to end our presentation.
right.
And now we are into, just a second. Mike, thank you for that.
Yep.
12A
maybe?
Yes, now we are moving it on to our discussion action item, 12A. Do I have a motion for consideration of adoption of final board trustee area map?
So I would like to give trustee, I think she thought we were in the action oriented or action section. I'd like to give trustee Bronstein, if it's okay with you, an opportunity to restate her motion about whatever it was.
Okay, first.
Now we're in the action item. That was, with all due respect to you, I think it was premature because not in the order of things, but because we were on the wrong agenda item.
I think I did that because I was concerned that there might not be discussion when we went into the next item. And so I wanted to make sure I had the opportunity.
I think
So now that we're in the right item,
Right.
go
Okay,
ahead and make your
fine.
motion, please.
Well, you know, now I've gotten input that makes me want to amend my motion.
Your motion is?
So let me pull it up, please. Okay. Give me a moment.
Well, Mike, I've already put a motion on the floor to have the final map.
Yeah, but it wasn't the right agenda item, Mo. It was,
Correct.
it wasn't during there, so that dies.
Okay, so here's
Just
what
a second.
I'd like to say. I'll start again. Given the contentiousness of the issue and the accusations of politics clouding the process, I would like to make a motion that we hit the pause button and remove all the current maps from consideration and come up with 3 new maps for consideration. As opposed to saying, originally I had said go back to the original 3, but I see there were some concerns. And I think now we have more time, for
3 new
example,
ones.
to talk about the benefits of 1D, and which only has a variance of 1.8%, for example.
I'll second the motion for the sake of discussion.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, now I can comment.
okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Mo. So
Okay, just a second. So the motion is to reconsider the maps.
Correct.
I want to make sure I know
if
this.
you can, yeah. Okay. We've run a process. So let me start again. I think this board and the public has realized the way I work. And I'd characterize it by digging in. That when I get into something, I just dig into it. And it's a whole lot of research, and we saw some of it here tonight with Mr. Foster with the probing questions, and we were able to agree a whole bunch of stuff that I think pushed the discussion forward. I've looked at what other school districts have done throughout California, and I've studied a number of them. In fact, I'm going to show one because I think it's instructive. So let me have the floor. I'll let you know when I'm done here. This is important.
Okay.
So
Cheryl, can you turn the air conditioning off? It's freezing.
okay. The screen sharing's been turned off. Could someone turn on the screen sharing so that I could show my screen, please?
Sure. Can we turn the screen sharing on?
Let me know when it's ready.
You can have your discussion.
Well, tell me when it's ready. I can come back to that. It's not order sensitive, but I studied the process that others have done. And I can say that it's consistent with my understanding of the law, and nothing I heard here tonight caused me to change that. And in fact, it reinforced it. And there's a lot of points, but the main ones are that it's up to the board. It's not a decision of the people. We're not going to vote. It's not a decision of the county. It's our board's decision. Now, different boards in California have done, thank you for making co-hosts. I'll finish this and I'll come back to it, have done different things. Some have said we are below the 10%, we're going to leave it. Some have said we're below 10%, but we're going to change it. Anaheim did that. We're going to change it anyway. Some have made minor changes. Some have made major changes. It's all over the map. Then where the map goes, pun not intended. Then the process has been all over the map. Shouldn't say that again, pun not intended. Some have said, we don't want to be involved in, as a board, want to be involved in drawing the maps. We're going to let the demographer pick 3, and then we're going to draw 3, and then we'll pick 1. Others have said, no, we want to have more of input from the public, and we'll let them comment through multiple meetings, but you don't have to, but they do. Some have said, we'll allow the public to come up with maps. So Trustee Bronstein and I were appointed to the committee, and I thought that this should be as open and transparent a process as possible, open it as wide as we can. The board met several times. We decided a process. We had some dates. I think some of the key characteristics are any member of the public could submit a map. It could be hand drawn if they wanted. And we would, without change, forward that to the demographer and say, try to make this work. And they would do their best. And in most cases, they concluded, I can make it work. Here's my best assessment, and there's the map. In a few cases, they said, look, I can't even really get very close and be in compliance. So no. Members of the public were allowed to comment on all of those maps.
So you're saying some of the maps were thrown out?
I know they were, because remember, Mo, I wanted to nominate map A, and I was told, well, whoever drew that, I don't know who did, but there it was, that I was told by, I think it was Mr. Foster, that when they turned that over to the demographer, he was unable to come up with something that looked kind of like that and met the criteria of population equality and all that stuff. So I have very little doubt that we are on the good end of a process, that we are in the top 10% by allowing public comment, public hearings, the public to draw their own maps, essentially, not like go to a computer program and make it all balanced, but here's a hand-drawn, we talked, one of the members of the public who wrote, isn't this interesting? Member of the public, her name's Robin Reuterbush, drew one of the maps by hand. Okay, fine. Tina is running it for the admin. Fine, we move it along, and they were able to draw it, and that became 1C. It's the same person who contacted the county and said, 7 and 8 are bad. And she drew 1C, and don't do that. Okay, so we've run a very fair process, lots of public input. We can't go back. Today's the 17th. That process took 6 or 8 weeks or something when we first started. Our map's got to be done now. We need to make a decision tonight. I've got no interest in kicking this down the road. We got to pick a map tonight.
Okay.
Now, let me comment just for a couple more things of what I heard in comments. Clean draw a little bit, that whole area. Now, I do think I can share my screen, so let's see if this works right. And I got to pick this. So one, in my research, I looked at San Diego. Kind of an interesting process, I thought. This is San Diego Unified School District. This is one of the beauties of this industry is everything's public. So go on the web and find it yourself. I'm not going to flip through every page, but I will say that this is what they said with Arkbridge. Every 10 years, you must consider redrawing their district boundaries. Ooh, redrawing. Oh, wait a minute. People are jumping up and down. You can't redraw. You have to adjust. They meant that you had to move the lines to come into compliance. When does an adjustment become a redraw? Never been litigated. I looked up adjustment, it says make it compliant. So you move it and you make it compliant. Never been litigated. Nobody's ever challenged it. Now I know it's only been 2 census cycles and look more about that. Make them equal as possible, maximum deviation, no more than 10%. I think we kind of agree on that. And look what San Diego did. The map here is the current districts. Is what it is. They had a 9.33% variance, lower than 10%. It's very easy to say, we don't have to do it. We talked about Mr. Foster. That's within the safe harbor that the court said they don't have to change. You know what? They changed it anyway. They improved it. But look how they disenfranchised that Scripps Ranch. Scripps Ranch was here. The entire community scheduled to vote this year. Nope, got to wait 2 years. Guess what? That's not illegal. They did it. And here's what really bothers me. They did it with a racial motive. But it is what it is.
It's not really analogous, is it? Because it's.
I have the floor.
Dramatic.
But go ahead.
No, I want.
Not as dramatic. The entire community of Scripps Ranch was disenfranchised and moved 2 years down the road. But there's other changes here. I mean, we can look at it how, this sliver here disappeared. This entire area, I guess that's in La Jolla, is now blue when it was red. I mean, what did they do? They changed the map. They adjusted the map to become compliant, and they did it this way so that they could have a fourth. They're very public about this, a fourth majority minority district. So I'll stop sharing my screen. My point is that it's our decision. We get to decide. We had a very fair process, public comment, a lot of time. If we don't draw it by tonight and instruction to our staff to submit it to the county, then they're going to do it for us. Is there a risk that someone will sue us? We live in America. You can sue anything for any, no one's ever won. No one's ever even questioned what's the difference between an adjustment. Think about how a judge would have to apply, think about a standard of when an adjustment becomes a redraw. You moved too far. Where's the line? Well, and the legislator had plenty of time. They could have said, if you're going through this process, move it the minimum to become compliant. They didn't. They said adjust it to become. The county's not involved. We determined that. County doesn't approve this map. We approve this map. The representatives of the people who were elected here approve this map. So I think we have to end this today. I don't think we can kick it down the road. Let me pause there.
Julie.
Just on the subject of San Diego Unified, because I have a friend who's very involved there. And she just informed me that they only disenfranchise 5% of their population and that Scripps Ranch is only 3% of San Diego Unified. In contrast, of course, map 7 and 8 disenfranchise over 30% of voters. Plus Katrina showed us these maps earlier with all the cross out of everything that goes haywire.
Just a quick point of order. Who was that told you that? That's a public record, Julie.
A friend of mine.
Who? I'm making a public records request. Who told you that? That's a public record.
friend of
Want to ask Milton?
Why don't you ask Milton? I don't.
Milton, when a trustee gets an email about business during the meeting, is that a public record?
If you said, if you're saying the email, that's potentially.
Or a
public
text.
record That's subject to disclosure within, of course, the response time, is 10 days.
We can move on.
Okay. Is,
Okay, I could have the floor.
Revenue-
What is the standard? How much of, is 5% too much? I mean, it's a ridiculous conversation. We get to decide, no court is going to throw out San Diego's map because I'm going to stop using the term disenfranchised,
yeah, I don't.
because they moved Scripps Ranch from area 3 to area 4 or whatever the number was. That's what they did. It's their choice. If you don't like it, take them to court. No one's ever been taken to court over this, let alone win.
Okay, Katrina.
So you just said no one's ever gone to court, but I would argue that this concerns me when you have this much, like if this map was meant to make adjustments that are in a positive direction for our district, I don't understand why they would flip the numbers. Like my area, I should logically remain area 2. You should logically remain 1. Like I don't understand the logical reason for the flip. So to me, that is a major change. I would cease to become trustee area 1 and not that, or 2, not that I'm the end all be all, but it's like indicative of the drastic changes. Every single one of these hash marks represents someone who would go from one trustee area to another trustee area. So I would argue that this is a substantial change that I don't know if anyone's ever done this many changes to actually flip trustee area numbers, to put multiple trustees in multiple areas, to take 2 trustees out of the area that they currently represent. There's so many, like, little changes are going to happen. Every once in a while, a map would have to be drawn that 2 trustees would share an area, or that someone might not be able to be in their area. Those are, like, like we said, it's inevitable changes that will eventually happen. But to have this great of extent and the flipping of the area from 1 to 2, like, to me, it just seems like these are big drastic changes. And to me, the argument, like, if there's ever a case to say, well, what is an adjustment and what is a redraw, I would just hold this up as exhibit A, or actually exhibit 8, if you really want to, that this is a redraw. Like, no one could look at that and say, oh, we made gentle adjustments that were only necessary. That's all I'm going to say.
Melissa.
I had a thought, and I
can come back to
it just a moment ago because I was intently listening.
The only thing is I have to say is, I'm just going to comment on that, is everybody votes on everything.
Oh, I forgot. I remember.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So we're talking about whether just to throw out the maps and start over.
Right. That is the motion on the floor.
Yeah. So I like the idea, but I would feel so pressured with time that I'm worried the community wouldn't get input, then the demographer wouldn't have time to verify.
Right.
And we could end up with something super pressured that is maybe worse.
Yeah.
But I respect your emotion.
I hear what you're saying. Thank you, Melise. Thank you.
And I think,
Appreciate that, actually.
I know, we're okay, so.
I have a question, please.
Sure.
I was just wondering, because we haven't heard from Dr. Ward in quite some time, if you had any input or.
Specifically, what question?
Specifically, in terms of, there's a lot of discussion about California Voting Rights Act. And my specific question is, do you have any concerns related to any of these maps vis-a-vis CVRA?
No, Mo. This is a board decision.
This-
You get to recognize who, that's a legal question. We got into so much trouble asking non-lawyers legal questions.
I would appreciate, because this is a legal thing, if you have any questions, Mike is right, I don't want to ever get in trouble with the law.
But I couldn't ask the lawyer either, so.
You can ask him right
Right
now.
there.
Julie, he's
Oh,
here.
great. I thought that he.
No, he can't reveal confidential information.
Any concerns, Milton, about any of the maps vis-a-vis
Can't answer
CRA?
that.
Well, that's the question. I'm trying to ask someone else besides a board member.
Well, yeah,
Can't answer.
Why can't he?
We didn't authorize it.
We had that discussion.
I, at this juncture, because of the risk of my answer and it going towards, an issue that may be a liability concern towards the board, I would have to, again, have authorization from the board to have me reveal such an opinion. I draw a distinction between an explanation of the process or of the terms and of revealing opinion in open session that relates to specific potential liability as against the district, if that makes sense.
Are we ready to call for the vote, Julie? Have you had enough of a discussion?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, the vote is, okay, go ahead.
Is everybody done speaking? I don't want to
I
cut
don't know.
anybody off.
Anybody off?
But I would like,
Motion correct?
My motion.
The motion you seconded is reconsider the maps.
before, Mo, please, before we end debate, we should.
We're not in the debate.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, what do you think we're voting on, Mike?
Well,
Is that-
the motion on the floor is to,
Reconsider the maps.
right,
That is what I'm.
Yes.
right. And are you about to call for the vote?
Well, I'm asking if everyone has had an opportunity to speak as much as they would like.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I have one thing then, if they're done.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mo. I appreciate the way you ran this meeting tonight. Now, I know it's very difficult. I do need a few minutes and then we can vote. So I want to make sure that we're clear on the process. It's about one thing and one thing only, and it's how we run these elections. That's what it's about. It's not about school boundaries. It's not about what school you can attend. It's not about our lottery. Doesn't affect property taxes, doesn't affect school funding. What it does determine is how we run our elections. Our existing map can't be used for this next election because our variance is more than the 10% safe harbor. So we have to adjust our map and we're out of time. There's law that covers how we do adjust our maps and some of the characteristics that must exist in our final map. And some factors we can consider when we draw a map and some factors we cannot consider when drawing a map. But most importantly, I think the law clearly describes whose responsibility it is to draw this map. It's the responsibility of the board, this board. Whatever map we may choose by majority vote tonight is our new map. The law doesn't say that the map is voted on by the public. The law doesn't say that it's up to district staff or teachers union to decide. The law says it's up to us to decide. How we run the process is up to us. As I mentioned, I won't go in it, but I looked at a bunch in California. We took some took no public input. We had a very good process. Public, community driven. We decided to allow maps from any source. Any member of the public could draw a map, submit it for consideration. All the maps were submitted, were provided to the demographer. They were on our website. People could comment. We had many, many comments. I read them all. Our process has been much more public centered than many other districts. At a prior meeting, we narrowed it down to 3 finalists. And today, yes, the picture wasn't right, but we've seen all the maps today. We've talked about them. We've talked about demographics. We see the boundaries. Everybody's done talking. We're about ready to vote on whether we kick it down the road or not. 2 hard and fast rules that our final map must have is that each area should be as close as possible to population, but certainly no more than 10% variance. And they must be consistent with the Federal Voting Rights Act. The demographer's told us that as far as he's concerned, he doesn't see anything illegal about these maps. He's checked the numbers. They're all compliant. Just because a map is compliant doesn't mean we have to choose it. Lots of ways to draw a map. When I look at the 3 final maps, there's no doubt they're much better ways, they are much better at looking at communities of interest than our existing map. They take into consideration our primary communities of interest, which generally for me, we talked about earlier, are kind of beach communities on one hand and inland communities on the other. I certainly think of beaches west of the 5, but when we put those maps on those areas on the coast, we have to have the population balance, and there's not enough. So we have to kind of push east a little bit somewhere because there's not enough people in those two districts. I think maps 7 and 8 represent a better fit for the communities of interest than 1C. 1C bulges kind of in the north. I think it's a better community of interest in the south for a whole number of reasons. Easier to get to the beach, it's newer, but that's my opinion. So we got to pick one of these 3 tonight. I find it interesting that a couple of our trustees who were in favor of 1C, and who was the first person in public comment in the last meeting, look at 1C and say, we got to pick that, was Mr. Duncan Brown, head of our teachers union. And since then, I really haven't seen anything like what we've had. All the stops have been pulled out in trying to pressure this board into choosing 1C. Melise, I know you are under a tremendous amount of pressure. I want to thank you for always putting our kids first. Whatever map we may choose today, I know that all of them have you and I in the same area, so you can't run. It's what the maps are. And I know this is one of the most contentious decisions ever, and the ramifications of this last 10 years. I hope whatever way you vote, you'll be respected for voting your conscience, voting a moral way. And I hope to God that you will not be sent a horrible message that I know you've received over the past week. People need to understand how hard this decision is, accept it and move forward. I know that all you've ever wanted for our district is to honor our community, our families, and our students. We're fortunate that we have someone who's an expert in this, who sent us an email. She was on the independent redistricting committee, commissioner in our community. Their name's Amy Katerina. Well, one thing that she sent us, that we should choose a map with the lowest overall variance. And that's map 8. It's the closest of the 3 we have to equality. She says, I think this is a highly reasonable variance. And she says there's no language in the code or the county charter or anywhere else that supports any kind of minimum change concept. Doesn't appear anywhere. Legal actions based on this premise, there's nothing. So I'll skip over the rest of what she said and let me just sum up. All of these maps are compliant. We followed a legal and transparent process. No one's disenfranchised. That word's way overused. As we talked about, you can't move a map and move some people 2 years later or 2 years earlier in the cycle. Map 8 has the least variance. It's our best chance to stay in compliance. Nowhere in the law does it say make minimal changes. It says adjust the maps. That's what we're doing tonight. We're adjusting the maps. Everything else you heard, it's just noise. Scare you into making the decision that special interest groups desire to push. You have to ask yourself why. At least I am so sorry what has happened to you and the pressure you're under. And I can't kick this down the road because it's going to triple.
Yeah.
It's going to triple. 10x. We looked at the demographics of the various maps. Map 8 increases Asian representation so that they have a bigger stay at the table. It improves Hispanic representation. They have a better say at the table. This is over. It's time to end it now. Sometimes we have to do the right thing, even when it's the very, very hard thing. So I'm going to vote no on kicking it down the road. I move that we end the debate and vote on trustee Bronstein's motion.
I just have one quick, I just need.
Second,
Can we get a second on that?
got a second.
On this point, Mo, I think we take an immediate vote if we want to keep debating or if we're done.
I think I'm due a rebuttal
Nope.
because you.
Motion on the floor, Mo, is to end the debate. Let's just vote. If the vote is, let's hear from Katrina, then let's hear from her. That's fine. I thought we were done. But let's call the vote on ending it.
Pardon?
Were we voting on Julie's motion?
We're voting on the end debate, end the debate.
Mike has made the motion to end the debate and then vote on Julie's motion.
Who seconded it?
I second it.
Okay, so call the roll.
Roll call to end the debate and then we can go into discussion is that, and to vote on Julie's motion to reconsider the maps. All,
Yeah, so it's the end of the debate and then vote. There's no
Yes.
Discussion left. So I vote we end the debate. Yes.
I'm voting yes for ending the debate. Katrina,
I have a rebuttal, so I would like to continue the debate. So
so you want to vote no?
yes.
Okay, Elise?
I'd like to hear what Katrina has to say. I vote no.
I do too.
Okay.
No.
Okay, let's keep going.
I promise I'll keep this quick. I do want to be respectful. Just as a rebuttal, I find it offensive that I was insinuated that there's a lot of insinuation that my vote was tainted or programmed by a special interest group. I want to go on record that no one has told me how to vote. I made my own independent assessment of the maps. I did listen to groups, but for that insinuation, I think is wrong and irresponsible. So I think it needs to be on record that no one has told me how to vote. And
Was insinuating that anything tonight. No one said some.
there was, I counted at least 3 major insinuations from trustee Almond's last final statement.
You say your name? Katrina, anytime someone does.
I'm not, please don't gaslight me. When he just to end the debate, I just want to put on record that no one has influenced my vote at all. And my other thing I would like to say is if trustee Almond, since you seem to have studied the maps, and I appreciate that, can you tell me what is the advantage of flipping area 1 and 2 for map 7 and 8? That is something that's very different from any of the other maps that we looked at. So I just want to know, it affects me, it affects President Muir. So I want to understand what the advantage for our district is.
I didn't draw that map, but what I don't know. I mean, what's the advantage? I don't know. I didn't draw it.
Because you'd have to pass the person.
Just very curious that no other map switches an area number except for map 7 and 8. And that those are substantial changes in the whole North County area.
Okay.
And that's all I want to say.
Elise?
Are we still voting on Julie's motion or are we
We have to
voting?
close the debate first.
We got to close the debate.
I move that we close the debate and then vote on it. We'll need a
Wait,
second. to
we-
that.
Okay, Julie's motion was to
Reconsider the maps.
To come up,
Start over.
to come up with what I'd heard earlier from the commenter named Romy, it spoke to me when she said unity map. That's what I wanted to go for. Yeah.
If you're ready, we can vote. on-
Yes, I'm ready.
End the
not
debate.
voting on which map, we're voting on whether to end.
First, we're going to vote to end the debate. And if we pass that, then we'll vote on, then if you want to keep talking, we can keep talking, or we'll stop talking, and we'll vote on Julie's motion.
I'm ready to vote on Julie's motion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Second that.
Too.
me too.
Consensus 5-0. So Julie's motion is to reconsider the maps.
Yep.
Is that we've been making comments on this, is that I feel that we have done everything we can do. Is that we did have this subcommittee with both Julie and Mike on there. We've had so much community input. We've taken maps, like Mike said, handwritten maps. Is that, and now we're at the end of the line. Is that had done all of our due diligence, that I would agree with you, but at this point, I can't, we've done everything and you were on the subcommittee. So anyway, let's call for the vote. Mike, this is to reconsider the maps.
No,
Okay, Katrina,
Yes.
Melise,
No, because of the time frame.
I know. Julie?
Yes.
Yes, and you're, no.
Well, I'd like to make a motion if you'd give me the floor.
Go ahead.
please. I'd like to move that we accept number 8 as our new map and that we instruct staff to do everything necessary and proper to confirm the final populations and maps, et cetera, through the demographer and deliver that to the county as our official map going forward.
Second.
Number 8.
Okay. Got a second. Let's go to discussion.
Discussion, I actually was going to make a motion kind of in line with trustee Bronstein that I realize that we're out of time, but my motion was going to submit all maps to the county and have them choose for us. That would take all the pressure off of us. We clearly have talked about this a lot. We've had input, we've had a presentation, and we're still very divided in this room, and we're very, very divided within this district. I think that they've already given us a warning to proceed with caution. I think we take that to heart and say we proceed with caution and we put our trust in you. And that way, no one can accuse us of doing anything untoward or wrong for the district that we're putting in the higher authorities' hands.
I think that makes sense. One of the things that you said, trustee Alman, when you were speaking to trustee Mossy, was you were empathizing with the pressure she's been under. I'd have to say, and I'm not crying in my soup, but I also have been under a tremendous amount of pressure from a tremendous number of people. It's not a complaint, it's a reality. And I recognize and respect that the community is divided. And so I do like this idea of having a neutral party make the decision. I don't see what the downside would be on that. And I think there'd be a lot of upside in terms of building trust and cohesion and consensus within our community.
Mike?
It's not the county's job. We've already gone over that. It's our job. It's what we were elected to do.
Yeah.
Map 8 provides variance. Map 8 helps increase the concentration of our Asian community in one of our areas. It increases the concentration of the Hispanic community in one of our areas. Map 8 is the minimum variance. Map 8 is the best map. We went through a great process. You need to vote for map 8.
I just want to say this, Julie, is people are going to accuse you of us of not doing our job. Is that's what we're elected to make these decisions. Is that this our job is to make these kind of decisions for our community.
I would argue that that giving it to someone else is our job. If you put it in the perspective of a parent, sometimes with parenting, you have a situation where you're like, I need additional help. So you go, you have, a doctor or, a therapist or occupational therapist or something like that. That's the way. I'm not saying that we're ceding our power or that we're unable to effectively govern. This is a really difficult decision. I'm basically saying that sometimes it's just kind of nice to have someone who's objective can look at something and from a different perspective and help us see through all the noise. So I would say that it's a show of strength to say that we respect the county and we respect our constituents enough that we want to place them safely in their hands.
We always have these kind of decisions. Tonight, we're gonna have a decision in the lottery. Is they elected you to make those decisions. And they're gonna say, when it gets tough, you hand it off to someone. This is just what I would think someone would say. And not everyone thinks they need additional help. You go out and you listen to community members. We have a motion on the floor. Do you still want to have more discussion?
I do want to
All right.
comment on Katrina's comment. Not a single district in our county has shirked their responsibility and kicked it over to the county. Not one. The people elected us to make a decision. They didn't elect the county to decide for us. We all accepted this responsibility. Choices are not easy. We've gone through back to school, which was rough. We're talking about a whole number of things that are rough. It's time for us to do our job. This is what we were elected to do. When the going gets tough, we don't say, I can't get it done. I just don't know what to do. You make the decision for me. We're adults. We've been elected. We have to make our decision. We're making it tonight. We need to vote for 8. That is the best map for us.
More discussion on 8?
Yes, map 8, go ahead, Katrina.
I was gonna say, it was point of order, just with what trustee Bronstein had said in her statement, that is 8, did we publicly notice map 8 enough that it's allowable? 7 was posted up twice, 8 was posted up as corrected 2 days ago. I just want to make sure that we're following all process and we don't get more letters like this.
We've had Milton, well, that letter was participated by.
Yeah, the right thing to do, if you don't think this is a proper map, then vote no. This is a proper map. I'm telling you, it's a proper map. I've done a ton of research. We've looked at this map. We've seen it. We've done the demographics. We talked about the Hispanics in every area. We see.
We talked to our attorney. Okay.
So I'd like to point out one of the drawbacks on map 8 is that not every area that is drawn has a high school within it.
Okay.
And I do think that has a downside to it, especially since I've been having the experience of serving an area that currently does have a high school. And I see that that's quite beneficial for my constituents in order to help them.
I don't have a Costa Canyon in my area, but parents approached me about getting a grant for the Costa Canyon. I was all over it.
Yeah, and I'm helping SDA. I'm not saying that I'm not helping different high schools, but I think out of fairness, there should be a high school in each area. I feel very strongly about that. So maybe this could be redrawn a bit to pull in a high school.
I agree with what trustee Bronstein has said, and I thought about this also. I mean, I think it's just up for discussion possibly in the future, but I think now that I'm tenured as a board member, what helped me a lot was having experience at multiple high schools because my kids attended multiple high schools. And if I had it to do all over again, I would have loved to have been like the designated go-to person at a different high school every year and rotate it actually.
Good idea.
Because it's really important when you're making a decision for the whole district that you're really familiar with them. So like maybe one year, if Costa Canyon is my high school, I make an extra concerted effort to go to the performing arts activities at that high school, to go to the football games at that high school, as well as others, of course. But then the next year I rotate, or you may go to graduation at that school one year and then go to a different school. So that way we're all getting that same immersion in each of our schools, in addition to wherever maybe our kids attend, or especially helpful, I think, in the future what if we have a board of trustees without any students that are currently enrolled?
Right. Emily, we could talk about that in the future. That'd be a good idea.
But I'm not at all opposed to that. And I've been, Dr. Ward can indicate, going from school to school, touring them all as much as I can in a sincere fashion because I care about our students. So all I'm saying is that the way this map was drawn, it is flawed in that it doesn't have a high school represented in each area, whereas most of the other maps do achieve that.
Well noted.
Okay.
And just so we're clear, since we're discussing map 8, can we describe how the process would go? Like I'm honestly confused of what area I serve, what area I would represent. Would I be up for election 2022, 2024? What does it mean for Melise and Mike? And then what does it mean for trustee Bronstein? I think
I know that answer.
Yeah, that looks
know
like
it.
a good question.
Can we have Ms.
Milton
Foster answer it?
Sure.
Milton, could you answer those questions, please?
All right. The question was, in the event that that map 8 passes, what would it, I guess, do, or what would it be in terms of the cycle for the board members?
Yeah.
That's the question. So the way it works is, because this is a boundary adjustment, the existing trustee areas, the way they are numbered, would follow their existing cycle. So right now in the existing map, trustee area 1 is 2022. Trustee area 2, which is 2024. Trustee area 3, 22. Trustee area 4, 24, and trustee area 5, 22. And so those would remain the same cycle. So for map 8, trustee area 1, which is the yellow area, will be up for election in 2022. And trustee 2, which is the green area, would be 24. Trustee 3, which is the red area, would be 2022. Trustee 4, which is the blue area, would be 2024. And then trustee 5, which is the purple area, would be 2022, excuse me.
So specifically for trustee area 1, the yellow area, there's 2 trustees, one with, so that area is slated to have election in 2022.
Yes.
Trustee Muir is up for election in 2022. I'm up for election 2024. How does that work? Do I remain on as trustee area 1, and then depending on the outcome of the election, we also have another trustee area 1? Is that how that would work?
So essentially, nobody loses their seat on the board, if you will, by way of this process. It'll be somewhat like how it was going from at-large to by trustee areas, where there was the overlap until the process was complete, where you had a portion of the board that were at large, and then you had, as the election cycles came, you had, each of the cycles come in and then transition to by trustee areas. It will be similar to that.
And then my understanding of trustee area 4, the blue area, we have 2 trustees slated, one 2022, one 2024. So my interpretation is that, from what I've read, that trustee Allman, who's slated for 2024, will remain as trustee area 4, but trustee Mossy, who's slated for 2022, she would have to step off the board, and then she could rerun in 2024 if she so chooses.
That is correct, because along this process, we're only adjusting the boundaries, not changing the election cycle of each of the areas.
And then finally, for trustee area 5, she's now placed in trustee area 3. So Julie would be required to run as trustee area 3. And we would also have an election for trustee area 5, which would be uncontested, because we wouldn't currently have a trustee area 5.
Well, you would still have a trustee area 5. What do you mean?
Well, we have it but there wouldn't be a seated trustee. So in that election, Julie would have to run for 3, but there would be no one seated currently who's trustee area 5. So then that would be open for anyone to run in. Is that correct? Okay.
That is correct.
I would like to clarify on the point Katrina was bringing up about trustee area 1. So if Katrina's seat expires in 2024, is she able to serve out her term till 2024, even though President Muir would be also in that area?
Yes. By this process, nobody gets legislated off of the board. You get to serve out your full term. It's just going to be, you're going to have people positioned physically in the same area, but you would not, no one gets eliminated off the board. If you have a remainder of a couple years left, you would serve out the remainder of those years.
Right, yeah, no, I agree. Absolutely right. But I just asked Katrina, maybe change your language a little bit, because you were elected as 2, and I think you had just said, well, I'll be trustee for area 1. You remain 2.
I remain.
That's a better way to think about it. You remain trustee area 2.
So I live in trustee area 1, but I would remain trustee area 2.
Right.
That is accurate until your term.
That's quite a signature to put underneath my.
And one more point, Mo, if I could, that another thing that Amy Katerina suggested, which I thought was good, and it goes to some of our comments tonight, given this process. We can't shirk our duty now, I get it. But in a careful framework and thinking about it, there's nothing that would stop the board from saying, because of the way this is, and it shouldn't be, we shouldn't be worried about some of the things, worried about where's my seat, and like that, we could create an independent commission down the road. Say the next time this comes up,
God bless you.
we will find a way, like Amy went through as part of the county.
Right.
We're gonna have 9 people, whatever it is, and there it is with some rules. And then it does give some separation of what is purely a political issue, how we draw these lines, to kind of an independent commission that's becoming more and more popular. So we can always do that for the next census.
Right. Okay, that's a good idea.
I would like to point out something that really just doesn't seem to jive. And when we look at neighborhoods, so the communities of Carmel Valley and Pacific Highlands Ranch are kind of like a unit. The people who live in those areas send their kids to the same schools, they go to the same grocery stores. But instead, what we have now with this map is going sort of deep into Carmel Valley to pretend that it's coastal. It's illogical. It makes no sense. I can't get my head around it.
Okay.
As Melise said, no map is gonna be,
No
no map is gonna be perfect. Look where we are today. That
You claimed it was coastal. It's not. It's not coastal.
It's hard to like, okay, look at the current map, the blue map, which is my current area. I mean, I'm all the way east in Rancho Santa Fe, but
That's the junior highs. That's not the.
well, it's actually pretty similar. So I'm like half of, you're right, thank you for that. But I'm like half of Rancho Santa Fe, most of Solana Beach, some of Cardiff, and a sliver of Del Mar. I mean, and in the proposed demographer map, it was even that, all of that in Carmel Valley. And I was like, whoa, how am I going to be effective in creating, you know, a sense of people knowing me and knowing my history and us raising our kids together so that they can come to me and feel confident, you know, that I'm going to be there for them. So that was a huge problem
But it's the same thing for a person who lives in Carmel Valley. They're not hooked in with the Solana Beach community, not shopping at the same grocery stores, not sending their kids to the same schools. So it's the first map that was done 5 years ago when we went to at-large was much more in keeping with logical communities.
For you, but not for me.
I didn't think so either.
I mean, for me to have a Liebenhain and I mean, I had a little bit of everything almost, honestly. I mean, they're just so different. And luckily I've lived in most of those places throughout my long time here in San Diego. But so I think I understand those communities, but I don't know all of them from like soccer teams and PTA and stuff like that. I mean, it made it really challenging.
And on that point, like the areas I know well, obviously are the northern areas. Like the reason one of the things I didn't like about maps 8 and 7 was that it takes that there's like a southwestern corner of area 2 that's now given over to Rancho Santa Fe. And if we're going to say we're going to keep like communities in some ways there are more like communities put together with this map, and in other ways it really takes like apples and oranges. This whole area is more, this is where my husband grew up. This is like master planned, you know, homes. And they're put in with Rancho Santa Fe, Liebenhain, where it's, you know, like ranches and, you know, more rural areas. So there's not a lot of cohesion. And within that, there are different school districts. I know Encinitas Union, where my kids attended, their previous map pretty much divided it mostly between areas 1 and 2. So Trustee Muir and I pretty much split Encinitas Union, but now it gives Encinitas Union to Rancho Santa Fe. Rancho Santa Fe School District is shared by 2 or 3 areas. Cardiff is separated into 2. There's a lot of fracturing. Rancho Santa Fe Area 4 takes on Rancho Santa Fe School District, Encinitas School District, Cardiff, Solana Beach, and even Del Mar. It takes on it takes all the feeder districts into one. So in the reverse order of that logic is that it fractures them. So that when we talk about keeping communities alike, when I see this right here, this big line with it almost looks like a pie, that concerns me because I do think that's diluting the community's voice. And I really, really don't like taking part of Encinitas Union and this little sliver and putting Rancho Santa Fe, because I don't see any similarities between those communities. They're ranches with master plan communities, and they're very different. They've gone to different schools. They're in different baseball and soccer and all that, all the sports, there's nothing alike with those.
In our current map, just in my defense, like it's actually worse now. I mean, it just from my own experience, like I have apartment buildings and I have horse country. I have master plan communities in Solana.
Yeah, I'm not
Beach and-
defending our current map. I'm
Yeah.
just saying this
I mean-
map, like if the areas I know well,
Yeah.
you know, and I think we all should be kind of voices of the areas we know, the areas I know well. I think our current map does a better job with the northern boundaries and areas 1 and 2. It fractures a lot of communities and puts very dissimilar communities together. That's one of my biggest problems of the communities I know well and I want to advocate for.
Okay, Julie.
I'd like to clarify a point, please, Milton. As I mentioned earlier in my statement, when we voted last week, we really only voted on 2 maps because map 7 and 8 looked identical. So at that time, we really only voted on map 1C and map 7. So I don't think that technically it's correct for us to be even considering map 8.
We voted 1C, 7 and 8.
But it was looking at the same exact map. It was the same exact configuration. So we didn't vote on different maps at that time.
Mike?
Yeah, we're here looking at this map now. There's no doubt what this map is. This is the map I proposed. If you don't like it, we don't have to vote for it. I'm gonna vote for it. We have to end it tonight. Mo, we're just going round and round here. I think it's time to call for the vote. I move that we end debate and vote.
Second. Okay.
Let's take a roll call.
Roll call.
End the debate. We're
End
done.
the debate and vote. Katrina?
I still see a lot of division with us, so I say no, not to end the debate.
Elise?
Only if I can make a statement with my vote.
Mean when you vote later?
Yes.
Sure, of course. So that's a yes to end debate?
Yes.
Okay, Julie?
I need a minute, please.
The vote is to end the debate and then vote.
Oh, I thought we were already voting.
No,
This is to end debate.
this is end the debate and vote.
Yes.
Yes. Amir, yes.
I'm a yes.
4-1. Okay, now we're gonna go to the vote. And this is for map 8. Okay, Mike,
Yes.
Katrina,
No.
Julie?
No.
Okay, Melissa, you said you wanted to make a statement.
Yeah, so my vote is based on listening to our experts, our attorneys, our constituents, our teachers, and my fellow trustees. All 3 of the maps that we're considering were more contiguous, I felt, than in the past, and they were demographer approved. What has helped me make my decision, in addition to listening to every single voice very sincerely, is the letter that we received, as well as advice from Mr. Foster. Because, and these are notes that I wrote during the meeting, mostly from the letter. Because a school district organization may establish trustee areas and arrange the boundaries of trustee areas. Oh goodness, I need to put on glasses. And Ed Code 5019.5 says the areas must be equal because we cannot impair the ability of a protected class to elect candidates of its choice or the ability to influence the outcome of an election. In this case, those of 2+ races, which equals 6.6%, Hispanic or Latinx communities, which is comprised of 15.7% of our district population, and the Asian community, which is comprised of 17.4%. And that information was taken from our LCAP information that was given to us tonight, because we cannot disenfranchise voters, because if we fail to provide a redistricting map by March 1st, the county committee will impose a map on our behalf. And I was told by Mr. Foster, the goal was to get to 0 variance. I am choosing map 8 because it has the lowest variance.
That's yes.
Yes.
And Muir is yes. Map 8 passes.
Data was the only.
Thank you. And I know this was really difficult. And I appreciate what you said, Melise. I know you put a lot of time and effort into that.
I know this has been hard on everyone, including our staff. So thank you, guys.
All right, we are now moving on to 12B, consideration of adoption of resolution to continue teleconference meetings for another 30 days pursuant to Assembly Bill 361. Dr. Ward, you have the floor for the agenda on item 12B, consideration of the adoption of resolution to continue teleconference meetings for additional 30 days.
Yes, I'd like to make the recommendation that we continue until March 28th. I'm
Okay.
looking at the districts around us, and most of them are returning back to in-person. Carlsbad goes back to in-person on March 1st. We're also looking at how they are addressing public comments and just following what some of the others are investigating what they are doing.
Right, what I like about this is that, we have the flexibility to go back and forth. A lot of times I know everyone's busy on this board and we can't get together. And so I think these special meetings, it's really something that is, it's nice to have that flexibility when that happens. Is that your only comment? Okay, do I have a motion for consideration of adoption of the resolution to continue teleconference meetings for another 30 days pursuant to Assembly Bill 361, Government Code Section 54953? Need a motion?
So moved, Almond.
So moved, Almond. Do I have a second? I'll second it, Muir. Now we go into comments and questions.
What is that, just to make clear, just because it's late and we're all getting tired, what is the date that you're suggesting, Dr. Ward, that we resume? Were you suggesting that we resume in person after a certain date?
Well, expanding this to March 28th, and then we have to make another decision. But yes, to go back in person on March 28th was my suggestion.
I'm excited to come back together next.
I know in my board prep, kind of talked about there are some operational issues that we wanted to make sure that we're all kind of finalized. So I support staying teleconferencing until the 28th with the thought that we will resume after the 28th, because that allows everyone to get everything situated so that we can finally get back to normal. So.
Okay, any other comments or questions, or do you want me to do the roll call? It's up to you.
I
think-
support if our students can be in person, then we need to be in person.
Okay, so I'm asking, would you like me to have the roll call? Somebody's got to call it. I decided to leave that time management on to our board members.
I think we're ready to vote.
Ready to vote? Is that yes?
Okay,
Okay, Almond,
yes.
Trina,
On Dr. Ward's recommendation, yes.
yes, Melise,
Excited to come back together. Yes.
Julie,
If I vote no, it means that I think we should be back in person with our community ASAP.
this is just for 30 days. It's not for the whole year.
I'm voting no, please.
Okay, Bronstein, no, and Muir is yes. Okay, 12C, Mr. Marcus will now talk about consideration approval for general waiver requests related to physical education testing. Mr. Marcus, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So this is a real quick item. So we administer the physical fitness testing in grades 7 and 9. At grade 9, we have 2 academies that run on a first term and second term where kids can take PE in the fall. We usually test with the physical fitness testing in the spring. As you can see, February, March, April, and May. What the board is approving here tonight is that it gives us discretion to allow us to test while the kids are actually in PE during the term. So that's what we're approving tonight.
Okay, do I have a motion for consideration of approval of general waiver request related to physical fitness testing?
So moved. Second, Mossy.
I move Mossy, second Young.
Young, yes.
Further questions or comments? Roll call, please, Fabi.
Mr. Almond,
Yes.
Ms. Bronstein,
Yes.
Ms. Mossy,
Yes.
Ms. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Muir.
Yes, thank you. Dr. West will presenting on Personnel Commission salary allocation of new classification of van driver student transportation, proposed revised personnel classified salary range definitions.
So this is a new classification to assist in meeting needs for student transportation. It also supports our bus drivers who are in a training program so that they can drive a van, which requires driver's license while they're preparing to be bus drivers with certification. Individuals enrolled in the training will be employed in a short term, and then they'll be moved up to bus driver when they qualify. And this was approved by the Personnel Commission with a salary range, and these are short-term limited. So we're seeking approval to approve the Personnel Commission's recommendation.
Do I have a motion for approval of the proposed revised salary allocation of new classification of van driver student transportation proposed revised? Need a motion?
So moved, Young.
Second,
Almond.
Almond. Okay, now we can go to questions or comments on the personnel classified salary range definitions. Do I have any questions or comments for Dr. West?
Thank you.
Okay, Fabi, roll call, please.
Mr. Almond,
Yes.
Ms. Bronstein,
Yes.
Ms. Mossy,
Yes.
Ms. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Muir.
Yes. Mrs. Douglas will now going to present an annual audit report for the 2020-21 school year.
Yeah, so we did have our auditor here this evening, but I told her to not stick around because I wasn't sure how long the meeting was going to last. The audit report is attached. We received an unmodified opinion, which is the highest that you can get. There was one area that they just submitted a disclaimer for, as you recall, and that's nothing bad. But as you recall, a couple years ago, I believe 3 years ago, the foundation financials were included as part of our audit report. And because our auditors do not audit them, they can't issue a opinion on it. So there's a disclaimer for that. We did have one audit finding, and it's a continuous one that we've had. I think this is the third year now that we've had it. And it's for our vacation accrual balances. Our vacation accrual balances, maybe because everyone's had to work and we're short-staffed and we can't allow people to take vacation. Our vacation accrual balance has increased. So we have been working on a plan. Staff has been really good about making sure that they're having employees take that time off. It's much needed. They've been working really hard. And the other thing that the auditor wanted me to mention was that it's been really difficult this school year with distance learning. The teachers have had a huge amount of additional documentation in 2021, and they deserve the recognition for meeting those requirements and not having a finding in that area. So I want to say thank you to the teachers for their and that's it.
Okay. Do I have a motion for acceptance of the 2020-21 annual audit for the San Diego Union High School District as prepared by Wilkinson, Hadley, King and Company, LLP, as shown in attached supplement? Need a motion?
So moved, Young.
Young,
Second, Mossy.
second Mossy. Any further questions or comments?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Do we have a finance committee of the board by any chance?
I believe so.
So I had a bunch of questions on this. I don't want to waste the board's time. I asked for a meeting to go over this, and I think we might be talking about our communication process at some point, but I got a bunch of questions.
Did you want to direct those to Tina?
No, it's an hour's worth. So, I asked to kind of have some questions and meet with her, and told can't meet with the assistants.
Can't meet with the assistants? What do you mean?
I can't meet with her to talk about this. So we need like a committee or something. I don't know how we create one. I don't necessarily, maybe it doesn't have to be an official committee, it can be a superintendent committee, but I can't approve an audit without an hour's worth of back and forth with our chief financial officer. But I'm only one vote, so
So why, I'm still confused why you didn't get your questions answered.
for another time, I guess.
Well, Mike, if we're gonna make a subcommittee, I want to know why you didn't get your questions answered. Did you send your questions to Tina?
No, I asked if I could have a meeting and discuss the audit.
And Mike, if I may, just the auditor did say that if the board wanted her to come back at a future meeting, she's more than happy to do that.
That's fine. I think it goes to an issue that we're here, approve this. And it goes to our communications policies. How can a board member have a discussion with the chief financial officer about the audit? I can't type up a bunch of questions and then have the chief financial officer answer them.
So why, how
Got to
come,
ask a question and get it back. We need to talk about something for maybe it's only a half an hour.
okay, we can't have, Cheryl, we can't have people meet with the assistant superintendent to discuss.
No,
audit
that is
questions?
not true. I just asked that if we have a meeting to please let me know, then we can, whoever it is will let me know. And then in this case, if it's, if you want me to say what that here, I'm just concerned about them being abused. As I have told you, I have been, the F word was used with me. I have seen emails where people were intimidated. And so I just want to make sure that my staff is not disrespected by any member of the board. And so I'm not saying that they can't meet with Trustee Almond. I'm simply saying that if he wants to meet with them, we actually should have two of us there to ensure that they are not intimidated, not disrespected. And if it's something that is a staff thing that the staff should do, then that needs to go back to the staff as is in the policies. So right now, President Muir, I'm just trying to protect my staff so that they are not disrespected. Like I said, I know what I've been called. I know what's been sent to me in text messages, and I don't believe that anybody deserves that. I've seen what's been sent in emails, and I don't believe that anybody deserves that.
I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, but if this is an issue, then we need to put this at the workshop and have
Yes.
everybody there and have
Yes.
this discussion.
Yes.
Is that I don't think at this point to discuss something in open session when I think no one even knows what you're talking about.
Okay, then
is that's a problem.
I agree.
Is that to all of a sudden say something about someone and not.
Well,
say
you just
something-
asked me the question.
I
so
am,
I'm
but
just
I
trying
think
to.
there's an issue. You should have brought that up to me
Oh, I did.
and about your staff. And then I would have said, we will discuss this in the workshop and make sure we go over this.
That's what we said we would do.
Okay,
Thank you. So,
but I don't think making accusations is.
oh, I'm not making
most-
accusations.
Is
President Muir.
productive.
You are correct, but I'm not making accusations. But thank you so much.
Okay.
Which item are we on?
We are on 12E. Okay, do we have any further questions or comments? This is on the audit, Julie. Did you have a
Yes.
question about the audit?
No, thank you.
Trina Malaise, any questions on the audit?
No, thank you.
Okay, that I am going to have Fabi call the roll call, please.
Mr. Almond,
No,
Ms. Bronstein,
We're on the, this
12E,
is
the
the,
audit.
yes, the audit.
Hear what the question is.
We're accepting the audit, the annual audit,
Yes.
and that is 12E.
Okay, yes.
Yes, okay.
Ms. Malfi,
Yes.
Ms. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Muir,
Yes, thank you. Dr. Ward will share item 12F, revision of board policy 1235, advertising and promotion.
Okay, I'm just bringing this policy forward. The board asked me to bring this policy forward for board discussion. And so I'm simply doing that. I believe that certain board members wanted to make changes to the policy. So I'm just bringing it forward.
And remind me what
What is-
policy we're talking
Well,
about.
G is
1325.
1325. 1325 has to do with advertising and promotion and who gets to advertise and promote.
Oh, okay.
It says freedom of speech,
Wait a second, here is.
expression. I see.
G.
I'll click on it in the agenda item.
F.
So I'll go over it. So 1325 says the governing board establishes this policy to ensure effective and consistent standards for advertisement and promotions by non-school groups in school-sponsored publications on district and school websites and social media and on school facilities and grounds. The board does, and it says currently, the board desires to promote positive relationships between district schools and the community in order to enhance community partnerships, support and involvement in the schools. Superintendent or designee may, consistent with the criteria established in this policy, approve distribution of non-commercial materials that publicize services, special events, public meetings, or other gatherings of interest to students or parent guardians. Distribution of promotional materials of commercial nature to students, parents, or guardians. Paid advertisement on school property, including but not limited to advertisement on school buildings, athletic fields, scoreboards, and billboards. That was a discussion the last time around banners, and then it was asked to come back. So paid advertisement in school-sponsored publications, yearbooks, et cetera, products and materials donated by commercial enterprises for educational use, et cetera. And prior to the distribution, posting, or publishing of any non-school group's promotional materials or advertisement, superintendent, principal, or designee shall review the materials or advertisement based on the criteria listed below. And then the criteria is listed below. Superintendent, principal, or designee shall not accept for distribution or allow on school property any materials or advertisement that are lewd, obscene, libelous, or slanderous, incite students to commit unlawful acts, promote any particular political interest, candidate, party, et cetera, contain prayer or proselytizing language, position the district in any side of a controversial issue, discriminate against, attack, or denigrate, any group or account of any unlawful consideration, promote the use of sale of materials or services that are illegal, promote during school day any food or beverage that does not comply with state nutritional standards, solicit funds or services for an organization with the exception of solicitation authorized in the board policy, distribute unsolicited merchandise for which an ensuing payment is requested, and the superintendent or designee may also consider the educational value of materials or advertisement, the age or maturity of the students, et cetera. So this was asked to come back, and so I'm just bringing it back.
Okay, so first, we can make the motion, then we have a discussion. Do I have a motion for the consideration of adoption to revise the language of policy 1235?
To what language?
Well,
We don't
we
have
would
one yet,
then,
so
we don't have,
I can create one if we can discuss it, and then I'll propose.
well,
I remember what this is now.
why don't you motion it?
Okay, so, and I'm open for suggestions to the language here, but here's
Okay.
my motion.
Wait a second,
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
okay, go ahead.
I move that we amend Board Policy 1325 as follows. And the paragraph that is titled Limited Public.
Point of order, not to be rude, but can we make, I thought the motion was that we can make amendments and those posted later, but can we make amendments without any language publicly noticed?
This is the motion for the adoption of revised language.
So it sounded to me like
Yeah,
trustee
that's
Alman was about to make suggestions to amend the current language. And can we do that if it's not publicly noticed?
I don't think,
Right, but we can, what Mike is trying to say, I think he's open for discussion, and then we can have him bring it back. This is like the first read. I assume that's what you're,
Maybe we can revise the policy right now. without-
We can vote to revise it and then we can have a discussion about how to revise it and then public notice that and then.
Right.
this is like the first,
Accept or reject. But we can't, I don't believe that we can accept a motion that proposes amendments right now.
right, is that we will then, you can have a discussion, we'll go to discussion, and then you can discuss whatever you want on the revision, and then we can bring it back. Is Mike, let me make the
So-
motion, and then you can have the discussion. Do I have a motion for the consideration of adoption to revise the language of policy 1235?
To revise it to what?
We'll then have a discussion, and then it can come back.
I have no idea what we're saying here.
What I'm saying is that
Up to
we have,
agenda.
can have a motion in a second, and then have the discussion for the adoption or revise the language and bring it back.
Okay, with all due respect, no. Let me just bring up the agenda again real quick. If anybody else wants to have.
But you know what, if you don't want to, dies of lack of a second or a first, and we can go on to the next.
If you like the
I
policy
would
the way it
make a
is,
motion.
vote no. If you think it's something that we should discuss, vote yes. And then after that, we can decide at a future meeting what the wording might be.
Well, right now, I haven't gotten a motion or a second, and we can't go into discussion.
What's the item number? 12,
12F,
12F, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is an action item about the policy.
action or discussion.
Action or discussion. We can act if we want. And the subject is revision of board policy 1325. I'd like to propose a revision of board 1325. I don't know why that's illegal.
Mike, I said, do I have a motion for consider adoption to revise language of policy 12345?
I have some
No one made
policy
a
language.
motion or a second.
I will make it.
So you're making a motion. Do I have a second?
No, I got to tell you what the language is. I'm gonna
We
propose.
can't do that. That's what I'm saying.
Mike,
Brown law.
Okay, where's Kendall?
we can have a discussion. Do you want to make,
In my mid courses, I know that we can't, that we can make it a motion, make a motion to make amendments. And then if that passes, then we can bring forward
it back?
language for next time.
Oh,
But we cannot make,
Or
we
direct
haven't
staff
publicly
to
noticed
change
any
language.
language change. So we'd be in violation of the Brown Act.
Can't discuss this until you make a second, and then we go. into
Second.
discussion. Okay, now we can go into discussion. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, we are so messed up on the. The subject is revision of board policy 1325. It was adequately noticed. It's an action item. I'd like to propose a change to board policy 1325. And I'm hearing, oh, it wasn't adequately noticed. It tells the public exactly what we're going to do. We're going to consider revision of the policy.
The public
No, to
doesn't have
read the
advance notice of what that
proposed
language is.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
They have a
Milton's
right.
Still here. Milton, are you here?
No, I think he's gone.
Okay, I'll let it go. Okay, I'm gonna let it go. But I would please ask Mo that you add very specifically to the agenda of the next meeting that Kendall opine on whether or not what I would like to do in F here is legal. The question could be, Kendall, could trustee Allman, based on what was agendized, propose language, and if passed, would it be valid? We just please add that to the agenda
Yes.
for next time, and I'm gonna
Right.
pass on this.
You can have discussion right now. What do you want to change it to?
Mike, you.
Can we vote on it?
We can't vote on it, but we can discuss it.
You're so wrong.
Direction. Mike is right. Adopt a revised language of the policy. Mike is right. You've had a first and a second. He can have proposed policy change. An amendment to.
But usually we have red lines, so that every time we've done a board policy change, it's red lines so that.
Have to ask.
This is
Kendall.
this is the policy tonight that is on here, is that we had the superintendent put this on the agenda, it was brought back. And the language is, do I have a motion for the consideration of adoption to revise the language of policy 2345? I think Mike is right. He can revise it. This is what's on the agenda.
Look into with, but if
Mike
there's
is
some
right.
contention, I will go back, but I'd like to ask, I won't make any proposals here. I'd like.
The way it's written
Talk
tonight,
about
he can make revision tonight.
Right, and if trustee Young or Mossy or others don't, question that, and it's a fair question. Was this adequately noticed? It comes up over and over and over again. We just have to get over this somehow. Kendall's gonna have to say, listen, when the board has the agenda 72 hours in advance, makes it clear to the public what's on the agenda. It's revision of board policy 1325. And it's an action item. It's not for discussion. It's for discussion and potential action. It's not information only.
Right.
That you do not have to bring the proposed resolution in advance.
You're right.
We can talk.
I
about it now.
reread it. and
But I
you're
don't
correct.
want to push anybody. We've had a long night. I'll just give you an indication of what I'd like to see is that I think when we come back, not tonight, no action tonight, but when we come back, my proposal is that we not allow third parties to advertise in using district assets without the approval of the board. Now, we can have general approvals and say certain things are okay. It's not like we have to approve everything every time. But I've seen advertisements in our newsletters, for example, for mental health and other programs that we never approved. So that's what I'd like to bring back next time.
How would that, like, if someone wanted to put a banner on a sports field or, I mean, would that apply to that as well? Or what about the SAT prep courses that we used to offer where we got a cut? I mean, would we?
Yeah, we'd have to approve those. Now, we might be able to approve, and that's what we were going to talk about tonight, whether we want to say, well, listen, the Kaplan SAT, it's on the approved list. Fine. But something, like mental health, we have Radies that's been doing a bunch of mental health for us, I guess. Some other group that I've never heard of is now advertising suicide prevention or help your kid on this issue. And
Great.
never looked at it.
Right, that is an issue. We should always have the best mental health people and anyone else, our services. I agree with you, Mike. What we could do, and I've thought about this, is that just like we approve the donations, we could also have this on a list. We could approve this on the agenda too.
District
Just work on it.
sponsored organizations or something.
District, well, anyone who
Organizations.
wants to,
Yeah, it could be once there's a list, right? And then someone comes along and says, hey, I offer something. I'd like, and we can look at it and say, well, what is it? And, okay, or we could delegate it to the superintendent, as long as she does it.
It isn't, right now, the board policy does give that delegation and that authority to.
Right, that's what we got. So, okay, so are we still on this item?
we are still on this item. We can table it.
No, I'm going to make a motion that we make a change then, since we
Right.
determined that the board president has ruled this has been adequately,
Should table it.
appropriately, I'm going to change my mind. This has been appropriately agendized. The attorneys looked at, I guarantee you 100% that Kendall is going to say this was appropriately agendized.
Well, we had the attorney look at our agenda. Did we have Kendall look at our agenda, Cheryl?
I don't know if she looked at every item on the agenda. I can't speak to that part.
I think it would be a lot easier to vote on something if we saw the wording.
Yeah,
Agreed.
language is not.
It is 12:08
Yeah.
FYI.
This and direct staff to bring us back verbiage on this.
I think Mr. Almond wanted to write the.
I have some.
That's why
I
I
can wait on it.
Right, and-
But if you want to hear the general of it and then not vote, I don't have to vote on it tonight. But I am concerned that you were about to stop me from voting on it.
Oh,
But we
I'm
don't
sorry
have
about
to.
that.
So it's,
it's late
and I'll just tell you what it is generally. We can come back on the language. I'll propose some language specifically redlined next time. I didn't know what it was. I just wanted to talk about it.
Do you want to rescind your motion?
Yeah.
And how about, if the thing is, we could, and I see what you're saying about posting, because people could sign signs or something like that, and there should be the board should have a say on that.
Yeah. But the bigger picture here, everybody, is that,
There should be a pre-approval list.
listen, Rob Haley was a master at this, right? And I remember one time, I couldn't believe it. On the agenda was a board policy and there was the red line. And the board talked about it and said, okay, I like it, but with some changes. He said, you can't do that. Because this is the language that was brought. All you can do is up or down. Like, wait a minute.
Right.
He just would make up stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we need to get clarity of what we can and can't do around the agendas.
Okay, so Dr. Ward, I think we should probably have, I think, a pre-approval list. And like Mike said, like we have certain people that we always use, like Rady's Hospital. I think they have, it's a reputable place. I think everyone would agree that. And then Mike, what do you recommend with this? What do
Yeah,
you want
okay, so
about
I'll just tell you
that?
now,
Let's
and then
get
you can come back.
this
So yeah, it'll be recorded. You'll be able to see it. The proposal I was going to make was in the limited public forum, the board desires to promote positive relationships between district, school, and community in order to enhance community partnership, et cetera. The superintendent or designee may consistent with the criteria established in this policy and then insert, and with the prior approval of the board, approve all this. And then I'll just state it and the recording can be played over. But, and then in number 5, products and materials donated by commercial enterprise for use, et cetera, that bear the name, as long as they don't unduly promote the donor or any commercial activity or product, and are on an approved list of board approved programs, I would add.
I think, yeah.
And then the last one is, in the next paragraph, prior to the distribution, et cetera, he or she may not disapprove materials or advertisements in an otherwise authorized by the board in an arbitrary or capricious manner. So it just says, hey, let's have a list, and this is cool. And when someone comes, hey, I've got a mental health program, it's offered by this third party over there. Before the district says, yeah, let's use them, we say, wait a minute,
A vetting process.
yeah, we're okay with it or not?
Is it vetting or is it censorship?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
What are you trying to censor out?
I think this is,
Must be a group you're trying to
No.
censor out.
Julie.
I have to speak from the mechanic standpoint. Like, this is gonna be very difficult to implement at the site level because our principals are reliant on pushing out events and they don't always sequence with board meetings. So
I think if we had a pre-approval list,
at least I had to say my 2 cents. This is gonna be very difficult for the site principals to implement. And that's all I'll say.
if we had a pre-approval list, and I think this, what concerns me about this too, is that I think like Rady's or a hospital is, I want to make sure we always have the best care when we're doing any kind of those programs. So I can see where you're going at with this.
We want the best, but we also want as many options, and we want, each school has its own personality. So we want to make sure that schools can bring in things that they think it kind of shows a lack of trust with our principals who have that authority. It shows a lack of trust for our superintendent who has authority, and Mr. Miller who has that authority. It takes away a lot of authority from people that we've been trusting for years and years and years, and putting it in the hands of people. But I'm not an expert on mental health. I'm not an expert on education. So I want people who have that knowledge to make those decisions. And I don't know if we are adequately educated or credentialed to do that.
I'd also like the public to be able to weigh in on this, and I'm not sure the public is aware of the intent of the agenda item.
Okay.
So I think if we had the wording there, and then we can leave it open for discussion.
100%, we can leave it open for discussion, but I like the idea of a pre-approval list. It's just, I want to make sure we've got the best people talking to our students and our parents. Is I think, when they have parent nights, if we had people who were, Dr. Ward said she knew people that could come in, is to make sure we're just getting the best people. So I appreciate.
Like a resource list or?
Resource list or something where we know that, that they're, we've got good people talking to our kids. Mike, is that it? Do you want to table it for next? So what? Table that for
Next time,
meeting?
next meeting. It's
Bring
fine.
that back.
So, so at the next meeting, then, will we have, I don't have the language, because I didn't bring this forward. So, is trustee Almond to have the language? I just don't know.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just read it out loud so somebody could play the tape.
It's the next regular meeting, not the meeting. on-
Right, next regular.
Yeah,
meeting.
regular.
I think that would be,
Right.
thank you, Melise, for that,
Crisis.
okay, we done with that. End of the discussion. We're going to table that till another meeting. Is that on the next agenda item 12G, a proper email communication response is, I place this on the agenda, but I realize that this is a topic for upcoming governance workshop. And so I left this on here because I want to make sure that if you have any comments to the workshop or something you'd like to go over on the workshop, is I think you should send to myself or the superintendent, and then we can bring that back and put it in a draft itinerary. We're gonna discuss it at one of our board meetings, and the board can have final approval before we structure our workshop. And I anticipate that being a full day, but I'd like to have people, if they want, please let me know what you want. We can bring back the itinerary, we can all decide on that. And I think that would bring collaboration to our board. I guess everybody must be tired because no one has made any comment on that. Okay.
I don't understand because it says proper email communication response process. So I thought that meant like when we get emails, there's a proper way to respond to them. Is that what you're referring to from the public or an internal email? I didn't know which emails you were referring to.
I was thinking that a response from our staff, but I was thinking we should discuss it at a workshop. And while
Oh, okay, now I follow you.
something that we should, and my point is discuss this at a workshop and any other ideas that you'd like on the itinerary, please let me know, and then we'll bring the itinerary back. And then we can vote on what's going to be at the workshop and make sure everybody's voice is heard during our workshop. Does that make sense?
It does, but just all my emails have always been responded to promptly. So I just want to say thank you to the staff for that.
Okay. And so I was actually going to discuss that, but I think this should be a board discussion. And like I said, anything that you would want on the itinerary for the workshop, please an email or send Dr. Ward, and we'll bring the draft back. And then everybody can talk about what we're going to discuss at the workshop. All right, so let's go on to 12H. Dr. Ward, please provide us with an update on the job description of the anti-discrimination ombudsman.
All right, so we have spent a couple of months here going back and forth. Trustee Almond has been heavily engaged in this. Dr. West, and we have even sent it out to principals, different school sites, review the anti-discrimination ombudsman job description. So what we have here is what we believe to be a good final draft for the board to review. And if there are any changes that we need to make, of course, we can make those. Dr. West also has the salary schedule for this as well. So for that, I will turn it over to Dr. West.
Yes, we're actually looking at recommending, because this actually comes from a piece of the director's, actually two different directors' jobs, not only, and myself as well with non-discrimination and some claims with racial, it kind of falls in complaints out of each of those departments, is to really put it at a level that is either at just below the director level, because it's not the full scope of that position. And so we're looking at first having that salary be full year, and if we need a couple years down the way to reduce it to less than a full-time job. I think at the beginning, we might have a lot of complaints, like we do with any implementation of a anti-bullying program. And then it may dwindle less and less. So at this time, we're looking at a coordinator type position with that salary range. Let me just kind of pull it up. If you look at,
I don't see the salary range on the agenda.
no, it was not put in the agenda with the board docs. Kind of that new thing, we actually couldn't work it and got pulled off, and then we had to upload it again before we posted. So
Okay, so how much are we talking? Because I want to be clear and transparent on this.
We can bring that part back. If we just get some guidance on the job description, then we can come back next time with the job description and the salary range on the same document. I think that, I prefer to do that so that everything is on one document.
Well, I think today if we've got on there, we're talking about hiring someone, we should get them a range now because I want to be transparent with our community.
Okay.
if we're looking at, what I did was I pulled up our management salary schedule that is on our website underneath certificated salary schedules. And the coordinator type jobs are 130 to 149 per year, and that's not including benefits or statutories. So that is just the salary. And when you add the statutories, the total cost for the year would probably go up to 200,000.
200,000 for this position?
That seems really high.
Not for the pay.
No, the 130 even seems high.
Benefits, yeah.
Even without the benefits, 130 seems.
Would it be possible to start with someone part-time, and then if we find out that there isn't enough time for them, then we can add, because that would substantially lower our cost.
Right. So we had actually talked about a daily rate range as well. So I think to really present this properly, we might put together some scenarios.
Okay.
Because we've been going back and forth because we know that maybe in the beginning, this person might be really busy and then there'll be months where you're not working on any complaints or any issues at all. And that's very similar with all our departments. You know, we'll get 2 or 3 and then we won't have any, and then 2 or 3 and then we won't have any.
And the summer could be very quiet. So
Yes.
if we were to hire someone in like May or June, what would they do in the summer?
Well, this position actually would be anywhere from, and we could determine the number of days, whether it's 200 days or 220. They would not be
Okay.
the full.
I see.
260 or
Got it.
246 days.
Got it.
It would be on a reduced schedule. I think we need to bring some of those options to you for your decision.
And to see what other districts are doing and what they're paying and what kind of credentials this person has. And it's a new position. I think there's a need for it, but I think we also are under huge budget constraints. And before we bring anyone on with a large salary, we don't want to have to cut employees. So just to be,
right,
to try to get our needs met in the most, I hate to say the word frugal, but financially conscientious manner possible.
I will bring positions that contain similar natures, just to know that this is almost a very focused job description. And many of the diversity officers, the Title IX officers do a lot more. So it's really hard to just narrow it down to that single sole role.
I do have sorry, go ahead, Mom.
Is this a classified position? And this is a confidential position?
This is a management level position, is certificated in nature because some of the training that is required generally is certificated in nature.
Oh, is there a way for this effort, because it probably is part-time in cycles, be absorbed into an existing role? Does it have to be brand new?
We actually have this type of work that is divided between Laura Straken, who does the Title IX, and UCP. We have Tiffany, who does some of the, I'm drawing a blank.
Dr. West, I'm gonna say that those 2 people are overworked. They've got 5,000 things on their list right now.
Yes.
So I wouldn't want to add anything to their plate.
Are they doing that now? I think she's.
They're actually, that's part of their job description now. And then I have as Assistant Super Human Resources, I also have some investigations and complaints that fall under this. This person, that would be their sole role. And it is time consuming, especially when you're doing all the other work that we do, that all of us do.
Could we share this employee with another district or contract out or something?
That's what we were thinking, to have a consultant who would be here just as needed.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be a person that would necessarily be a full-time. That was our other discussion, just to have them on an hourly rate, and they would be here sometimes, as.
Makes sense because we won't be able to predict the patterns, and the hope is that they get less and less. That's
right.
Well, and that's what I wanted to ask. My impression is that there has been a decrease in these types of incidents since you started. Is that the case?
I do.
It seems like.
I don't have the exact data, but we do have a significant decrease in just issues in general.
Mike, you want to say something? Okay, go ahead.
I love the idea of outsourcing this.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're a law firm or something, because it is going to be very sporadic and variable, right? There might be a big case and then nothing for a week, and then a small case or a couple of them. Can we do that?
Yes, we actually outsource some of our investigations and complaint procedures, whether it's a legal firm or an investigator that's not legal, like a lawyer, but has investigatory abilities. And that's contracted work. So that is stuff that actually happens now. That's an option. Sharing, I know we've shared positions among districts before in other capacities. Now, I haven't explored that with other districts, whether they need something like this or can.
Except, yeah, I got part-time. It almost strikes me like, a law
I know, my
firm
back.
or somebody who specializes this that we have a deal with and say, hey, when we get one of these cases, we call you.
Right.
And they do it. Now, yeah, they're gonna cost a couple $100 an hour or something, but then it's variable, right? So we're not committing to 200 grand or whatever it is a year. That is a lot of money. And absolutely, it's gonna go up and down.
We could,
It's variable.
we could reach out to some legal firms on some investigators that
Yeah.
have this expertise, because
Yeah.
there are legal firms that utilize personnel that are not fully lawyers.
Why don't you explore a couple options and bring those back? And then we can have another discussion about this. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's the best.
And I would look at the late March, April meeting to really, late March, the March 24th one at the earliest.
Mike, is that okay? You're the one who,
Yeah, just a little disappointed that it kind of takes a while, but I get it. But yeah, I do like the idea of outsourcing it, variable. It's not like a daily routine thing. So how do you handle volatility? You outsource it. It's like you call somebody when you need it.
I'd like to say, though, we wanted to bring this back within 90 days. We're at the 90-day point. So I did want the board to at least review the job description at the items that we wanted the ombudsman to address. So we were very specific in this job description. So even as we outsource this or use a consultant, whatever it might be, we still want to make sure that the language meets what the board had in mind.
Sure. Thank you.
okay. But I think outsourcing is a good idea. At this point, this is,
I like the idea of being proactive and providing a solution that didn't exist before. So thank you.
okay, is that okay, Mike? You're the one who brought this
Almond.
forward. So I'll bring this back.
Yeah, at
for
the
other
next
options.
regular meeting. It doesn't have to be.
Okay,
Something, yeah, with some choices. like
Okay.
you said.
all right. So,
Okay.
we're moving on to, let me get to this here. I. Consideration of high school enrollment numbers for San Diego High School Academy for the 2022-23 school year. Is, maybe we can talk to Kendall's firm and see if she knows someone who actually does this, for a living. Okay, Mr. Miller, please provide us with an update on the high school selection process.
All right, I'm gonna need to briefly edit my script because I need to say high school selection window closes today.
That's not
And by
funny.
next Wednesday, staff will need to make a decision as to whether or not a lottery will need to be held at San Diego Academy. Based on preliminary numbers, we do not anticipate a lottery being necessary for Canyon Crest Academy. So for tonight, we're only looking at San Diego High School Academy. Staff is seeking direction from the board to set the enrollment number for each grade level at San Diego High School Academy so that staff can determine if a lottery is needed by each grade level. As before, staff did recommend a number of 375 students at the freshman level. That number was based on getting San Diego High School Academy to 1,850 students within 2 years. Again, that recommendation was based on staff's analysis of the campus with regards to space and the total number of students on the campus. John Adelman talked a little bit a couple of weeks ago. I believe that, no, actually that was only last week. about the space at San Diego High School Academy, and we talked about classroom space as well as field space. So that was a number that we had landed on. However, in other documents that we've looked at, if the board desires to get the 1850 number over the course of more years, we can look at a different number besides that 375. So for example, if the board desired to try to get the San Diego down to 1850 in 3 years, we'd probably be looking at around 450 students as opposed to that 375.
So how many kids got in last year, Mark?
Last year, the freshman class was 560 students. And this year, the 12th grade class that is leaving is 454 students. So staff would advise to not exceed the number of students that are leaving as 12th graders, and staff would also advise to not exceed the current numbers at 9th, 10th, and 11th grade.
I'm sorry, what was the current number for ninth grade getting in last year?
So last year, 9th grade was 560 students.
That got into San Diego?
Yes, that were enrolled at San Diego High School Academy, 560 students.
Okay. Um,
And I'm going to get you that current number right now, Mo. So the current number of freshmen, I apologize, my first meeting was this morning at 7:25.
Okay.
Currently, there are 560 freshmen at San Diego High School Academy. And I think a number that is good to know is that graduating is 453. So we would not want to exceed that number, because if we exceed that number, we're going to be beyond where we currently are, which is already overcrowded. At the 10th grade level, we have 528 students. At the 11th grade level, we have 567 students. And again, I would advise that we do not exceed those numbers for next year, because again, we would be growing the school rather than decreasing the school. And I know this is a very tough decision for the board. I understand. However, staff does need direction for next week.
When you mentioned the two different time, you mentioned at least two different timeframes, 375 students would get us to the requirement in 2 years, 415 would get us in 3 years.
I'm sorry, let me go, 428 students would get us there. But 428 students would get us to 1844 in 3 years. That's assuming that the other classes stay exactly the same,
Okay.
and that we continue to do 428 for the next 3 years.
So 375 for 2 years, 428 for 3 years.
Yes.
What is is there any detriment for the school for having it higher one more year? Or like, besides the numbers, what is the downside to making it go from 2 years to 3 years?
I would just say for the current students at San Diego High School Academy and their experience and what they signed up for was a much smaller campus and a much smaller environment than what they currently are experiencing now. So by pushing it out another year, those students who are currently 9th, 10th, and 11th graders will be experiencing a larger San Diego than future year students would be experiencing.
Okay, I'll make the motion. We can go to a discussion.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a motion to provide direction to direct district staff setting enrollment parameters, grades 9 through 12 for the San Diego Academy to determine if a public lottery will be necessary after the high school selection window for 2022-23 school year?
So moved, Mossy.
Mossy, need a second.
Second, Bronstein.
Second, Bronstein. Let's go into a discussion on this.
So as far as demographic trajectories, we're in a decline as far as we know, right? Obviously, we don't have a crystal ball. Any idea what the percentages are projected to be as far as enrollment in the next 2 to 4 years?
I don't even know. Oh,
So go ahead. Go ahead. Right.
you're in charge of the demographer report. Ultimately, I don't even know if the demographer is going to know, just because of COVID and everything. I think this year and probably the next couple years are really going to be hard for a demographer to try and project. So our demographer report's not due until the end of the month. And then Maritza does her magic and works on, trend analysis, and we'll apply that factor to it.
I will say, generally speaking, Melise, our feeder districts currently at the 5th and 6th grade levels are experiencing much lower numbers.
Right.
However, again, they're experiencing the same thing as we are. Is it a COVID? Is it as a result of COVID? Is it just because folks are moving because it's getting too expensive? Like we don't know that, but we do know that we have smaller numbers coming to us, and we have a much smaller 8th grade class than we have had in the past.
So we have 100 fewer kids entering high school this year than we have leaving high school.
I only asked because the numbers of 375 and 428, or if things were to stay the same.
We see a decline from, when we look at our feeder districts, we have fewer kids coming into middle school.
Okay, great. I mean, not great, but thank you for the information.
I was gonna say, all of San Diego County, San Marcos was the only one growing, and all across the state has been declining enrollment for years. And so, and then you add the economy in the last year, what we're seeing is
gas prices this week. Oh, gosh. Okay.
I definitely think, just to start throwing things out, that we definitely need to be well below the 453 number, because we can't punish current students. Staff recommendation is 375. It's hard because I don't want to displace any students. At the same time, what Deputy Superintendent Miller said, that we need also be very careful of the current experience. So that's something, and we got one email in particular that kind of highlighted some of the issues that a lot of the students are facing, and the one that speaks to me, well, the parking issue is a problem, but the one that speaks to me the most is because that's our job, is education. And if students aren't able to get classes, the elective classes, which includes AP classes, so it's not just, we're not just talking about arts, but it's also the languages is also considered elective. The AP level sciences is considered elective. So those students aren't able to get their classes of choice and aren't able to have the education that they hoped for, or they feel that they deserve to get to the next level, then we're doing them a disservice.
I don't know what's going on there, but I talked to Brian about this earlier. He's going to come back. Just want to find out what's going on with that. Our kids aren't getting their classes, because we should be matching up what their desire is. And Brian said he's going to bring that back so we can find out what's going on.
Isn't it that the school is overcrowded, and there comes a point where you have a saturation and you just can't entertain the word is not entertain, you just can't accommodate every student?
I mean, there is finite labs, right? Like every school has a finite amount of labs. So, I mean, yes, at some point, you can only offer so many labs, right?
And there are only so many classes. And so right now we have teachers who are sharing classrooms, right? And so there are only so many classes, labs. If you just look at a university that has more students than it should, you are always going to run into the problem of students not being able to get through their classes.
Yeah.
Some of it is that, and we know that because we have displaced teachers into workrooms to try to make sure that we had as many classes as possible, but we still have the facilities issue, which makes it impossible to meet all of them. That's my point. But we'll go ahead and look into everything and bring it back just to make sure that we're not missing anything.
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna add is you're looking at the constraints of like the 4x4 versus a 7-period offering for the whole year. Kids are selecting to take 4 classes for the fall term. The probability of getting what you want on those 4 classes is different than having 7 classes and doing that. So you have to wait. So we can bring it back and kind of talk it through, but there is some discrepancies between a 7-period day versus a 4x4.
So what is the,
Next question.
yes, of course.
Do we have to come up with a number today? Is there a reason we can't come up with a number next week? I mean, whatever number we pick, I know it's crazy, but suppose we pick 4.25.
and then 426 show up, we're not going to have a lottery for one kid. 27, well, we're not going to do it for two. 430, well, we're not going to do it for five. But if it's like 20, then okay, or 50, well, then we got, so why can't we wait till we see what the numbers?
That would require another meeting, and I think this is the third or fourth meeting this month, and then we have one scheduled for the 28th. So, because.
We have to have a meeting?
Well, that's why we're asking today for a number so that we don't necessarily have to have a meeting. Otherwise, we do have to have a
Give a
meeting.
number with a variance, like a
Or-
percentage
Or
variance.
Delegate it or something. I
As
don't
long
know.
as it's less than 10%.
Or could we give a number with a thought that, because like, I interpret it, let's say I'm just gonna say 400 because it's a number, and let's say 425 kids at, so then we have 25 kids, those kids are on a wait list. Could we then like, if it's close to like what trustee Elman said, like it's like 405, then we do say we open up the wait list and we enroll those kids. But if it's 460, then obviously we can't. But like if we pick a number, those kids will go on a wait list. And then could we have another conversation about the wait list?
Interesting question. I like your kind of contingency. Suppose, for example, just as an example, 425, but except up to 435 with no lottery. So in other words, if it's 435, we're not going to run it for 10. But if it's 440, then we got to let 15 go. something like that. So I think that's what you're kind of saying, that like, have a.
I don't know how much that will mess up your.
I just think
numbers.
if that were the scenario, the folks would have to know that if we're running the lottery, it's to get down to 425.
Right, no, that's what I'm saying. It's
Running the lottery,
But if we give you 425, I thought Katrina was going for this kind of contingency thing, that if we give you 425, but we don't want to throw one person out of 426.
But then, but I also, in the same line, I know, just to play devil's advocate to what I just said, it also does a little bit of kicking down the can down the road. So, no matter what, those kids no matter what, if there are kids placed on the lottery, whether it's 1 or 100, those kids will be placed on a wait list. And that might be something we can revisit depending on the numbers, because it's really hard right now to arbitrarily say we're for sure going to allow in 5, but not 6, like where do we? So I think probably the best thing tonight to do is choose a number and then know that we can look at the wait list and make adjustments. But I think we need to draw something decisive tonight so people know what to expect.
Yeah, and I just want to note that, so we would do a lottery, we would have a wait list, but we would not know the nature of that wait list until the enrollment deadline. So in March, there's an enrollment deadline, and that's when we know how many students that were selected enroll, and that we know that number. So we know on average, the years that we've been doing this, there's a typical 8 to 9% attrition rate for folks that were selected that actually enroll by the timeline in March. So we already know that.
Talking about Katrina, did you want to pick a number?
What's the number in your email you sent today, Mark?
So in the email I sent was around 450, but that's a little high. So I mean, we can project, I mean, again, it all depends. I mean, so if you did 428, you would have a 3-year window to get the number down. If you did 375, you'd have a 2-year. Again, either one. Again, the 428 number is not going to get it down that much next year, but it will over the course of the next 2 years. The 375 would substantially lower it by about 100 students because we're graduating, by about 75 students because we're graduating 450.
But with the trajectory, that's if the enrollment were to stay the same and not go down.
Correct.
So that 328 number could self-correct in 3 years.
Or
Sorry, I meant that. I meant 4. I was looking.
No,
at
you're
3.
good. You're good. I just want to make, I didn't want to scare people. Like, no.
Yeah, sorry, the 428 could correct in less than 4 years feasibly.
It could.
Hypothetically.
Yes, hypothetically.
Mark, what about the other grade levels?
So the other grade levels, I would recommend that we stay the same. So meaning, here's what I would suggest for the other grade levels is that we do a not to exceed amount for the current enrollment at those grade levels. knowing that for the 10th grade, we would anticipate about 15 students to leave the academy. At the 11th grade, we would anticipate 10 students. And at this 12th grade, we would anticipate around 5 students. So we would basically have 15 slots at 10th grade, 10 slots at juniors, I can think, and then 5 slots as seniors. So we would, anything above 15 at the 10th grade, we would hold the lottery. Anything over 10 at the 11th grade, we'd hold the lottery. Anything over 5, the 12th grade, we would hold the lottery.
And then there's a possibility of having a wait list.
Correct. And then again, yeah, absolutely right, Melise. Those students that were not selected for those grade levels, they would be put on a wait list. And again, we actually have higher attrition rates at those grade levels. But yes, it would be the same process.
Okay, so Katrina, you were talking about the numbers. Do you want to make a motion? Or we can have more discussion. I don't know.
I'm still trying to figure out what number I think is.
What number do you recommend, Mark?
I would say no higher than 428. I say if you would direct staff at 428, I would anticipate we would have a lottery. But I would also anticipate that there would be attrition where students on the wait list there would be some students on the wait list that would potentially get in. I don't know what the current number of the selections are for the academy.
Theoretically, you're saying that 428 could be kind of a win-win where we get numbers down lower, but almost everyone would get into their school choice. Most likely the way the numbers are trending. Well, obviously no guarantees.
Yes, I think going back to the initial slide from last Monday, there's no easy there's no easy decision, but we're trying to do the greatest good. And I think, I think this is a compromise from staff's recommendation of 375 to a much higher number. I think it's kind of in that middle spot that will allow us to ultimately shrink the school down in the next 3 years.
Was it 450, a number that we discussed previously as well?
We did. So we did discuss the 450 number. If you look at the projections, that's going to push you out to about a 4-year. That would give you about a 4-year band to get it down.
If numbers don't decrease. That's
Correct. If the numbers don't decrease. So yes, so 375 would be 2 years, 425, 428 would be about 3 years, and then 450 would be about 4 years.
Okay, I would like to make a motion for the number of 450.
Second.
I like where you're thinking, how you're thinking, Melise. I was kind of leaning more towards, I was still staring at the numbers as leaning more towards the kind of the win-win number of the in the 428 range, because that would allow, it could give the possibility of everyone getting in off the wait list, and it reduces the numbers. So 450, I fear that might be too disrespectful for the current students, and to have for their whole high school experience, that they would never get that small experience that they had hoped. So to me, the 428 is kind of like the compromise. It gives everyone a little bit of what they want.
So for me, I just saw it, it's a difference of 22 students, and that way it might cause less stress for the kids who do get put on the wait list and have no idea what's going to happen to them.
It's a difference of how many students?
22, between 428 and 450.
I think that's the problem, is that we start getting to these, like, do we allow 5? Do we allow 20? Those are the really tough decisions.
So I will
also suggested at our last meeting, so it kind of stuck with me.
Yeah, and I'll do whatever the board directs me to do with this lottery. We just have to know that if you authorize 450, there will be the school will not decrease in enrollment next year. It'll be the same as this year, because only 450
Seconded that much.
graduating.
Okay, it was a second. Is that, do you want to take back your motion, or do you want to vote on the motion of 450?
If there's consensus for 428, I'll concede my motion.
I prefer the 428.
Okay, so you're taking your motion back?
I take my motion back. I appreciate the feedback.
No.
And I think it's not easy no matter what we do.
But thank you, Mark. Thank you, Katrina.
Yeah, thank you. So if we're looking at 420, I also want to get direction on 10th, 11th, and 12th to authorize 15 slots at 10th grade, 10 slots at 11th grade, and 5 slots at the 12th grade. And then anything above those would trigger a lottery. If we had, let's say, 25 folks apply for the 10th grade, it would trigger a lottery for those 15 spots.
I thought no one could transfer in to SDA.
They can through the high school selection process.
They
It's
can still
just not
participate in the
after.
lottery.
But for 12th grade, do we need to offer any slots?
I was just trying to give the board an option.
Second, I'm confused.
You have in the past.
So the question is, can they transfer in? Yes,
Yes.
through this process.
Yes,
Once
this process.
This is done, then they can't. So any child in another, like, Torrey Pines, for example, right now could go through the process at grades 9, 10, and 11 as well.
I thought they couldn't, Mark, that they couldn't transfer over. That the only time they could transfer over is during this lottery.
Yes, they can transfer through the lottery. Yes.
That's
Yeah,
what he's
no,
saying.
I'm not, it's sorry. It's not, I don't want to
We're not,
misspeak.
we're not,
I think we could transfer anyone after freshman year.
No,
Yes,
again,
they,
During this period.
That's true.
yes, during this period, correct, Mike. They cannot come to us in August and say, I want to go to CCA.
so
unless they want to switch from an academy to one of our other,
Always
Go
go.
the other direction.
Yeah.
They can't go this direction.
right.
So I'd like to put forward a motion to set the lottery number for incoming freshmen to 428 with the not to exceed language of 15, 10, and 5 respectively for incoming grades 11, 12, 10, 11, 12.
11, 12, yeah.
Did I say all that right?
Yep, you did.
Okay. That's pretty impressive at 1
Sounds
o'clock in the
good.
morning.
Yes, it is.
Jeez.
And sorry, Mark, you might have mentioned this. What's our flexibility if we have a lottery and there's, I don't know, pick a number, 40 kids that.
Yeah.
Then we can put them on a wait list?
Yeah, so what ends up happening, so once you have your lottery, the students who are not selected get put on a wait list.
Yep.
And then that wait list, we then determine how many students verified enrollment, did all of everything they needed to do for enrollment.
Into March?
About exact date, I'm gonna give you the exact date. So enrollment deadline is on March 21st at 4 PM.
Then you
So we
find.
hold that pretty tight.
Down, right? So you find out 30 changed their mind?
Yes, then the then the wait list gets triggered. So then we would notify those families that you were 1 through 30, we had 30 not show up for enrollment, you 30 are now in.
And if there's 20 remaining, could they go to CCA if they wanted?
We have not done that in the past. That has not been an option in the past, but if that's the direction of the board to offer those families.
Mark, did you say that there could be an interest list though, that they could?
Yes. So, yes, there is another piece to this that for folks that did not go through the process, if they come to us after and say, we would like to go to CCA or SDA, they're not on the wait list. They're on what's called an interest list, which is like a second priority. If you were to tier the priorities, Mike, they'd be like a second priority. You look at your wait list first and then the list second.
And then how many kids in general do you think would have the opportunity to go to CCA if they were on the interest list?
That's a question, Doc. I can't answer right now because I don't know.
This question.
Yeah.
How much space does CCA?
CCA has quite a bit of space.
Okay.
Thank you.
My motion was to set the incoming lottery number at 428 freshman class with a not to exceed of 15, 10, and 5 for grade levels 10, 11, 12 respectively.
Okay, so the motion is a public lottery where necessary after high school selection window for the 2022-23 school year to not exceed incoming freshmen to 428, 10th grade 15, 11th grade 10, and 12th grade 5. Is that not what you said?
That is what I said. Yes, thank you.
Okay, you made the motion? Do I have a second?
I second.
Second, Bronstein. Any more discussion on this?
Just that we can revisit the wait list at a future date if needed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to be calling, are you done then?
And I
Yeah,
think we
discussion.
should get them the opportunity to go to
CCA if they want.
This has that opportunity with the interest list, correct?
Yes,
That's how I
interest
understood it.
list. Interest list, yes.
Does that get them in?
There's nobody.
On an interest list, which we don't anticipate at this point. I don't want to speak in open session, but at this point, we're not anticipating that to be an issue as far as enrollment. Looking at CCA numbers. I just don't have the CCA numbers in front of me.
The test.
We can also send some communication out to our families, letting them know that exists, because I think we didn't even know it existed, so.
Okay.
An interest list as a second choice, perhaps.
Any more discussion or debate at this time? Bronstein? Yes. No, we're all done with the discussion.
Oh, yes.
Then I'll be calling for the vote. Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Abby, can you call for the vote, please?
Mr. Almond,
Yes.
Ms. Bronstein,
Yes.
Ms. Mossy,
Yes.
Ms. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Muir.
I haven't changed my opinion on this because I think this is the worst 2 years our kids have ever had. And every child in this district deserves to go to the school of their choice. And especially coming out of this, kids need to support their friends. Yeah, thank you. Okay. We are at the end of do I have any future agenda items?
I do know.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
I'd like to add superintendent review and goal setting to the next regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay. That's a good idea. It's got some miscommunication, and I think we need to clear that up. Is there any future agenda items?
No, not for me.
Julie?
My.
No.
I know you put your jacket on. Okay, thank you. This meeting is now adjourned.